Chapter 11-12. That's great. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, everyone will do their best for our Misty School. Vice Leader Lu, please don't disappoint us. Then he turned to Wan Feng and said, Lotus Flower Escort Agency and the other Misty School's external forces also need to be integrated. Otherwise, our Misty School's disciples won't have any extra food at home. We can't possibly practice martial arts on an empty stomach, right? Vice Leader Wan's responsibility is also very heavy. If you have any needs, feel free to ask me. I will do my best to cooperate with you. Wan Feng didn't expect Zhang Xiaohu to place such importance on him. He was grateful and said, your subordinate's life belongs to Grand Faction Leader. Since Grand Faction Leader is so fond of me, your subordinate will do his best to let our Misty School's disciples have nothing to worry about. Very good. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and asked Lu Wanquan and Wan Feng to sit down. Then he smiled and said, now that our Misty School's disciples have increased greatly, the original halls can no longer accommodate so many disciples. Moreover, it's inconvenient to manage them. Therefore, I suggest that we set up a martial arts lecture hall and a martial arts discussion hall. Thousands of disciples from the original incense cult will be managed in these two halls. The two vice leaders, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, will be the hall masters of these two halls. What do you think? For a moment, the meeting hall was silent. The disciples of the Misty School didn't speak. After a while, Li Jian smiled and said, Grand Faction Leader Zhang's suggestion is very appropriate. The original incense cult disciples are not our Misty School disciples. It's inevitable that there will be conflicts if we manage them together. If we can set up one hall, we can take advantage of the situation and develop harmoniously. This old man agrees. Everyone understood Li Jian's words. The disciples of the incense cult were very powerful. If they didn't manage them individually, it was hard to guarantee that something like Wang Dong wouldn't happen again. Letting Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng manage them was a good idea. Besides, the disciples of the incense cult only listened to Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. Zhang Xiaohu's suggestion was reasonable, but could Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng do it? However, when Li Jian finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohu raised his hand and said, Vice Gang Leader Ming, Vice Gang Leader Gao, what do you think? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's words made all the Misty School disciples' jaws drop to the ground. Yes, Gang Leader. We will remember Gang Leader's teachings. We will do our best for the Misty School until the day we die. Seeing everyone's shocked faces, Zhang Xiaohu smiled faintly. I know that you guys are handsome for a while in the fragrant cult, but the fragrant cult is all about women. My Misty School is different. If you guys contribute to my Misty School will definitely not mistreat you. We understand. We will not let you down. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng stood up and cupped their hands in salute. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Jian and the others suddenly understood. No matter how outstanding Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were, there was no way they could stand out in the fragrant cult. However, the Misty School was also an inheritance of the way of the immortals. It would definitely be very attractive to them. You guys, sit down. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, next, I'm sure everyone knows that I will put the original disciples of the Righteous Alliance into two halls. These two halls will be called the Jianghu Hall and the Hanggu Hall. The original disciples of the Righteous Alliance, Wang Luan and Lu Bin, will be the respective hall masters. What do you guys think? The disciples of the Righteous Alliance were different from the disciples of the Fragrant Cult. Although these disciples were strong in battle and would be a great help to the Misty School, they were still disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Not to mention whether they were willing or not, even the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, might not be able to do the same. This is a hot potato. Everyone had the same thought. Sect leader Zhang, this matter. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Can you reconsider? Lu Yueming stood up and said. I've thought about what Master Lu said. I have my own way of dealing with it. Please don't worry. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Then, all right. The disciples of the Righteous Alliance are all capable. If they really become disciples of the Misty School, I'll be happy. Lu Yueming sat down helplessly. Do you guys have any objections? Zhang Xiaohu asked Wang Luan and Lu Bin as usual. How could the two of them have any objections? They bowed and said, the ethereal sect is the orthodox sect of the immortal Tao. We were fortunate that sect master Zhang didn't abandon us and accepted us into the ethereal sect. This is what we have been longing for many years. Now that sect master Zhang has passed it on to everyone, we can only thank sect master Zhang for entrusting us with this task. We will do our best to manage our disciples well. Very good. Zhang Xiaohu gestured for the two to sit down and said, the new 4 halls are named after martial arts. They will be the sharpest martial arts of the Misty School. I hope that the disciples of the 4 halls will work hard and make the name of the Misty School known in the martial arts world. We will not disappoint sect leader Zhang. The 2 deputy leaders and 2 hall leaders stood up together. The disciples of the Misty School were enlightened. Just like Ming Jing, they knew why Zhang Xiaohu made such arrangements. They had already given Zhang Xiaohu countless thumbs up in their hearts. The former disciples of the Incense Cult and the Righteous Alliance who had nothing to do with them. Using them as fighters. To think that sect leader Zhang could think of such a thing. To think that the 4 deputy leaders and hall leaders would agree to it. But was that the truth? Haha. Zhang Xiaohu laughed and clapped his hands. Today will be a milestone in the history of the Misty School. Everyone will be proud of this moment after witnessing it. Sect leader Zhang is wise. The disciples of the Misty School were in an uproar. If the disciples of the Martial Arts Lecture Hall, Martial Arts Symposium Hall, Martial Arts Hall, and Martial Arts Hall were included, the strength of the Misty School was already stronger than the Misty School under O Peng. How could they not be happy? After the commotion died down, Zhang Xiaohua stood up again and said, everyone, please calm down. I have not finished speaking. There's more. The crowd immediately quieted down. Zhang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and looked around at the crowd. The Law Enforcement Hall is the hall in the Misty School that enforces the sect's rules. It is extremely important. Not only does it have to quote the classics, it also has to be fair in its rewards and punishments. Du Feng, as the deputy hall leader of the Law Enforcement Hall, is not enough to deter the entire Misty School. Therefore, I nominate Martial Uncle Lu Yueming, who has always hated evil, to be the deputy leader of the Misty School and also the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. What do you think? Everyone clapped and nodded. Lu Yueming was O Peng's direct disciple and had a great reputation in the sect. Back then, he was second only to Zhang Qingyue. Of course, he would be the deputy leader of the Misty School. However, while Aunt Qin and the others were happy, they couldn't help but worry. They looked hesitant and didn't know if they should voice their thoughts. Zhang Xiaohu knew what Aunt Qin was thinking. He waved his hand and said, Hall Leader Qin, do you have something you want to say? This is the meeting hall of the Misty School. It is the place to discuss sect matters. I am still young and inexperienced. If Hall Leader Qin has any advice that can help me make up for my shortcomings, I will be happy. Aunt Qin hesitated. She looked at Lu Yueming and said embarrassedly, this subordinate does have some thoughts. Of course, Lu. Deputy Leader Lu's abilities are outstanding. This heavy responsibility should be used to the best of one's ability. This subordinate has no intention of objecting. However, Deputy Leader Lu's martial arts are inferior. If he is taken advantage of by outsiders, wouldn't Big Leader Zhang harm Deputy Leader Lu? He. Lu Yueming looked at Zhang Xiaohu when he heard this. Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly. Lu Yueming threw away the crutch in his hand. His body floated up and made a turn in the air. Then, he circled around and slowly climbed up. When he reached the roof of the assembly hall, he slid a few feet to the side. Then, like an eagle, he flew down. Ah! Ethereal steps. Aunt Qin was dumbfounded. She covered her mouth with her hand and exclaimed, Deputy Leader Lu, recovered his internal strength? Hee hee. Lu Yueming smiled but didn't answer. After a while, Aunt Qin's face was filled with joy. She cupped her hands and said, "Big leader Zhang, this subordinate has no other questions." Very good. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "Actually, with Hall Leader Qin's experience and ability, you can also be the deputy leader." However, Aunt Qin was shocked. She quickly stood up and bowed, "Big leader Zhang, this subordinate is too much. This subordinate is just a woman. In order to accompany Hall Master Yang on Shixin Peak, I had no choice but to become the deputy hall master of the Misty Hall. Big sect master must also know about the tradition of the incense cult, so this subordinate had to bite the bullet. Now that I'm back at Misty School, although this subordinate is still the hall leader of Mingsui Hall, this subordinate feels at ease and feels very good. If this subordinate really becomes the deputy leader, this subordinate still feels very uncomfortable." Ha ha ha. The older disciples of Misty School all laughed. Aunt Qin was right. She was indeed nothing in Misty School. The reason why she was made the hall leader of Mingsui Hall was mainly because she was a woman. It was more convenient for her to manage Mingsui Hall. If she was really given the deputy leader position, Zhang Xiaohu dared to give it to her, but she really didn't dare to take it. Haha. Zhang Xiaohu gestured for her to sit down. "Rest assured, Hall Leader Qin. In the future, there will be plenty of positions in Misty School. You can take your time and see." The disciples of Misty School felt a chill in their hearts, but they quickly became happy. They had received Zhang Xiaohu's grace and secretly placed Zhang Xiaohu in a very high position in their hearts. Now that they saw that Zhang Xiaohu wanted to make Misty School bigger, they had to support him unconditionally, both publicly and privately. "Alright, Deputy Leader Lu, you don't have any objections, right?" Zhang Xiaohu looked at Lu Yueming with a smile. Lu Yueming hadn't sat down. When he heard this, he bowed and saluted, as Big Leader Zhang commands. This subordinate will do his best to assist Big Leader Zhang. "Deputy Leader Lu, please take a seat." After Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, she looked at Xue Qing and said, "Marshal Uncle Xue, Kitty Hawk Hall is the foundation of our Misty School. All the young disciples have to be nurtured there. It is of utmost importance. Would you like to be the hall leader of Kitty Hawk Hall?" This. Xue Qing was a little hesitant. He glanced at Wen Wenhai. Wen Wenhai nodded slightly. Thus, Xue Qing said softly, "This subordinate doesn't like trivial matters. But, if Big Leader Zhang doesn't have a suitable candidate, this subordinate is willing to take on this heavy responsibility." "Good." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Marshal Uncle Xue, if you take on the role of Kitty Hawk Hall leader, you can choose the former elite disciples of Kitty Hawk Hall and recommend them to me. I will appoint them as deputy hall leaders of Kitty Hawk Hall. Also." Chapter 11:13. When Xue Qing's ears perked up to hear Zhang Xiaohu say, "and something," Zhang Xiaohu stopped abruptly and waved his hand. "Since Hall Master Xue has no objections, please take a seat. From today onwards, you will be in charge of Kitty Hawk Hall's affairs. Quickly rebuild Kitty Hawk Hall. The inheritance of Misty School's orthodoxy will fall on their heads." Orthodoxy? Inheritance? Others might not have felt anything when they heard it, but Li Jian was stunned. Zhang Xiaohu was only Wen Wenhai's disciple, and his master was martial arts. Moreover, Wen Wenhai himself was not the chief disciple of Misty School. He only knew that Misty School was an immortal inheritance, but he was completely clueless as to how it was passed down. O Peng and Zhang Qingyue died in a hurry and did not leave anything behind. Misty School's martial arts continued, but immortality. Fundamentally speaking, it was already broken. Maybe he just said it casually. Li Jian could only think of it this way. After all, even he, O Peng's second senior, did not know what the immortal inheritance of Misty School was, so how could Zhang Xiaohu, a disciple who joined Misty School halfway, know? But suddenly, Li Jian shuddered as he thought of the senior who Zhang Xiaohu, Du Feng, and Ding Chao had mentioned that had a deep relationship with Misty School. Could it be? But just as this thought arose, he extinguished it. Sigh, am I getting old and muddle-headed? Am I thinking too much in my hopes of Misty School's rise? Misty School's immortal path has not been passed down for who knows how many years. Even O Peng did not get it, so how could an outsider know? Also, Zhang Xiaohu did not even see his face. Sigh. Li Jian sighed for no reason. Who knew what he was sighing about? Then, Zhang Xiaohu's gaze turned to Wenhai. This was his master who had taught him martial arts. Why did his martial uncles all have positions while his master had no position? Wenhai also secretly took a deep breath. As expected, Zhang Xiaohu said in a deep voice, Master, the Divine Mechanics Hall is the most important hall of our Misty School. I don't feel comfortable leaving it to others. Master, you're a person of virtue and prestige. How about I leave the Divine Mechanics Hall to you? Wenhai was a little disappointed. He wanted to nod, but Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Of course, the position of Hall Master of the Divine Arms Hall is also yours, Master. You shouldn't shirk the responsibility of being the vice sect leader of the Misty School. Wenhai was overjoyed, but he said, You little brat. Although Master is old, I'm not much older than you. How can I casually call you, Senior? Hee, Master, don't blame me. Zhang Xiaohu said, This is an honorific. Forget it, I won't bicker with you. Now that you're the great sect leader of the Misty School, how can I not listen to your orders? Thank you, Master. Zhang Xiaohu said seriously, Then I'll have to trouble Master to worry about me from now on. I'll obey great sect leader's orders. Wenhai also said seriously. Please take a seat, Vice Sect Leader 1. Zhang Xiaohu looked around and said, Is Hall Master Bai Dong of the Pharmacy Hall present? An old man with white hair and a white beard, but an extremely hale and hearty expression, stood up from his seat and bowed. Your subordinate is here. Hall Master Bai, the Pharmacy Hall needs to be rebuilt. Naturally, the position of Hall Master is yours, so I won't assign anyone else. I just want to recommend He Tianshu of the Pharmacy Hall to be the Vice Hall Master. Is that possible? Bai Dong was the Hall Master of the Pharmacy Hall. His martial arts weren't particularly high, so he wasn't killed by the Righteous Alliance during the battle at the Misty Peak. His dantian was only destroyed and he was spared. Now that his martial arts had recovered and the Pharmacy Hall was rebuilt, Bai Dong naturally needed to be the Hall Master. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohu was only recommending a Vice Hall Master and a disciple of the Pharmacy Hall, how could he refuse? He cupped his hands and said, This subordinate is old and weak, but the Pharmacy Hall is my heart and blood, so I can't bear to give it up. He Tianshu recommended by great sect leader is in his prime and full of energy. He can learn from me and make up for my shortcomings. This subordinate will do my best to rebuild the Pharmacy Hall and cultivate Vice Hall Master he well. I won't let great sect leader down. Very good. Zhang Xiaohu invited Hall Master Bai to sit down and said to Li Jian, Martial Ancestrally, I also want to build another Elder's Courtyard. I invite Martial Ancestrally, Martial Ancestrally, Martial Ancestrally, Martial Ancestrally, and other highly respected elders to contribute to the Elder's Courtyard. Li Jian stood up and said with a smile, That's good. Old steeds still have ambitions. To be able to enter the Elder's Courtyard is my wish and also my honor. How dare I refuse? I'm in. Lu Qingyang also stood up and shouted. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohu looked up to the sky and laughed. Everyone, the 11 halls of the Misty Peak have been decided. I'm sure everyone has found their positions. I hope that everyone can work together and build the Misty School's supreme glory. Mighty. It seemed that from that day onwards, the disciples of the Misty School liked to shout like this. Today, it happened again. The disciples outside the conference hall didn't understand. But when they heard the shouts in the conference hall, they knew that there was a new happy occasion. They stood outside and shouted as well. When the messenger disciple passed the news out of the conference hall, the disciples of the Misty School were even more delighted. After mighty, they naturally added great sect leader Zhang. For a moment, great sect leader Zhang is mighty, resounded throughout the misty peak. Even Zhang Kai and Guosufei in the Huanxi villa heard it and couldn't close their mouths for a moment. Only Zhang Xiaolong heard it and shrugged his shoulders. His face was filled with loneliness. Lu Qian saw this and knew what her Lang Jun was thinking. She came over with Byron and said with a smile, "Didn't Xiaohua say it before? Everyone has their own path. Everyone has their own mission in life. Xiaohu's mission is to revitalize the Misty School. Xiaohua's mission is to establish the Beidou School. Then, what's Xiaolong's mission? It's to live a good life with Lu Qian and raise the famous Zhang Byron." Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile. "Yes, mother's and father's mission is to raise you 3 brothers. However, I feel that being able to meet you, take good care of you, and live a happy life with you is my life's mission." Zhang Xiaolong held Lu Qian's hand and said softly. In the pill refining room in the Misty Palace, 7 majestic 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces were melting. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and couldn't hear the cheers of the Misty School disciples outside. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't comprehending the heavenly Tao, nor was he practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra. Instead, he frowned slightly and carefully recalled some of the truths that he saw in the river of karma. Yes, the way of karma was a side of the heavenly Tao. How could Zhang Xiaohua come into contact with karma at the qi refinement stage and even wade into the river of karma? With Zhang Xiaohua's current cultivation, how could he understand the taste of it? All he could think about was what he saw in the river of karma with his naked eye. Of course, the most profound was the scene in the water bubble related to his dream's mother, Lady Aya. Although the scene in the water bubble was very short, it was enough to leave a deep impression on Zhang Xiaohua. This was because on Zhang Xiaohua's journey to find out about his dream's background, Lady Aya was described as kind and capable. This also caused Zhang Xiaohua's impression of Lady Aya to be a mixture of a mother and a sister-in-law. In short, she was kind with a hint of shrewdness. But, in the water bubble, Lady Aya was holding a dagger and killing an old monk. The dagger was stabbed into the old monk's abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere and sprayed on Lady Aya's body and Lady Aya's face. This scene was frozen. Lady Aya's face was also ferocious. Zhang Xiaohua could even see the bloodthirsty expression in Lady Aya's eyes, that cruel red light. Sigh, Lady Aya, what kind of story does she have? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. There is a saying in the Buddhist scriptures, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. No matter what kind of past Lady Aya had, or how violent she was in the past, her last years were peaceful and peaceful. Perhaps she also became a Buddha. But if Meng knew that her mother had such a hurtful past, what would she think in her heart? Meng, are you, in a foreign land, okay? Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua missed his dream in the Tenryu sect again. But he forgot that the Tenryu sect was Meng's home, and not the foreign land that Zhang Xiaohua thought. Thinking about how he and Meng were separated more often, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel sad. He had just found Meng at Lingxiang Peak when he was sent to Huansu. After returning from Huansu, he finally got the chance to go out with Meng. But in just a few months, they were separated again. But, it seemed that only by separation could he appreciate the sweetness of reunion. It seemed that only by continuous separation could he deeply appreciate the unforgettable yearning and love of each other. After thinking about it for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with bitterness. He shook his head slightly. At his age, he could only understand this bitterness. How could he understand the meaning behind it? Life was full of joys and sorrows. If he did not taste them one by one, how could his life be complete? Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and carefully looked at the elixir in the cauldron. Then, he took out Venerable Fiery Dragon's jade bamboo slips from his money bag and looked through them carefully. Venerable Fiery Dragon's orthodoxy was very complicated. There were all kinds of strange techniques, formations, and even elixir recipes. But none of them were particularly profound. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua had already discovered that Venerable Fiery Dragon's techniques were all about cultivating the lower dantian. None of the techniques involved the middle dantian. Thinking about the techniques that he had seen in the Misty School's Hall of Legacy, it seemed that they were all about cultivating the lower dantian. Could it be that, cultivating the lower dantian is not unique to martial arts? Could it be that the Immortal Dao seniors changed it based on the techniques of the Immortal Dao? But, why does the Carefree Heart Sutra cultivate the middle dantian? Could it be that, the Carefree Heart Sutra was not passed down by Wan Wuxin and the other Immortal Dao seniors? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself and rolled his eyes. Senior Huan said that the mystic realm existed before they came. The Carefree Heart Sutra of the Misty School came from the mystic realm. It might really be a technique from before the Immortal Dao. But then again, although there are different techniques, they all seem to cultivate the meridians. And there are only so many meridians in a person's body. At the end of cultivation, wouldn't it be a different method to achieve the same result? Chapter 11:14. Another 10 days passed. Zhang Xiaohu was sitting in the meeting hall with a teacup in his hand, gently blowing the steam off the teacup. His eyes were squinted as he stared at the ground, unconsciously sending the tea into his mouth. In the meeting hall, Zhang Xiaohu expanded the Misty School into 11 halls. When the Misty School's disciples saw that the Misty School's strength had increased greatly, their hearts were filled with hope. While working hard on their cultivation, they also increased their vigilance, preparing to welcome the Righteous Alliance's attack. However, according to the Divine Machine Hall's report, the Righteous Alliance's righteous peak was as calm as usual, as if the Misty School's counterattack had never happened. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohu was bewildered. Could it be that they're afraid of the incense cult? But I heard that the Righteous Alliance had also spoken harshly at the incense cult's martial arts assembly. The incense cult's Nun Jing-yi had also cleanly distanced herself from the karma. The Misty School is the Misty School, it has nothing to do with the incense cult. The Righteous Alliance wouldn't be so afraid of Nun Jing-yi's face. Could it be that they're afraid of the immortal expert that Xiaohua is impersonating? Zhang Xiaohu's guesses grew. But even our Misty School's ordinary disciples know that the immortal expert did not act because of the enmity between the Righteous Alliance and the Misty School. She killed Ban Fugui in anger because of some azure flame token. This news must have already spread to the Righteous Alliance. Moreover, the immortal expert would not participate in the battle of martial arts. The Righteous Alliance also did not know that the immortal expert was Xiaohua. Why would they bide their time? Hurt, it's so troublesome. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his head. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Zhang Xiaohu. What are you thinking about? Zhang Xiaohu shuddered, and the teacup in his hand almost fell to the ground. Before he even turned around, he scolded, "You have no respect for your elders. Xiaohua, don't you know that you can scare someone to death? Why do you always appear behind me like a ghost?" Zhang Xiaohua walked over from behind with an aggrieved look on his face. He sat on a chair and supported his head with his fist. He stared blankly at the ceiling and murmured, "Sigh, what a bitter life." It wasn't easy to refine the soul-intimidating pill. I wanted to give someone a surprise, but I didn't expect my face to stick to someone's butt. Sigh, forget it. If I had known earlier, I would have gone back and teased Byron. What? When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he threw down his teacup and jumped over. Before he could get close, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and grabbed his wrist. She scolded, "Don't you know that you can scare people to death? Don't be so inconsiderate and sit there obediently." Then Zhang Xiaohua raised his eyebrows again, as if he had discovered something. However, after being surprised, he didn't say anything. Heh, Xiaohua, you're my biological brother. You've been peeing on my head since you were young. Let me tell you, why are you like this? When we were young, I also spanked your butt a lot, right? There's no reason, why are you angry? Zhang Xiaohu comforted, "Second brother is not joking with you, right? You also know that it's really boring for second brother to sit in this position." I have to keep a straight face every day to maintain the dignity of the big faction leader. Once I relax a little, people might gossip about me. Sigh, they always compare me with big faction leader O. How deep do you think big faction leader O's foundation is? How can I dare to compare myself with him? Zhang Xiaohua was just teasing Zhang Xiaohu. When she heard Zhang Xiaohu's complaints, she abandoned her posture and laughed. Second brother is also an almighty person. Just now I saw that this misty school was actually divided into 11 halls by you. You're much stronger than me. Heh heh, as the ancients said, nobility, generals, ministers, nobles, generals, and ministers are all equal. With little brother supporting you, are you afraid that the whole Jianghu won't be able to hold your hand? The whole Jianghu? Hold my hand? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Even the disciples of Xiangism and the Righteous Alliance can't handle it. How can you talk about the whole Jianghu? Fine, fine, I knew it. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a good mood. She pointed to the secret room and said, "There's a box in the secret room. Inside are 21 jade bottles. Each bottle contains 81 soul-scaring pills. There's a total of 1,701 pills. It should be enough for a while." So many? So fast? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and blurted out. Haha, of course. I didn't expect it either. However, this soul-scaring pill can't be compared to the meridian-soothing pill. It doesn't test the level of alchemy. It only cares about the rarity of the herbs. Also, I got a few of your Misty School's pill furnaces. My pill furnace is even better. I can refine a furnace in a few days. It's an unexpected surprise. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, Xiangism has more than 2,000 disciples and the Righteous Alliance has nearly 5,000 disciples. I estimate that you'll be able to refine it 4 more times. Oh my, second brother. So many people. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. How many herbs would I have to waste? No wonder people from the path of immortality don't refine these messy things. It's really meaningless. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Xiaohua, you're not in the situation. You don't know how difficult it is. If these nearly 8,000 people all listen to me, don't you think it'll be very easy for me to be the sect leader? Yes. Others may not listen, but I'll listen. However, second brother, you have to confirm the specific number of people. I can't give you even 1 more pill. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Yes. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded. How about this? Other than the soul-scaring pills that these people are using, how about you give me 10 more? Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, no problem. However, you'll have to take the soul-scaring pill this time. I don't have the patience for nearly 2,000 people. I might as well go and refine some more. Zhang Xiaohu said decisively, okay. Ming Qing and Gao Kunhang are already very obedient. I'll take care of these things for them. Then, he smiled and said, the path of immortality is really magical. These 2 people don't look like they've taken the soul-scaring pill at all. Other than obeying my words and treating me as the sect leader, everything else is exactly the same as before. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew better than Zhang Xiaohu what the soul-scaring pill was. He didn't want Zhang Xiaohu to do anything outrageous with it. So, before refining it, he comprehended the things in the jade slip and the poison scripture for a long time. He even put in a lot of thought when refining it. This soul-scaring pill, other than making the person who took it recognize Zhang Xiaohu as the sect leader, had nothing to do with life and death. Even if Zhang Xiaohu ordered Ming Qing to die, Ming Qing might not listen. Of course, even if Zhang Xiaohu let the number 1 beauty in the pugilistic world take the soul-scaring pill, that beauty would only recognize Zhang Xiaohu as the sect leader. She wouldn't have any thoughts of giving herself to him. Yes, didn't I say before that Zhang Xiaohua's products are all the best? Do I need you to praise me? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, second brother, come closer. I'll tell you how to use the soul-scaring pill. Okay. Zhang Xiaohu said and moved his ear closer. But after he finished listening, a strange expression appeared on his face. He said in a flustered and exasperated manner, Xiaohua, you can't play me like this. Can you change it to something else? Zhang Xiaohua spread out his hands and shrugged. He said helplessly, there's no other way, second brother. Since it's already like this, I'll think of another way next time. But isn't this a little too mushy? Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's nothing. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and made a hand gesture. He disappeared into the ground and left his voice behind. Go on with your work. I won't disturb you. I'm going to see father and mother. Don't go. Zhang Xiaohu stretched out his hand, but how could he stop her? Sigh, this person. Zhang Xiaohu said and shouted, disciples outside, summon Deputy Faction Leader Ming and Deputy Faction Leader Gao to my meeting hall. He got up and went to the secret room. Indeed, there was a big box in the corridor. He didn't know where Zhang Xiaohua got it from, but when he opened it, there were 21 jade bottles neatly arranged inside. Zhang Xiaohu reached out and took a few bottles. The rest were placed in the box and hidden in a hidden place. Not long after, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng arrived. Zhang Xiaohu didn't explain and brought them to the martial arts lecture hall. At this time, the martial arts lecture hall was gradually taking shape. It had a bright courtyard, elegant rooms, and diligent disciples. It was in full swing. Zhang Xiaohu whispered a few words in their ears. Although they were extremely surprised, they still nodded and left. Then, the disciples of the martial arts lecture hall divided into several groups and entered Zhang Xiaohu's room one by one. They called it heart to heart. When the first disciple entered the room, his acupoints were immediately sealed by Zhang Xiaohu. He poured out a soul-frightening pill from the jade bottle and stuffed it into the disciple's mouth. After a while, when the pill was about to take effect, Zhang Xiaohu unsealed the disciple's acupoints. The disciple did the same as Zhang Xiaohua, closing his eyes. But Zhang Xiaohu put his mouth near the disciple's ear. He hesitated and sighed, whispering, I love Chen Chen. Hearing this, the disciple immediately opened his eyes. Then his eyeballs turned nimbly and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings, faction leader Zhang. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and waved his hand. He said, You can leave. Let the next disciple in. Yes. The disciple was very obedient and went out at once. Then it was the next disciple. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu had glimpsed the way of immortality. With the support of Zhang Xiaohua's primordial stone, there was genuine qi in his meridians. The disciples of the incense school were caught off guard and were all tricked by Zhang Xiaohu. However, no one heard Zhang Xiaohu say, I love Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, there were more than 1,000 elixirs. How could they take them one by one in a short time? After seeing Zhang Xiaohu's heart-to-heart talk, the disciples who came out were all in high spirits as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The other disciples who didn't have a heart-to-heart talk all shouted that they also wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk today. Zhang Xiaohu said helplessly, Disciples, you are all disciples of the Misty School. I won't favor one and discriminate against the other. Just wait. I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with you tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. But he snickered in his heart. I can't do it today. I really have to tell Chen Chen this. Chapter 11:15. Another 10 days passed, and Zhang Xiaohu was still in the meeting hall. He was sitting on a chair listlessly. Normally, the soul scare pill refined by Zhang Xiaohua was extremely useful. Zhang Xiaohu had already controlled more than 2,000 people of the fragrance cult, and thousands of important disciples of the decent alliance called Zhang Xiaohu Grand Faction Leader. Zhang Xiaohu should be very happy and excited. But it was Zhang Xiaohua's strange password that tortured Zhang Xiaohu like this. Yes, the password of the earliest batch was, I love Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohu said it 1701 times in the ears of strangers. The password of the second batch was changed to, I love Chang'e, and Zhang Xiaohu said it 1701 times in the ears of another batch of strangers. Alas, I don't know, what will he change it to in the next batch? Zhang Xiaohu was secretly distressed. However, he had to shout it. If he didn't shout it, when the disciples' acupoints were unsealed, he would definitely be exposed. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu saw it with his own eyes. When testing the soul scare pill, Zhang Xiaohua did murmur something in Wang Luan's ears. What a bitter life. Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead. He really didn't know what to do with his younger brother. At this time, a disciple suddenly came forward to report, Grand Faction Leader Zhang, there are 2 women outside the villa. 2 women. Zhang Xiaohu heard it and felt a headache. His mind was full of, I love Chen Chen, and, I love Chang'e. He couldn't help but feel angry. He waved his hand and said, I don't want to see them. Yes, Grand Faction Leader's order. The disciple heard it and immediately turned around. Wait, they. Which sect are they from? Why do they want to see me? Zhang Xiaohu asked casually. The 2 women were travel-worn and didn't say their names. They only said they were from Rejuvenation Valley. Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly for a moment before he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the heavenly axiom is fair. It's not that I don't want revenge, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Once the time has come, those who have worries and those who have grievances will take revenge. Ah. Gang leader Zhang? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu like this, the disciple was shocked and exclaimed, could it be that sect leader Zhang is sick? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He snorted coldly and said, you didn't see anything just now, do you know that? The disciple immediately nodded. Yes, I just reported that someone outside the villa wants to see you. That's good. Go, let those 2 girls in. Yes, disciple understands. The disciple left and muttered in his heart, good boy, this thing must be done well. I can't let Chang'e and Chen Chen know about it. If they know that it was me who sent the news in, they will suffer a lot. Because this matter involved Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu didn't let anyone into the meeting hall. However, this confirmed the disciple's thoughts. Looking at the 2 girls, one was young. Although she wasn't very beautiful, her eyes were bright and her temperament was elegant. Although the other was cold and ignored people, she had a beautiful face and snow-white skin, which made people feel pity for her. Compared to Chang'e and Chen Chen, she was much better. Sect leader Zhang. Really? The disciple praised in his heart and quietly left, not forgetting to close the door of the meeting hall. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know what the disciple was thinking. After the disciple left, he asked with a smile, are you both from Rejuvenation Valley? The beautiful girl with snow-white skin stepped forward and saluted with her hands folded. Sect leader Zhang, you don't remember me? This girl? I don't seem to have seen the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley. I wonder if this lady is little fish Nye? Oh, no, Nye Qinyu. Ah. The short girl next to her, who didn't seem to have developed well, exclaimed with a surprised smile on her face. Then she blushed and felt embarrassed. I see. This girl must be Nye Qinyu. Xiaohua often mentioned you in front of me. Zhang Xiaohu struck while the iron was hot. What did he say? Nye Qinyu asked in a low voice, her face blushing. This. Zhang Xiaohu pinched his chin and said, what did he say? I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud. Anyway, he missed the happy times when you were together. Zhang Xiaohua was indeed the sect leader of the Misty School. During this period of time, she was like a fish in water. It was not without reason. Nye Qinyu was so clever. If he said too much, she would definitely find out. However, the sentence, he missed the happy times when you were together, was exactly what Nye Qinyu thought, so she took it seriously. However, the girl next to her looked as cold as ice again. Ahem, this girl. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. He had heard Zhang Xiaohua mention Nie Qianyu from Rejuvenation Valley. How come, there was another one? Humph. The woman snorted and said, Grand Gang Leader Zhang, you're really forgetful. When I was on Shixin Peak, I told Senior Sister Qin Qin about His Excellency's decree. Ah. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. After a long while, he stammered as if he had seen a ghost. You are Zhang Pinger? Zhang Pinger nodded slightly and said, yes. I am. But, you are not in Lihua Hall on Lingxiang Peak. Why did you go to Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohu gradually steadied his mind. He rolled his eyes and said, you're alone. If Little Flower. Oh, no. Xiaoyao. Oh, no, Little Flower knows. Wouldn't she be worried about you? Ren Xiaoyao will be worried about me? Zhang Pinger sneered. Of course. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Nie Qianyu and said, Xiaohua often talks about you. Zhang Pinger was not as gullible as Nie Qianyu. She asked curiously, what did Ren Xiaoyao say about me to sect leader Zhang? Well, he said you, cough, very good. Zhang Xiaohu coughed twice and changed the topic. He asked, oh right, Junior. Sister Zhang, why did you go to Rejuvenation Valley? Was it Nanjingyi's arrangement? Or was it Lihua Hall's arrangement? Nanjingyi? Zhang Pinger frowned and then smiled. No, I am just a small Lihua Hall disciple. How could I enter Nanjingyi's eyes? It was your brother. I don't know if I should call him Zhang Xiaohua or Ren Xiaoyao. Ah. Xiaohua can arrange for an inner disciple of Lihua Hall to go to Rejuvenation Valley? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. Sect leader Zhang is wrong. I was no longer a disciple of Lihua Hall at the Martial Circle Convention on Huayu Peak. Ah. Zhang Xiaohu was even more shocked. He asked curiously, what is going on? That's strange. Sect leader Zhang, doesn't senior brother often talk about me in front of you? Why? Didn't he tell you that I left Lihua Hall? Zhang Xiaohu was embarrassed. He touched his nose and said, he rarely tells me such a secret. Alas, this is very strange. It also affects Lihua Hall's reputation. Although I left Lihua Hall, I can't tarnish Lihua Hall's reputation. Sect leader Zhang, please pretend you don't know about this. Zhang Pinger was very miserable. Yes, I know. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Sect leader Zhang, I wonder, is Xiaohua in Misty School? Nie Qianyu finally asked. Her voice was very low, but it was full of anxiety. Oh, this. Zhang Xiaohu hesitated. What? He is not here? Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger asked at the same time. They looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. Then, they looked at Zhang Xiaohu together. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua is not in Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu said firmly. I see. Both of them were disappointed. They asked again, then where did he go? Can sect leader Zhang tell us the truth? Of course. Zhang Xiaohu touched his nose and laughed in his heart. Xiaohua, I have taken my revenge today. Don't blame me. Then where did he go? Both of them asked anxiously. Oh, he went to Huanxi Villa. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Huanxi Villa? Both of them looked at each other, puzzled. Nie Qianyu asked tentatively, Sect leader Zhang, where is Huanxi Villa? How far is it? Well. Zhang Xiaohu pretended to be hesitant again. Sect leader Zhang, please don't worry. We just want to ask him something. Zhang Pinger understood Zhang Xiaohu's difficulties and said sincerely. Of course, I know your relationship with Xiaohua. There is nothing to hide. Zhang Xiaohu said, Huanxi Villa is next to Ethereal Villa. It is about 4,000 feet away. But Where is Ethereal Villa? 400 miles, which direction? Zhang Ping'er frowned and thought. Nie Qianyu was stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu's teasing expression and smiled bitterly. Sect leader Zhang, you don't have to joke with us. When we came in just now, it seemed that there was a plaque of Ethereal Villa hanging at the door of Misty School. 4,000 feet. Isn't it just next to it? Zhang Ping'er realized and blushed. She was a little angry. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and stood up. Let's go. You too, sisters-in-law, Xiaohua is right next to us. You can see him in a few minutes. Ah. Zhang Ping'er and Nie Qianyu both blushed, but then they were overwhelmed by surprise. Is he really next to us? They were still worried. Yes, he is next to us. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. But. Faction leader Zhang. Zhang Ping'er's face was burning, but her eyes were calm. She said, Faction leader Zhang, please take back the word sister-in-law. If Xia heard it, we would be ashamed. Xia. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu patted his forehead. He had Chang'e and Chen Chen, but Zhang Xiaohua had Meng, Nie Qianyu, and Zhang Ping'er. How could he bear it? Chapter 11:16. Zhang Xiaohua, are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohua scolded, it's all your fault. Why are you dragging me into this? I've already told owner O that the Huanxi Manor is still hers. She can stay here for as long as she wants. Elder Yu walked to them and bowed, I'm sorry for not being able to see your true face. I'm sorry for treating you so poorly. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Elder Yu, you are also here to join in the fun? I'm not here to join in the fun. I just want to say that the Huanxi Manor will belong to faction leader Zhang sooner or later. Miss O has no right to stay here, and it's not good for faction leader Zhang. But Miss O has a high status. Where can she go in the Jianghu? It's better for her to become your disciple so that she can be protected. Please forgive me. Well. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She looked at the kneeling Nie Qianyu, Zhang Ping'er and O Yan and sighed, you can all get up. Seeing that the three of them were not moved by her words, she had to say, I can take you in, but you're different from Xiaohua Ji and Zhang Bairen. You're my peers. How can you call me master and disciple? Nie Qianyu smiled. Master. Didn't you say that you're a disciple of Beta School and that you're here to teach us? Can we call you senior martial brother? But. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Beta School hasn't been established yet. I was the only one there before. Now there are two kids, Xiaohua Ji and Zhang Bairen. How can I have a master? Nie Qianyu was also stunned. Then she smiled and said, I don't care. I've already practiced the mental cultivation method of Beta School. Anyway, I'm going to be a disciple of Beta School. I don't care if I call you senior brother or master. Zhang Ping'er's pale face regained some color. She said in a low voice, if it's senior martial brother, that would be the best. If it's not, then master. Anyway, you promised to take me in. Oh Yan was still very experienced. She raised her head and said, it's normal for people in the Wulian world to pass on their master's skills. It's even more normal for a senior martial brother to be the head of the sect. I've never heard of a senior martial brother who just started a sect. However, since master wants to start a new sect of the immortal Tao, he naturally has a new atmosphere. If he wants to abandon the old and take on the new, it's not impossible for him to be the senior martial brother who starts a sect. However, Elder Yu shook his head. There's an old rumor in the martial arts world. In the past, a few good friends practiced martial arts together. One of them attained the Tao and started a new sect. The other friends wanted to learn this Tao and all of them became his disciples. They called him master and no longer followed the previous order. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have come up with a plan. She shook her head and said, there's a hierarchy in learning the Tao. I have the Tao in my heart, so I can be your teacher. But Shifu and Xixiang are just titles. Isn't it all the same? As long as you respect me as your teacher in your heart, why can't you pass on the orthodoxy of Beta School to me? Oh Yan, Nie Qianyu, and Zhang Pinger were overjoyed when they heard this. They said in their beautiful voices, "Greetings, Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader." But Senior Martial Brother likes to call himself Master. Don't mind him. Zhang Xiaohua waved her big sleeves and said, "You all can wait. There are still some things that need to be said." Yes, Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader. The three of them stood up and said with smiles. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Nie Qianyu and said, "Little fish Nia has already learned the mental cultivation method of our Beta School. She should be the eldest senior martial sister." Greetings, eldest senior martial sister. Zhang Pinger and O Yen smiled and saluted. Nie Qianyu's face flushed red, and she obediently returned the salute. When I left the Xiangxiang cult and saved Zhang Pinger from Garuda, I already promised to take her as my second senior martial sister. Greetings, second senior martial sister, O Yen said with a smile. Greetings, second junior martial sister. Nie Qianyu said. The three of them saluted each other. "Oh Yen, although you're the oldest, you're ranked last. Are you willing?" Zhang Xiaohua said. Oh Yen replied without hesitation, "No, I won't." Greetings, junior martial sister. Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger were overjoyed. The three of them saluted each other for the third time. "Well, although you're my junior martial sisters, the first disciple of our Beta School is Zhang Byron. You must respect him." Seeing that Zhang Byron was still a child, the three of them couldn't help but feel a little funny. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's serious face, the three of them subconsciously stopped laughing and bowed. "Greetings, martial nephew Byron." Zhang Byron was playing on the David steer. When he heard the three of them saluting him, he turned his head and laughed. He lifted his leg and peed on the David's deer's back. The three of them covered their mouths and were about to laugh when Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Don't underestimate Byron. The prosperity of our Beta School will definitely depend on Zhang Byron in the future. You will also follow Zhang Byron in the future, and bask in his glory." "Yes, senior martial brother. We understand." The three of them nodded. "Well, Ji Xiaohua greets the three junior martial uncles." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and called Xiaohua over. Ji Xiaohua stepped forward and saluted the three of them seriously. The three of them also saluted back politely. It was as if they were a normal Jianghu sect now. After everyone finished saluting, Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Leader Zhang, for accepting 3 disciples." Zhang Xiaohua glared at him and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. I'm far worse than your more than 7,000 loyal subordinates." No, it's quality not quantity that matters." Zhang Xiaohu replied, "I remember that Dragon Mountain also has a disciple of Leader Zhang. Including him, Leader Zhang's Beidu school already has 6 disciples." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. An old friend said that there are 7 stars in the Big Dipper. The first is Tian Shu, which is the Si Ming star, the second is Tian Xian, which is the Si Lu star, the third is Tian Ji, which is the Luzuan star, the fourth is Tian Quan, which is the longevity star, the fifth is Yuheng, which is the fortune star, the sixth is Kai Yang, which is the calamity star, the seventh is Yao Guang, which is the compassionate star. Collectively, they are known as the 7 stars. I have only accepted 6 disciples, and I'm still short of 1. When my Beta school finds a paradise and opens a sect, I will build the 7 palaces of the Big Dipper, named Tian Shu Palace, Tian Xian Palace, Tian Quan Palace, Yuheng Palace, Kaiyang Palace, and Yaoguang Palace. I hereby appoint you as the Si Ming Star Lord, Si Lu Star Lord, Lu Cun Star Lord, Longevity Star Lord, Fortune Star Lord, Calamity Star Lord, and Compassionate Star Lord. Only then will you show the atmosphere of my Beta school. Everyone was overjoyed. How could a Jianghu sect say such words? Wasn't it the atmosphere of an immortal? They all bowed and said, "Thank you, senior brother sect leader, for bestowing names upon us." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. After a moment of heroism, he said to O Yan, "You are the youngest junior sister and have read the most books. As for the specific distribution, I will leave it to you." Everyone laughed. Only O Yan pursed her lips and smiled. She bowed and said, "Please rest assured, senior brother sect leader. This disciple will not disappoint senior brother." Then, she probed, "I just don't know, where will our Beidou school be established?" This disciple can make plans early, such as buying land, buying mountains, and so on. This matter is also extremely complicated. Now, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be stunned. He opened his mouth for a long time, but not a word came out. Yes, he wanted to establish a sect, but he just touched his lips and said it out loud. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua also had some cultivation methods and artifacts in his money pouch, so establishing a sect was not bad. However, he did not expect that establishing a sect would not be as simple as playing house. Looking at the order of their identities, the three of them greeted each other happily 3 times. Of course, it was because they were happy, but more importantly, it was because they were curious. If it was a real sect, how could it be so complicated? With just one sentence, the three of them had established their identities. They just had to greet each other. Therefore, after listening to O Yan's suggestion, not only did Zhang Xiaohua stop talking, but Nie Qianyu and Zhang Ping'er also stopped talking. Yes, Ji Xiaohua stared blankly. Even if Zhang Bairan wanted to say something, he could not say it all. Master's thinking is too simple. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and looked at O Yan, saying, "If I didn't accept you, my beta school probably wouldn't even buy rice from the pot." O Yan laughed out loud and said, "Senior brother sect leader, you're exaggerating. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Only by taking advantage of each other's strengths can we complement each other. Senior sisters, you two are proficient in cultivation and can practice our sect's martial arts well. As for this disciple, I'm good at management, so I'll take care of the sect's chores." Nie Qianyu and Zhang Ping'er looked ashamed. Needless to say, Zhang Ping'er was not familiar with these things. Nie Qianyu had also managed Rejuvenation Valley, but she had always been giving orders. Theory was more than practice. Otherwise, she would not have run out to manage things for Nie Qianyu to increase her experience. Therefore, the two of them bowed and said, "Thank you, junior sister." "Well said, well said." O Yan beamed with joy. She was not proficient in martial arts and felt somewhat guilty. How could she not be happy when she saw that she could work for Beta School? But then she frowned and said, "Senior brother sect leader. How big is our Beta School?" "Just based on the Big Dipper Palace, then it's not much worse than Misty School. As for the wealth, although this disciple has some, but..." Then she turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was now the leader of Misty School and also knew the importance of logistics. When he saw O Yan look at him, he immediately understood. However, before he could speak, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Of course. Master forgot that since ancient times, emperors did not lack hungry soldiers." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and dozens of large chests and countless gold, silver, and jewelry were thrown on the ground. She pointed at them and said, "O Yan, I'll leave these things to you. It's really tiring for Master to carry them. They can't be used, right? They also take up space. Do as you see fit." "Ah." Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. He took a few steps forward and opened a chest. It was filled with gold. He said in shock, "Xiaohua, where did you get all of this?" "Hee, you'll feel better after hearing this. These are all gifts from the Righteous Alliance to I," Zhang Xiaohua said with a grin. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she instructed O Yan, "There's food for my Zhang family in here. Don't forget." Oh Yan was first dumbfounded. She was shocked at how much wealth Zhang Xiaohua had, but she was even more shocked at the divine powers of the immortal Dao. This was the first time she was seeing an immortal Dao technique. She really did not know how the dozens of chests and the gold, silver, and jewelry scattered on the ground were produced. However, when she heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, she could not help but laugh. Chapter 11:17. Don't worry, senior brother. I know what I'm doing. Oh Yan smiled. All right. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, you've acknowledged the sect and found your senior brother. Let's go about our own business. There were still 7-8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in the ethereal palace refining elixirs. Zhang Xiaohua was just taking a break from his busy schedule and came out to take a look. He still had to help Zhang Xiaohua completely control the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Senior brother. Nie Qianyu could not accept it and asked, Junior sister and I just arrived. What should we do? Little fish Nie. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but use his original tone. He patted her head and said, since you're already here, are you afraid that you won't be able to see each other? If you're free, slowly teach Oh Yan the mental cultivation method I taught you. She's the same as you and can't practice martial arts. See if she has a chance to see the way of immortality. Thank you, senior brother. Oh Yan was so happy that she almost jumped up. Oh yes, little fish Nie, how's little Orange's injury? Thank you for your concern. Thanks to your elixir, little Orange's injury is fine. Her broken arm has been reattached. Speaking of little Orange, Nie Qianyu was a little worried. She said, she heard that I was coming to Pingyang City and wanted to follow me. But, you know her situation. I'm afraid she can only leave Rejuvenation Valley next year. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua was a little guilty. Of course, if I went earlier, oh yes, senior brother, I have something to ask. The first time I met you, the flying sword, do you still need to ask? Zhang Xiaohua said impatiently, I can't hide it from you even if I want to. Why do you have to ask? I knew it. Nie Qianyu beamed with joy. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Pinger, whose face was still cold but her eyes were still flickering. He said, Pinger, you've already practiced the fragrant cult's inner strength mental cultivation method. You should walk the path of immortality through martial arts. I obtained, like water, from the fragrant cult's martial arts convention. When you've mastered martial arts, you can set foot on the way of immortality. Thank you, senior brother. When Zhang Pinger heard Zhang Xiaohua call her Pinger, she was very happy, but her mouth still said, disciple has left Chuan Xiangjiao and will no longer practice Chuan Xiangjiao's martial arts. Your disciple is incompetent. I can't abandon the previous martial arts, but I definitely don't need to impart the incense cult's martial arts to the future martial arts. All right. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, let's do as junior sister says. My beta school. I'll look around again and see if there are any books on martial arts entering Dao. Thank you, senior brother sect leader. However, my martial arts skills are still shallow and I won't be able to use it now. That's right. If junior sister hadn't mentioned it, would have forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out a jade bottle from her bosom. She poured out a pill and handed it over, saying, this is a meridian nourishing pill. It can increase your strength by 10 years. Take it and find a time to take it. Joy appeared in Zhang Pinger's eyes. She reached out to receive it and said in a low voice, thank you, senior martial brother. At this moment, she could no longer maintain the cold expression on her face. I want it. Zhang Byron, who was riding on the back of the David's deer, had a sharp nose and wanted to grab it. How could Zhang Xiaohua not give it to him? She poured out another pill. Zhang Byron didn't hesitate and threw it into his mouth. He stretched out his hand and wanted it. Zhang Xiaohua hit his chubby little hand and said with a smile, you don't know what you're eating. Such a precious pill, one is enough. Zhang Byron seemed to understand. His attention was diverted again. He grabbed Huan's bald horn and played with it with a smile. However, when Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and was about to put away the jade bottle, she noticed that everyone was looking at her strangely. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhang Xiaohua looked at them strangely. That. Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader, can you give me one pill? Nie Qianyu asked hesitantly. You don't need it now. Zhang Xiaohua replied without thinking, your mental cultivation method hasn't been initiated and there's no true qi in your meridians. This pill, you can't refine it. But, my father, can he use it? Nie Qianyu's voice became even softer. Valley Master Nie had obtained the support of Zhang Xiaohua pretending to be an immortal expert. He had already underestimated Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua had visited Rejuvenation Valley last time, she had been slightly rude. Nie Qianyu was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua had other ideas in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded. He took out 2 pills from the jade bottle and handed them over. He said, one for Valley Master Nie and one for Elder Zhang. Your fate with the immortals is over, so don't ask for more. I understand. Thank you, Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader. Nie Qianyu took it and quickly took out the jade bottle from her bosom and put it away. Then, Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader, I would also like to ask for one. Oh Yen said when she saw the situation. You? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. When she saw the envy in Elder Yu's eyes, she already knew. She smiled brightly and said, fine. Every disciple in my sect, regardless of age, will be given 1 pill. She then handed the jade bottle to O Yen and said, there's still 1 pill left. Thank you, Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader. O Yen was overjoyed. Xiaohua, I'll take your pill first. It won't be too late to give it to you when you've mastered your mental cultivation technique. I understand. I'll listen to Master's instructions. Xiaohua Ji said respectfully. Oh right, Huan is back. I'll leave it to you in the future. I probably won't need it in the future. Yes, Master. Then, she saw Zhang Xiaohu's gaze on her and waved her hand. Second brother, don't look. There's no more meridian soothing pills. I've already given you so many. Are you still greedy? No. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, I suddenly thought of a question and wanted to ask you. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger and said, you two should find a place to rest first. This is your junior sister's villa. Let her make the arrangements. O Yen smiled and said, there's no hurry. We've joined the Big Dipper sect, but we haven't told Uncle and Aunt the good news yet. You two senior sisters have also just arrived, so you should do your best. Zhang Xiaohua didn't think much of it and nodded. Go. Let's get closer. Who knows, we might live together in the future. Senior Brother Sect Leader, we'll go now. The 3 of them bowed and left with smiles. Qiu Tong, Elder Yu, and Xiaohua Ji also went back. After they left, Zhang Xiaohu pulled Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, I just remembered. Although I have some true qi in my meridians, it's still very little. How do you think I should use it against an enemy? This was indeed a problem. However, in front of Zhang Xiaohua, who had always used the Tao of Immortality as the Tao of martial arts, it really wasn't worth mentioning. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out a small sword. She didn't use her divine sense to drive it, only using the telekinesis technique to control the flying sword. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes lit up. This, can I use it? Of course. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, when I have time, I'll copy down the telekinesis technique and have Nie Qianyu give it to you. You can practice it according to the method. This can also be considered the telekinesis technique I've seen. Then what about the more complicated ones? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Without any movement, the small sword flew in the air like lightning and instantly split into 8, shuttling back and forth around Zhang Xiaohu. Ah! It's so powerful. Looking at the flying sword that barely reacted to him, Zhang Xiaohu's heart itched uncomfortably. Oh, right, second brother, give me the broken water sword. Zhang Xiaohu took out the short sword from his chest. Zhang Xiaohua took it and slightly channeled her true qi into it. Immediately, a 3 feet long sword light appeared, shining on their faces. Second brother, try channeling true qi into the sword like true qi. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, then immediately became overjoyed. He slapped his forehead and said, how could I forget this? Sure enough, after taking the broken water sword, Zhang Xiaohu channeled true qi into it, and a 1.5 foot long sword light suddenly appeared. Zhang Xiaohu raised the sword and performed the Misty 7 Swords once, feeling incomparably carefree. When the last move came, Zhang Xiaohu roared and jumped up. After slashing at a large rock beside him, the rock split open like a piece of tofu. Good. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands. Second brother's martial arts, who in the entire Jianghu can compare to you? Xiaohua, I'm sorry. Zhang Xiaohu said modestly. Oh, also, do you still remember the soaring dragon cultivation technique? You can use it with true qi, try it. It was still the same rock. Zhang Xiaohu used the soaring dragon cultivation technique, and his true qi triple fold hit the rock. With a pu sound, the large rock turned into ashes. Powerful Zhang Xiaohu himself cried out. In the past, his inner qi would definitely not have such power. Oh right, Xiaohua, using true qi to imitate inner qi is so powerful. Why don't you use it, but use your strength? Zhang Xiaohu thought of something. With inner qi, don't you need an inner qi cultivation technique? I don't have the opportunity to obtain any inner qi cultivation technique, and the time I have to practice it is short, so it is easy to arouse the suspicion of others, so I might as well use my strength to subdue others. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. You have sword arts and palm strength, so what's left is qing gong. You can use true qi to replace inner qi to practice ethereal steps, and you will have unexpected gains. Good. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his hands and said, can I also fly like you? If you practice to the end, of course you can, but it depends on your level of practice. This flying technique was also obtained from your Misty School. Although I don't know if it is an inheritance from the Misty School, if second brother wants to learn it, I will definitely teach it to you. Good. Zhang Xiaohu was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua frowned, looked outside and said, second brother, there are disciples from the Misty School coming from afar. They seem to be looking for you. You go busy yourself. I will go to the pill room and refine the soul-frightening pill as soon as possible. Xiaohua, you have worked hard. Zhang Xiaohu held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, when you get married, I will definitely give you 3 big gifts. Zhang Xiaohua shook her hand and said, don't mention this again, or else I will change into your appearance. Don't mention it. Zhang Xiaohu felt a little guilty. Are you afraid, second brother? You have to be honest. I haven't seen you for more than 10 days, how did you refine so much true qi in your dantian? Moreover, there is a faint trace of primordial yin force? It can't be. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. You even know this? What do you mean? Solitary yin doesn't grow, solitary yang doesn't grow. Isn't the black and white qi in your dantian the way to balance yin and yang? Only when yin and yang intersect, the dragon and the tiger help each other, can true qi be endless and grow endlessly. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, but you should tell father and mother. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, forget it, I don't want to talk to you. You are just a kid, and you only took in 2 beauties. Although you didn't take them as your disciples, they look no different from disciples. How can you understand the romance? Gang leader Zhang? A Misty School disciple's voice came. Zhang Xiaohua twisted her body and went underground. She said, "It's not like I won't grow up. I will understand sooner or later." Chapter 11:18. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua left, the Misty School disciple entered the courtyard. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu alone, he smiled and cupped his hands. Reporting to gang leader, "This disciple has good news for gang leader." Zhang Xiaohu was startled. Most of the Misty School's disciples on duty were selected from the Misty School's Divine Machine Hall. They were relatively steady and cautious disciples. He had never seen such a disciple come forward to report before. He couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, the disciple knew that he was overjoyed. His expression changed to one of panic. Just as he was about to explain, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly understood. He clapped his hands together and said excitedly, "Mo. Elder Hu and the others are back?" The disciple nodded and replied, "That's right. Elder Hu is currently leading 2,000 Misty School disciples. Elder Li and the others have already gone to welcome them at the entrance of Ethereal Mountain Villa. This disciple saw that our Misty School disciples are finally reunited. I also forgot myself." Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohu laughed. At this moment, so what if I forgot myself? Let's go. Quickly bring me to welcome the Misty School disciples. Yes, gang leader. The disciple ran out with a smile. Outside Ethereal Mountain Villa, Hu Yuni was standing under the archway. He stared at the two words, ethereal, for a long time. At this time, Hu Yuni's hair was completely white. The wrinkles on his face were even more prominent. His originally tall and straight waist was now somewhat stooped. Cough cough. A series of hurried coughs came from Hu Yuni's mouth. Then, his waist bent even more. It was a child about 10 years old. He had delicate features and looked quite graceful. He was standing beside Hu Yuni. At this moment, he hurriedly took a few steps forward. He stretched out his small hand and rhythmically patted Hu Yuni's back. His other hand took out a jade bottle, poured out a scarlet pill, and handed it over. Hu Yuni took it and swallowed it without even looking. After a while, Hu Yuni's coughs gradually stopped. "Great Grandmaster, are you better?" the child asked. Ahem, it's nothing. Tian, it's just an old problem. I'll be fine after taking some medicine. I'm already used to it. But, Grandmaster, you've been taking this medicine for such a long time, and your condition often relapses. Is it, Sai? Grandmaster is already so old. That's all there is to it. What else can it be? Great Master Ancestor, now that we have returned to the Ethereal Mountain Villa, you don't have to worry about it. Take good care of your body. In the future, let my father and the others worry about the matters in the gang. Your father? Hu Yuni turned his head and looked at a man in his 40s standing not far away. He shook his head slightly, but then nodded. All right. Grandmaster will listen to you this time. Daddy is the deputy leader of our Misty School. He is the one who can lead the entire Misty School. Great Grandmaster, don't worry. While they were talking, a few shadows came out of the ethereal heights like gusts of wind. Eldest senior apprentice brother. The figure in front of them called out excitedly. Boss Hu, you're finally back. A short and fat figure also ran out of the ethereal heights. Before he even saw Hu Yuni, he already shouted loudly. Second brother, fifth brother, Hu Yuni called out in surprise and unconsciously quickened his steps. Big brother, Li Jian ran to the front with his qinggong and grabbed Hu Yuni's hand. His eyes were red and slightly watery. Big brother. You. Why have you become so old? Li Jian looked at Hu Yuni's snow-white hair and said with heartache, 5 years ago. Your hair was just white. 5 years have already passed. How many 5 years do we have in our lives? Hu Yuni smiled and patted Li Jian's hand. Look at you. Isn't your hair all white? 5 years ago, your hair was pitch black. Boss who? Your complexion. Did you not eat breakfast this morning? Lu Qingyang also ran to the front and looked at Hu Yuni's appearance. He found it very strange. Fifth brother Lu, Li Jian scolded, how can you talk like that? Hee, fifth brother is right. In order to see you guys, I did not eat breakfast. I'm still waiting to enter the ethereal heights to eat. Let's go, let's go. I have to accompany Boss Hu to eat a few cups. Lu Qingyang laughed and pulled Hu Yuni's hand. This was not a big deal, but Hu Yuni was caught off guard and was almost pulled to the side. Big brother. You. Lu Qingyang felt that something was wrong and asked very strangely. Li Jian also felt that something was wrong. He reached out and felt the pulse on Hu Yuni's hand. A strand of internal energy went through Hu Yuni's meridians and immediately turned pale with fright. Big brother, hee, it's fine, it's fine. Hu Yuni waved his hand disapprovingly. It's been so many years, at this time, when Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and Xue Qing, who came out with Li Jian and had been waiting for a while, also stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, senior uncle. Ah hi, Xiao Ming. Oh, Qing hee. Seeing Peng's disciples, Hu Yuni seemed to be happy and sad. He thought of Peng and Zhang Qingyue who died in the ethereal heights. Get up, get up. You guys, are you all okay? Hu Yuni reached out and pulled the three of them up. He wiped the tears that were about to flow out and asked with a smile. Senior uncle, we're all good. Xue Qing smiled and said, we're just waiting for senior uncle to come back. This way, the disciples of my misty school will be gathered again. Hee, yes, I've also been waiting for this moment. If I can return to the ethereal heights, I can die in peace. Hu Yuni was quite emotional. Wen Wenhai, Xue Qing, and Lu Yueming were stunned. They looked at each other and did not dare to ask more. By the way, come, Tian, greet your senior uncles. In the future, you'll have to rely on their support in the ethereal heights. Hu Yuni smiled and turned to the child. The child looked calm. He took a few steps forward and bowed graciously. Disciple greets senior uncles, second grandmaster, and fifth grandmaster. Xue Qing smiled and said, child, get up quickly. It's not that I haven't seen you before. It's just that after not seeing you for a few years, you've already become a little adult. Yes. I didn't feel it when I was young. Now that I look at you, you're actually similar to Qing Yu when he was young. You both look mature. Lu Qingyang stretched out his fan-like hand and patted Tiantian's little shoulder. Isn't that so? Tiantian's aptitude is exceptional. She has cultivated our ethereal sex legacy martial arts to an extremely high level. She will inherit Qing Yu's legacy. Fourth brother and Qing Yu should be able to rest in peace in the underworld. Hearing this, Li Jian frowned slightly and looked at Wen Wenhai who was also frowning. Hu Yuni didn't seem to see it. He turned back and said, faction leader Xue, aren't you coming to meet your old subordinate? The man who had been waiting for a long time came forward with a face full of smiles. He cupped his hands and said, greetings Elder Li and Elder Lu. Xue Yupeng? Vice faction leader Xue? Lu Qingyang was stunned and said, you bastard, where have you been all these years? I have almost forgotten about you. Xue Yupeng was a little embarrassed and replied, Elder Lu, the Misty School was destroyed and the Luo Xue faction was also surrounded by the Xian Rong faction. I tried my best to escape, but I heard that you all went to the Incense faction. I couldn't find Elder Hu, so I could only mix with the brothers of the Luo Xue faction in the Jianghu. However, the Daoist temple didn't seem to want to let me go, so I could only run and run. It wasn't until recently that I found Elder Hu and reunited with the disciples of the Misty School. A few years ago, it wasn't easy for me to take care of the disciples. On one hand, I had to teach Tian martial arts, and on the other, I had to take care of some chores. It wasn't until faction leader Shui came that I was free. He's the vice faction leader of our Misty School. Hu Yuni smiled and said, however, I didn't work for nothing these years. Look, when I left, I took hundreds of young Eagle Hall disciples with me. Now there are 2,000 disciples. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said proudly, it's enough to be of great use. Big brother, it's been hard on you. Li Jian smiled and helped Hu Yuni into the Misty Mountain Villa. At this time, a voice sounded from inside the Misty Mountain Villa, Master Hu, welcome back. When Li Jian looked, it was Zhang Xiaohu who hurried back from the Huanxi Mountain Villa. When Li Jian saw him, he pointed at Zhang Xiaohu and said with a smile, Big brother, this is Hai's disciple. You should have seen him before. He's now the big faction leader of our Misty School. Big faction leader? Hu Yuni glanced at Zhang Xiaohu who was walking over and said coldly, how come I don't know this? Li Jian was stunned and said with a smile, Big brother, did you forget? The last time you sent Chu Yunfei over, he had already seen big faction leader Zhang. Chu Yunfei has seen it before, but I have never seen it before. I know this Zhang Xiaohu and know that he's Hai's disciple, but I only know that the chief disciple of our Misty School is Zhang Qingyue. Qingyue's direct disciple should be Tian Tian. Even Hai isn't qualified to be the big faction leader. How can his disciple be qualified to be the big faction leader? Hu Yuni said without any trace of politeness. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu had already arrived in front of Hu Yuni. When he heard Hu Yuni's words, he frowned and looked at Hu Yuni's old face and the stubbornness in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh and bow. Disciple Zhang Xiaohu greets Master Hu. Not bad. It's best to know your mistakes and change for the better. Hu Yuni was quite appreciative of Zhang Xiaohu's bow. He waved his hand and said, I know this isn't your fault. You were also forced to be the big faction leader by that old beggar Jingyi. However, since my Misty School's disciples have returned, you don't have to be the big faction leader of the fragrant cult. It's better to give it to my Misty School's direct disciple. Big brother. Li Jian said in a low voice, Big faction leader Zhang. What big faction leader Zhang? There's no big faction leader Zhang in front of me. Hu Yuni waved his hand. Master Hu, these are all small matters. Your return to the Misty Mountain Villa is the most important matter. I'll ask you and your Misty School's disciples to come to the Misty Mountain Villa first. That's what a junior should be like. Hu Yuni nodded with satisfaction and turned to Tian Tian. Tian Tian, you have to learn from your senior brother. Chapter 11-19. Yes, Grandmaster, I understand. Tian Tian smiled and saluted Zhang Xiaohu. Greetings, senior brother Zhang. Before Zhang Xiaohu could return the salute, Hu Yuni said, Wrong, it's senior brother Zhang. Big brother, you. Lu Qingyang came to his senses and asked. What about me? Hu Yuni glared at Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang shrunk his neck in fear and said, Nothing, nothing. All right, big brother, let's go in first. The wind is strong here, and your body. Li Jian said with concern. Yes, Grandmaster Hu, let's go to the meeting hall first. Zhang Xiaohu also said. Then, he turned and ordered a disciple, Go and call Deputy Hall Master Lu of the Foreign Affairs Hall. Tell him to settle down the 2,000 disciples who came from afar. Yes, the disciple answered and left. When Hu Yuni heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Foreign Affairs Hall? Second brother, when did our Misty School have a Foreign Affairs Hall? Why didn't I know about it? Li Jian smiled bitterly and helped Hu Yuni up. Big brother, let's go in first. When we reach the meeting hall, you can rest for a while and then talk. How about that? Sai, look at you. You've only been back for a few days and you've already messed up the Misty School's rules. If fourth brother knows about this, will he be able to rest peacefully in the underworld? Hu Yuni did as Li Jian said, but he was blaming them as he walked. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed when he heard this, but he immediately calmed down and acted as if he didn't care. Li Jian supported Hu Yuni in front and looked at Zhang Xiaohu, who was standing next to him. He nodded slightly at him and left first. Zhang Xiaohu was supposed to be walking in front, but when he saw this, he didn't walk and just stood there quietly. Lu Qingyang didn't know and called out, "Sect leader, aren't you going?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled. "Elder Lu, you go first." "Oh." Lu Qingyang followed his two senior brothers and left, followed by Shui Yupeng and Tian Tian. Shui Yupeng knew that this wasn't the time to be courteous, so she cupped her hands and didn't say much, pulling Tian Tian into the villa. "Let's go, Xiaohu." When Wenhai walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu and patted him on the shoulder with a bitter smile on his face. Of course, Hu Yuni was the most senior elder in the Misty School. Even the former leader of the Misty School, O Peng, had to be respectful in front of him. Needless to say, people like Wenhai couldn't even muster the will to resist. "Yes, master." Zhang Xiaohu nodded with a smile. He followed Wenhai, Lu Yueming, and the others as they slowly entered the Misty Mountain Villa. The disciples in the Misty School had already received the news. Many people had rushed over and stood in the square to welcome the senior and junior brothers who had been with them day and night, as well as the new disciples who had joined the Misty School. However, when they saw the haggard Hu Yuni, everyone felt sad and reverence for him. "Is everyone well?" Hu Yuni walked to the steps of the meeting hall and turned to look at the familiar faces in the square. He couldn't help but think of more familiar faces that he couldn't see again. His heart ached slightly as he waved his hand and said, "Greetings, Grand Elder." The disciples in the square shouted in unison. "Everyone is back. I am finally back." Hu Yuni was filled with emotion. His eyes were a little blurry. He choked with sobs for a moment and said, "The Misty School has finally stood up again. I believe, with the concerted efforts of the disciples of the Misty School, the Misty Mountain Villa will sooner or later rise again in the Jianghu and regain its former glory. Yes, let's work together and regain our glory." The disciples were also excited and shouted in unison. Hu Yuni smiled and nodded. He turned to look at Shui Yupeng and Shui Tian and pointed at them. Just as he was about to speak, Li Jian quickly grabbed his hand and said in a low voice, "Big brother, let's go in and talk." "You." Hu Yuni frowned and wanted to break free. However, how could he compete with Li Jian at this moment? With half a push, he followed Li Jian into the meeting hall. As soon as they entered the meeting hall, Hu Yuni pulled his hand back and scolded, "Li Lauer, what is the meaning of this?" "Me?" Li Jian pretended to be angry and said, "Big brother, it's windy outside. Why are you still standing at such a high place? Can't you talk to the disciples when the weather is better tomorrow? Anyway, we are back and the days ahead are long. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't you think so?" Li Lauer. Hu Yuni stared at Li Jian for a moment. He wanted to say something but didn't. Only when everyone entered the meeting hall did Hu Yuni swallow his words. He waved his hand and walked to the seat of honor. Then, Hu Yuni clasped his hands behind his back and stood in the middle of the meeting hall. He quietly looked at the seat of the Grand Elder in the meeting hall without saying a word. Not long after, everyone came in and stood in front of their seats. None of them dared to sit down. Li Jian walked to Hu Yuni's side and said in a low voice, "Big brother, the disciples have all come in. Let's sit down and talk." "Sit down? How do we sit?" When Hu Yuni heard this, he pointed at the chair in front of him and said, "My seat is easy to talk about, but what about this chair? Who should sit there?" Li Jian didn't expect Hu Yuni to be so stubborn. He didn't even wait for a private discussion before putting this question on the table. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, he still put a smile on his face and said, "Big brother, this seat is naturally for my Misty School's Grand Elder." Then, Zhang Xiaohu, who had been quietly standing behind him, said, "Zhang Xiaohu is the Grand Elder of my Misty School." Of course, he should sit there. The Misty School's Grand Elder? Hu Yuni sneered, my 2,000 disciples, don't seem to know. Li Jian continued to smile and said, Big brother, you must be joking. When I left Spreading Fragrance School that day, I didn't know where you were. How could I inform Big Brother? Therefore, without Big Brother's approval, I pushed Little Hu to the Grand Elder's seat. This is my fault. I will apologize to Big Brother later. Hu Yuni sighed and said, Li Lauer, you and I are brothers. How can I blame you? I just want to ask. You, Li Lauer, and Lu Lauer can sit in this seat. Even if you don't want to take Lauer's inheritance, wouldn't it be the same if a Hai or Xiaoming sat there? Why did you choose a Hai's disciple? Then, looking at Zhang Xiaohu, he hesitated and said, he isn't a disciple of my Misty School. Big brother, you don't know. Our situation in Spreading Fragrance School is difficult. Sitting in this seat is really inconvenient. Ha ha ha, Li Lauer, you finally got to the point. Why is it that your situation is difficult and his is smooth sailing? Why is he favored by the old beggar Jing Yi? Not only did he name himself as the chief disciple of the Misty Sect, but he also directly named himself as the sect master of the Misty Sect. Hu Yuni finally laughed out loud and said, can't you use your brain to think? When did he come from Misty School? He has no foundation at all. How can the old beggar Jing Yi favor him? If he is not a spy sent by Spreading Fragrance School, how can you explain all this? Big brother. Li Jian was a little loud again. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu, who was smiling and almost squinting his eyes. He said, Little Hu is definitely not a spy like Big Brother said. This. Lauer, and all the disciples of Misty Hall on Shixin Peak can testify. Are the people of Spreading Fragrance School here? Hu Yuni suddenly asked. No, Big Brother. They are in Martial Arts Lecture Hall and Martial Arts Discussion Hall. Because Big Brother came back, he didn't let the two deputy leaders come. What Martial Arts Lecture Hall, what Martial Arts Discussion Hall, what two deputy leaders? Hu Yuni sneered and said, 1 Grand Elder, 2 deputy leaders, and 2 halls. They are all from Spreading Fragrance School. Is my Misty School still a Misty School? Without waiting for Li Jian to speak, Hu Yuni continued, the Grand Elder of my Misty School is a disciple of my Misty School. If he is not a disciple of my Misty School, is this Misty School still a Misty School? Is the Grand Elder of Spreading Fragrance School conferred by the old beggar Jing Yi the Grand Elder of my Misty School? Is he the Grand Elder that we should acknowledge? Looking at Li Jian, Hu Yuni said, Second brother, I know the pain in your heart. I also know the situation of my Misty School. Therefore, this time, I also steeled my heart and brought these 2,000 disciples back to support you. Although the Misty School has many disciples arranged by the old beggar Jing Yi, she has already admitted to the entire Jianghu that she will no longer interfere with the internal affairs of the Misty School. We are going to use this weakness against her and kick out the Grand Elder that was not elected by the disciples of my Misty School. We will let the true direct disciple of my Misty School sit on the Grand Elder's seat so that fourth brother's legacy can continue. As Hu Yuni spoke, he became a bit agitated and anxious. Unknowingly, he started coughing again. Shui Tian quickly went up and handed over a pill. Hu Yuni took it and after a while, he was finally able to breathe normally. He pointed at Shui Tian and said to everyone, my Misty School's head disciple is Zhang Qingyue. This child is Qingyue's direct disciple. Qingyue died and could not inherit fourth brother's legacy, so this child should naturally inherit it. Seeing that all the disciples of the Misty School were silent, Hu Yuni pointed at Shui Yupeng and said, even if Tian is still young and cannot manage the Grand Elder's affairs, Vice Sect Leader Shui is my Misty School's Vice Sect Leader. He is also Tiantian's father. If Tian cannot become the Grand Elder of the Misty School, then Vice Sect Leader Shui will naturally become the Grand Elder of the Misty School. When Tian grows up, she will inherit her father's legacy and become the Grand Elder of the Misty School. In short, Hu Hu Yuni pointed at the gloomy-looking Zhang Xiaohu and said, in short, the appointed Grand Elder of the Misty School absolutely cannot become the Grand Elder of the Misty School. Big brother. Li Jian's expression turned cold as he said, you came back to tell us this? You want to compete with Little Hu for the Grand Elder position? Of course not. Seeing Li Jian's unyielding attitude, Hu Yuni smiled and said, I came back to revitalize the Misty School. But, if the Grand Elder position of the Misty School is taken by a disciple of the Misty School, then how will revitalization? Chapter 11:20. Sigh, since that's the case. Li Jian's expression relaxed when he heard that. He smiled and said, that's good. Then I'll use the facts to argue with you. Go ahead. I'd like to see how that old beggar Jing Yi will convince you. Yes, I'll convince you. Li Jian looked around and said, everyone, please take a seat. You're all the backbone of our Misty School. This position concerns the development of our Misty School. All of you can listen and express your opinions. Everyone nodded silently but didn't sit down. They only looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and sat on the right side of the leader's seat. He nodded at everyone and they sat down. Big brother, please take a seat. Li Jian pointed at his seat and smiled. This is Big Brother's seat. When Big Brother wasn't around, I secretly sat there for a few days. Hee hee, Hu Yuni smiled. Maybe it'll be your seat in the future. Li Jian was stunned. Big brother, what do you mean? Hu Yuni didn't answer. He looked at the seat beside Zhang Xiaohu and said to Shui Yupeng and Shui Tian, you two sit there. Shui Yupeng brought Shui Tian and walked quickly to Zhang Xiaohu's side. They nodded and sat down. All right, second brother. If you have something to say, just say it. Li Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohu and asked, leader, now, the time is right. Can I say it? Zhang Xiaohu knew what Li Jian wanted to say. He smiled. Even if you don't say it, I'm sure Elder Hu won't agree. Since everyone in the meeting hall is from Misty School, just say it. Yes, as you command, Grand Faction Master. Li Jian nodded. He looked at Hu Yuni's unhappy expression and said, Big brother, your injury seems to be very serious. Did you suffer it when you broke out of the Misty Peaks back mountain? Yes, I was hit by a consecrator from the Alliance of Righteous Sects. It hurt my vital organs and I haven't recovered yet. Hu Yuni nodded. Since Big Brother was heavily injured while breaking out of the encirclement, then I'm sure Big Brother already knows what happened to us. Well, that's for sure. You've all been crippled of your martial arts. You've been captured by the fragrant cult. Hu Yuni sighed. I know that because you've lost your martial arts, you can't resist the fragrant cult. That's why you brought the 2,000 disciples back. Big brother, didn't we tell Chu Yunfei to tell you that we have recovered our martial arts? Li Jianqi asked. Of course, Chu Yunfei did. He even said that there was a senior from the Immortal Path who was related to the Misty School that helped Zhang Xiaohu recover all of your martial arts. Hu Yuni said disdainfully, I know that you guys are deliberately mystifying. You're using the empty fort strategy to confuse the incense cult, but, Big Brother, it's true. Lu Qingyang jumped up and shouted, Chu Yunfei, that brat, saw me walking, and I was worried for a long time. How can you recover your martial arts when they've been crippled? And, even if I'm not the chief disciple, I've never heard Master say that there's a senior from the Misty School that's on good terms with us. If there's really a senior from the Immortal Path who could chase you to the fragrant cult, then why didn't he appear when the Misty School was destroyed? That day, as long as he appeared on the Misty Peak, he didn't have to recover the martial arts of the thousands of disciples. Why do you think he didn't do the simple things and insisted on doing the complicated things? Li Jianqi nodded and shook his head. What Hu Yuni said was quite reasonable, but it was true that he had recovered his martial arts. Who knew why the senior from the Immortal Path didn't appear at the critical moment of the Misty School's destruction? Why did he have to wait until the Misty School was destroyed? It's useless to say more. Li Jianqi laughed. Big brother, look. Li Jianqi pulled out the long sword at his waist. His face was slightly purple, and the tip of the long sword was 3 fingers long. Ah. Sword? Hu Yuni couldn't sit still. He stood up and asked, second brother, you really recovered your martial arts? Not only that, big brother, there's me too. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but walk up to Hu Yuni and say, that day, my joints were crushed by the monks of the Daoist temple. I couldn't even stand up. Senior uncle, we really recovered. Wen Wenhai stood up and smiled. No way, really? Hu Yuni was stunned. He pointed at the others and asked, you all recovered? Yes, senior uncle. Thanks to sect leader Zhang, we all recovered our martial arts. Everyone said, however, in order to not attract the attention of the fragrant cult, we still pretended that we didn't recover our martial arts. This. Hu Yuni was speechless. He waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down. His tone was pleasantly surprised. That's good. With your martial arts recovered, the strength of the Misty School will reach a higher level. We don't have to worry about the disciples of the fragrant cult. Then, he seemed to think of something and changed the topic. However, this was done by the senior who has a deep relationship with our Misty School. It has nothing to do with Zhang Xiaohu. They just borrowed his hand. Big brother, you have to think about it. Why didn't the senior find someone else but Zhang Xiaohu? It was a coincidence. Hu Yuni replied. Big brother, that day at Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohu was the only direct disciple of our Misty School who didn't lose his martial arts. Although the senior gave Du Feng and Ding Chao 10 years' worth of martial arts, he didn't give them the important task of recovering our martial arts. What do you think the senior meant by this? But Zhang Xiaohu's identity. Don't worry, big brother. Zhang Xiaohu is definitely not a disciple of the fragrant cult. When he came to our Misty School, he didn't know any martial arts. Moreover, the fragrant cult respects female disciples. Even if the old beggar Jing Yi had a premeditated plan, she would still choose Yang Rupiying. Hu Yuni thought for a moment and nodded. There's no need to argue about this. You've received such a big favor from him. Of course, you have to speak up for him. Perhaps this was also premeditated by Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu sat in his chair, quietly listening and watching. It was as if he didn't care that this was a farce. Well, since Big Brother said so, then I can only admit it. I've received such a big favor from Zhang Xiaohu. Naturally, I have to repay him. Although the old beggar Jing Yi wanted him to be the leader of the Misty School, he's also the candidate that all the Misty School disciples want. Li Jian sneered, but Big Brother is referring to a 10-year-old child. What qualifications does he have? He wants to be the leader of the Misty School as soon as he comes? Does he have the grace of being reborn to our Misty School disciples? Or can he pull our Misty School disciples out of the puppets of the fragrant cult? Is it just because he's the direct disciple of our Misty School's chief disciple? Li Jian looked at Hu Yuni and said, although Zhang Xiaohu isn't Zhang Qingyue's disciple, he's still Wen Wenhai's disciple. He's also the direct disciple of fourth brother. There's nothing wrong with that. Moreover, the leader of our Misty School doesn't have to be based on seniority. Didn't Big Brother give the position of chief disciple and leader to fourth brother? This. Hu Yuni was speechless. There's also deputy leader Shui. Li Jian looked at Shui Yupeng and said coldly, presumably, deputy leader Shui knows that the reason why fourth brother promoted Shui Yupeng to deputy leader is for the sake of the development of our Misty School. He wants to integrate the Luo Shui gang and the Misty School. If deputy leader Shui can stay in our Misty School for another 10 years and integrate into our Misty School, then, at this time, this Li will definitely persuade Zhang Xiaohu to step down and give the position of deputy leader Shui to someone who knows the ins and outs of our Misty School. Pitifully, deputy gang leader Shui has only stayed in our ethereal sect for less than 2 years and has only shown up in Huanxi Manor for 4 or 5 times. Now, you want to seize the position of the grand gang leader of our ethereal sect? Do you think you can rely on the fact that you used to be our deputy gang leader? Second brother, are you saying that you're going to support Zhang Xiaohu? Hu Yuni asked. Big brother, it's not that I support him, but it's the choice of thousands of our Misty School brothers. Even if you have to fall out with big brother, you still want to choose Zhang Xiaohu? Hu Yuni asked coldly. Big brother, it's not a matter of falling out or not. As I said, we have to make a wise choice for the development of our Misty School. Your choice is Zhang Xiaohu? Yes, our choice is faction leader Zhang. If you don't believe me, big brother, you can ask them. Li Jian turned around and pointed at the crowd. But, the 2,000 disciples I brought with me, all support Shui Yupeng? Hu Yuni asked with a smile. 2,000 disciples. Li Jian hesitated and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak, Hu Yuni said, Second brother, you're right. We have to choose a capable leader. This is what you and I think. I don't want to embarrass you, but Shui Yupeng used to be the leader of Luo Shui faction and is now the deputy leader of our Misty School. He's much better than Zhang Xiaohu in terms of martial arts, prestige, and ability. He's the best choice for leader of our Misty School. You can't delay the righteousness of the faction because of your personal feelings. Capable? Li Jian sneered. Can Shui Yupeng handle the disciples of Fragrance Cult and the disciples of the Righteous Alliance? What do you mean? Hu Yuni asked curiously. Zhang Xiaohu took in the disciples of the Incense Cult into the Martial Teaching Hall and the Martial Discussion Hall. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, the two vice sect leaders, listened to him. He also took in the disciples of the Righteous Alliance into the Jinwu Hall and the Great Martial Hall. Wang Luan and Lu Bin, the two hall leaders, also followed Zhang Xiaohu's lead. Can Shui Yupeng do the same? Hiss. Hearing this, Hu Yuni sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. After a while, he said, Shui Yupeng might be able to do it, but how can we prove it now? Chapter 1121. Li Jian said with a smile, That's right, big brother. We can't prove it. Faction leader Zhang has subdued Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng from the Fragrance Cult, and Wang Luan and Lu Bin from the Alliance of Righteousness. Shui. Vice faction leader Zhang can't do that. Hu Yuni thought for a while and looked at Zhang Xiaohu and Shui Yupeng. He sighed and said, Li Laoer, to be a faction leader, one must have qualifications, prestige and martial arts. Since you've put aside qualifications, I won't mention that Shui Yupeng is the former vice faction leader of Misty School. What about prestige? It can't be solved in a short time. Besides, Zhang Xiaohu has some prestige in Misty School. He can barely be compared with Shui Yupeng. This. Li Jian looked at Hu Yuni with anger on his face. Big brother, you mean, you want Grand Faction leader Zhang to compete with Shui Yupeng in martial arts? Li Laoer, then, tell me, what else can you do? Convince the 2,000 men I brought with me? Convince Shui Yupeng and Shui Tian? And you still have to convince me? Ha ha ha, big brother. Li Jian got angry and laughed. Shui Yupeng was a famous master in Jianghu even before she entered Misty School. Although her martial arts cultivation is a little weaker than faction leader O, but how can faction leader Zhang compare with her? Big brother. I won't agree with your idea. And, no matter what. Faction leader Zhang is the faction leader of Misty School in my eyes. Others. If they want to be the faction leader, they have to convince me. That's right. Big brother. Sect Master Zhang is kind and benevolent. He has saved countless disciples of our ethereal sect. It was Sect Master Zhang's idea for us to come out of the incense-spreading sect. Otherwise, I would still be lying on the back mountain of Shixin Peak, basking in the sun. Li Laoer. Hu Yuni stood up and said coldly, Are you going against your big brother? Big brother, you are the big brother of the 6 ethereal tigers. You were in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. I respect you from the bottom of my heart. It's just that, please forgive me for being disrespectful when it comes to faction leader Zhang. Big brother. Lu Qingyang also shouted, Big clan master is so good, why don't you like her? Eldest martial uncle, please reconsider. Wen Hai, Lu Yueming, and Xue Qing all stood up to dissuade him. When Hu Yuni saw that everyone was trying to stop him, he frowned and hesitated. However, when he looked at Zhang Xiaohu, Xue Yupeng, and Xue Tian, who were sitting quietly beside him, his expression became resolute. He waved his hand and said, You have all seen Zhang Xiaohu's memes, but I haven't. I want to see it. As people of the martial arts world, if we don't compete in martial arts, do we compete in rock paper scissors? Big brother, if that's the case, Li Jian didn't know why Hu Yuni disliked Zhang Xiaohu so much or why he respected Xue Yupeng so much. However, he was indebted to Zhang Xiaohu and had thousands of Misty School disciples behind him. He couldn't stand up for Zhang Xiaohu. Elderly Zhang Xiaohu, who had been silent all this time, stood up and said with a smile, Let's do as martial ancestor who says. However, martial ancestor who must be tired after coming from afar. 3 days later, I will compete with vice faction leader Xue in the square in front of the meeting hall. Then, he turned to Hu Yuni and asked, Martial ancestor Hu, what do you think? Faction leader Zhang? This isn't appropriate. Li Jian wanted to stop him. Hu Yuni nodded and said, All right, I'd like to see what you're capable of in 3 days. By the way, for the next few days, can I still be in charge of the Misty School's affairs? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Of course you can if it concerns the other disciples. As for the disciples I brought, I'll have to wait 3 days. It's fine. The vice faction leader of the Young Eagle Hall is martial uncle Xue Qing. If martial ancestor who trusts her, let her make arrangements for these disciples first. Yes, faction leader. Xue Qing bowed as if provoking Hu Yuni. Very good. Hu Yuni narrowed his eyes and said no more. Old man, you've gone too far. In the alchemy room of the ethereal palace, Zhang Xiaohua was on the verge of exploding after hearing Zhang Xiaohu's story. He had been scheming since Shixin Peak and spent a lot of effort to win the hearts of the thousands of disciples of the Misty School. Wasn't it all to help Zhang Xiaohu become the faction leader of the Misty School? However, all the favors he had done for the Misty School and Zhang Xiaohu's hard work couldn't compare to Xue Tiantian's status as Zhang Qingyue's direct disciple. It couldn't even compare to a single word from Hu Yuni. Forget it, forget it. Second brother, my Beidou school still lacks disciples. Why don't you come with the 2 sisters-in-law? Although you can't become the faction leader, your future will definitely be better than that of the Misty School. Fuck off. How can your Big Dipper sex 3 kittens and 4 puppies compare to our ethereal sect? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I'm the faction leader of the Misty School now. If I chicken out at the last minute, not only will I be letting down Grandmaster Li and my master, but also the thousands of disciples of the Misty School. How can I walk in Jianghu in the future? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head, stood up, and said, Why don't I just stab that bastard called Xue Yupeng to death with my sword? Don't. Zhang Xiaohu knew Zhang Xiaohua's tricks. He was so scared that he grabbed him and said anxiously, Xue Yupeng is a disciple of the Misty School anyway. He can't stand your ruthless methods. Besides, he's going to compete with me in 3 days. If he suddenly dies at such a critical juncture, who wouldn't know that it has something to do with me? Besides, with your second brother's current martial arts. I'm an immortal now. Why should I be afraid of him? Zhang Xiaohu said proudly. That's how it should be. Zhang Xiaohua gave him a thumbs up and said, I thought you asked me to impersonate you again. Is that necessary? I can't always rely on you, Zhang Xiaohu snorted disdainfully. Looking at the pale white flame and the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace above, he smiled and said, This method of refining pills, when can you teach me? Humph. Zhang Xiaohua also had the same face as Zhang Xiaohu. She pointed behind her with her chin and said, "Your Misty School's inheritance naturally has this alchemy method. Why are you coveting my beta schools?" Fine. Zhang Xiaohu stood up and said, "I'm going back to see my parents." "Are you coming?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua also floated in the air. In a few blinks of an eye, she was at the door of the alchemy room. She smiled and said, "I haven't been back for a few days. Your soul-absorbing pill will be ready in a few days. I'm going to see my disciples." "Io, wait for me." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and chased after her. When they were out of the restriction, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Second brother, where is that guy?" "Which guy?" Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. However, he immediately understood and said, "He's at the Kitty Hawk Hall. He's arranged by Marshal Uncle Shui. I think he's a direct disciple of the original Misty School. They can trust him." "And?" Zhang Xiaohua said and released her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Her expression was very strange and she said, "Hu Yuni is a skinny old man. I don't think. I've seen him in the Misty School before. Martial ancestor who is an elder of the Misty School. At that time, not to mention you, even ordinary Misty School disciples couldn't see him." You can see martial ancestor who now?" "Yes, he's talking to a boy around 10 years old. There's also an imposing man standing next to him. Hee, that boy seems to be the Shui Tian you were talking about." It should be. The only one who can be with Elder who all the time is Tian. Ha ha ha, second brother, I don't know. If I tell you that I've seen this so-called Misty School's deputy gang leader, what would you think? That's strange. Shui Yupeng is the Misty School's deputy gang leader. And he seems to have participated in the martial arts exhibition. It's not strange that you've seen him. Why would I be surprised? Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand. It's different from what you think, second brother. During the martial arts exhibition, it was the first time I saw a disciple of the Misty School. There were so many people, how could I remember who? It wasn't long ago that I met Vice Gang leader Shui. How? How is this possible? Shui Yupeng has always been with Elder Hu. How could you have seen him? Ha ha ha, when you know where I've seen him, I'm sure, you'll be even more surprised. Tell me, where did you see him? Evil Tiger Gang. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, when I went from Shichui Mountain to the Evil Tiger Gang to kill the Blue Flame Token, I saw him outside Hungry Tiger Villa. At that time, he was with the Blue Flame Token's deputy gang leader Jiang of the Righteous Alliance. I thought he looked familiar. So that's why. That's impossible. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. After a while, he said faintly, could it be Elder who has also joined the Righteous Alliance? This time, he came back because of the Righteous Alliance? It should be. Otherwise, why hasn't the Righteous Alliance attacked after so long? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. The Righteous Alliance sure has a good plan. They've taken over the nest and chased you away, easily taking over Ethereal Sect and Nanjing Yi's thousands of fragrance cult disciples into their pockets. Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, since I know, I naturally can't let their evil plan succeed. Kill all of them. Zhang Xiaohua said noisily. No, killing for no reason will only make Elder Li and the others feel disgusted. Moreover, we can't explain it to the 2,000 Misty School disciples. It's very inappropriate. Second brother, don't forget, I know the bewitching finger. With a tap on his acupoint, that guy will say anything. You know how to say it, but the problem is, others will think that you did something and will suspect you first. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said, let's go, let's not talk about this for now. We'll talk about it when we get home. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Xiaohu into Huanxi Villa. She still didn't look back and said hatefully, when I have time, I'll tap on this guy and see what they're planning. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1122. In the small courtyard of Huanxi Villa, compared to the past, what remained unchanged was the warmth of home. What had changed was that it was livelier. Zhang Xiaohua asked Yan to make arrangements for Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger, but after Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger met Zhang Xiaohua's parents, they simply stayed in the small courtyard. Nie Qianyu did not have a mother since she was a child, so she had long been envious of the village life that Zhang Xiaohua talked about. Now that she saw Guosufei, she kept calling her aunt, which made Guosufei grin from ear to ear. Zhang Pinger was also accepted into the Lihua Hall of Lingxiang Peak since she was a child. Although Yin treated her very well, she did not experience the warmth of home after all. At this time, in just half a day, she was intoxicated by the overflowing family affection of the Zhang family. She was so happy that she did not want to go out of the small courtyard at all. Although Zhang Pinger had a cold temperament and was not as lively and likable as Nie Qianyu, she was still fair-skinned and beautiful. She looked like an adult, and she was very careful and well-behaved. Guosufei had noticed this. Although she did not say anything, she was secretly looking at Zhang Pinger's chest and butt. Her breasts and buttocks weren't exactly plump, but Guosufei nodded inwardly. She looked like a woman who could give birth to children. Alas, if such thoughts were known by Zhang Xiaohua. When they came to the small courtyard, Lu Qian accompanied Guosufei to pick vegetables. Yan stood carefully beside them and said something, which made Guosufei laugh from time to time. Zhang Pinger carried a small wooden bucket and held a small wooden spoon in her hand, watering the flowers and plants in the middle of the courtyard and a few small vegetable fields. Nie Qianyu held Zhang Bairen in her arms, and Xiaohua Ji was beside her. She pointed at the butterflies flying in the flowers and plants, as if telling a story. Bairen listened attentively and was fascinated. Chang'e and Chen also came, but they looked a little sad. They were accompanying Mr. Lu and were talking about something. Zhang Kai was sitting beside Mr. Lu. He was squinting his eyes and his head was drooping down. He was probably taking a nap. Little Black and Little Yellow were lying on top of the walls of the small courtyard. They would fly or run along the walls from time to time. They were never idle. They had seen Zhang Xiaohua a long time ago, but under Zhang Xiaohua's instructions, they continued to play their games. Zhang Xiaohu entered the yard first. Hearing the noise, Chang'e stood up first and asked, "Xiaohu, where are you going?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zhang Xiaohua come in as well. His eyes lit up, and a look of realization appeared on his face. He smiled and said, "I forgot. With Xiaohua here, what are you afraid of?" Zhang Xiaohu knew what Chang'e meant, but he didn't want his parents to worry, so he nodded slightly. "Senior brother sect leader, you're back." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Yan, Zhang Pinger, and Nie Qianyu all stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I'm back, I'm back." Zhang Xiaohua enjoyed it very much. He waved his hand and smiled. But then he noticed the changes in the few rooms that were usually empty. He frowned and said, "You are not going to live in the small courtyard, are you?" "Can't we?" "Senior brother sect leader?" Nie Qianyu said curiously, "Isn't it nice to live here? I like this small courtyard after just half a day. Isn't it the same to live anywhere?" Zhang Pinger also pursed her lips and said, "If I live here, I can also protect uncle and aunt." "Greetings to master." Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed. "Senior uncles are also good here. The small courtyard is more lively." "But..." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and couldn't say anything. Guosufei scolded, "But what? I think it's good for them to live here. Isn't it lively at home? If Chang'e and Chen didn't have to go back to Mingsui Hall, I would like them to live in the small courtyard with Xiaohu." "Mom, I'm talking about Xiaohua. Why did you stop me?" Zhang Xiaohu obviously had a guilty conscience and immediately complained. "Aunt, you're right. Yan helped him, but there's no place for me to live here, let alone gang leader Zhang and Chang'e. Zhang Xiaohua glared at her angrily. There are many big courtyards in Huanxi Villa. Why don't you vacate one? I'll follow senior brother sect leader's order and do it right away. Oh Yen said with a smile. Forget it. Don't make trouble. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand. At this time, Zhang Kai was also awakened. He frowned and said, Xiaohua, what are you busy with? You're not at home most of the time. Today you created a Beidou school and even accepted Villa Head O as your disciple? What do you want to do? Mr. Lu coughed and poked Zhang Kai with his arm, whispering, in-law, well, the children have their own affairs. You don't have to worry about them. Well. Villa Head O sent a jar of green bamboo leaf the day before yesterday. Do you want to taste it? But, is he going to accept disciples or do something else? Zhang Kai always listened to Mr. Lu, so he unconsciously lowered his tone. Xiaolong, bring the wine and ask Qian, to cook some dishes. Yes, Dad. Zhang Xiaolong came out of the room with a small porcelain jar in his hand. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then looked at Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger who had walked aside. He winked at Zhang Xiaohua and gave her a thumbs up. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes angrily. When she was about to turn around, she heard Zhang Xiaolong shouting again, Xiaohua, move your long sword. Don't always leave it in the yard. It's in the way. Got it, big brother. Zhang Xiaohua replied angrily. She walked to a corner of the yard and picked up the Great Wisdom Sword. Holding it in her hand, she went straight into her room. The Great Wisdom Sword was Ren Xiaoyao's signature weapon. After returning to the Guozhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua rarely used it. She just left it in the yard. Translator, Transin editor, Transin. As night fell, the lights in the small courtyard of the Zhang family were brightly lit. Everyone sat in a circle, eating and chatting. The atmosphere gradually became lively. Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger had only eaten a little before, so this was their first meal. They were a little restrained at first, but gradually, they relaxed and enjoyed the dinner that they had never experienced before. Although this simple meal was not as exquisite and delicious as a professional chef, it was delicious and tasty. It was not something that an outsider could make. The meal took a long time to finish. Zhang Xiaohua only ate a little bit of vegetables and chatted with everyone. Nie Qianyu and Zhang Pinger, on the other hand, were travel-worn. They rushed day and night. Now that they saw Zhang Xiaohua and confirmed their future plans, they couldn't help but feel sleepy and yawn frequently. When O Yen saw this, she told Guosufei the reason. Guosufei was even more tempted. She glared at Zhang Xiaohua a few times and stood up. She wanted to help the two clean up the room with Lu Qian. How could O Yen let her do it? She quickly said, Auntie, don't get up. Put everything in the room properly. Just spread it out casually. Guosufei smiled and said, I'm not a grandmother from a rich family. Since you are here, you are my family. How can I not care? Let's go. Let's put the two girls to sleep first. O Yen saw that she couldn't stop Guosufei, so she followed. The girls left the room. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and whispered to Zhang Xiaohu, stay at home. I'll help you. Well, be careful. Don't do anything. I have a plan. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Where are you going? Zhang Kai scolded, come back when it's time for dinner. After dinner, put down the bowl, wipe your mouth, and run away. Your mother still has something to ask you. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked to the door and said, Father, the moonlight is just right outside. I'll go and enjoy the moonlight. When I have some ideas, I'll tell you and Mr. Lu. Then she turned around and disappeared. You, this child. Zhang Kai scolded, why didn't you tell me why you let two girls live in your house? Father, these two are Xiaohua's disciples. Didn't I tell you? Zhang Xiaohu explained. Are you teaming up to coax me? He accepted Xiaohua as his disciple and Byron as his disciple. Why did he accept 2 female disciples who are much older than him for no reason? Well, if he accepts disciples, then so be it. He calls them master, and the disciples call him senior brother sect leader. What kind of mess is this? Are you bullying me because I don't know anything? That's true. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head and explained, maybe Xiaohua was the one who taught the 3 of them martial arts. That's why he called himself master. Hee. Xiaohua next to him picked up a mouthful of food and fed it to Zhang Bairen. She laughed and said, Master, he likes others to call him master. He also likes to call himself master and I. That's all. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu next to them laughed and said, I was wondering why. So it's like this. I have to think about it. Cough cough, in-law, if you have time, help me talk to Xiaohua. You know that I've always been clumsy with words. Xiaohua is not by my side, and I miss him. But he's by my side, and I see him idling around every day. It's annoying. I have to do something. Father, you can't be thinking of planting a few fields outside the door, right? Zhang Xiaohu wanted to laugh. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Sure enough, Zhang Kai said, I say, my back and legs have been aching lately. If Xiaohu didn't remind me, I would have forgotten. The land outside the door is quite fertile. If we plant some crops, next year, we'll have a good harvest. Xiaohua has a lot of strength. Let him plant a few fields outside the door. Sigh. Xiaohu, what are you doing? Father is talking to you about something serious. Don't run away. Father, this kind of thing, you can just nag me. Anyway, I exist because of other people. If I want to farm, so be it. But other people exist because of themselves. I don't have time. Zhang Xiaolong said bitterly as he held his bowl of rice. My son has grown up and can't be controlled by his mother. Zhang Kai sighed. After Zhang Xiaohua went out, she was afraid of her father's nagging. She turned around and hid underground. When she exposed her head, she was already in the Young Eagle Hall. She found Shui Yupeng's house with her divine sense. She hid her figure and went in directly. Shui Yupeng was standing in the house with his hands behind his back. He frowned and looked down at the ground. He was pacing back and forth. Zhang Xiaohua appeared behind him like a ghost. Before Shui Yupeng could notice anything, she pointed at Shui Yupeng's major acupuncture point on his back. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1123. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Xiaohua's face was frosty. She looked at Shui Yupeng, who was sitting on the bed with a dazed expression. She snorted and said, All right, you can sleep now. Remember, nothing happened tonight. Yes, nothing happened today. Shui Yupeng muttered and turned over to lie on the Kong. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to leave. She stood in the room and waited for a moment, then turned around and went back to the alchemy room. 3 days later, the sky was clear and the autumn wind brought the smell of autumn. But in the square of the ethereal heights, the atmosphere was not the joy of harvest. Among the 2,000 disciples brought back by Hu Yuni this time, hundreds of them were the elites of the Young Eagle Hall. They were very familiar with the disciples of the Misty School and had integrated into the Misty School in just 3 days. The other 1,000 disciples were secretly recruited by Hu Yuni in the past few years. 3 days was still a short time. At this time, they were squeezed on one side of the square with Shui Tian and Shui Yupeng. There was a faint gap between them and the disciples of the Misty School. In addition to these people, the hall masters also brought their elite disciples to surround the square, waiting for today's competition. Xue Qing led the Young Eagle Hall disciples and stood beside Shui Yupeng's disciples. He turned his head to look at the confident Shui Yupeng and the slightly nervous Shui Tian behind her. He couldn't help but frown slightly. After instructing the disciples behind him, he walked to Aunt Qin's side. Behind Aunt Qin were Chang'e and Chen Chen. When they saw Xue Qing coming, they both saluted. You two don't seem to be worried about Grandmaster? Seeing Chang'e and Chen Chen's relaxed appearance, Xue Qing was very surprised. Yes. I don't know what trump card Grandmaster Zhang has. I also feel strange, but these two girls won't say anything. Aunt Qin said with a smile. But there was also some worry in her eyes. Emicham, Xue Qing said, it's best if you have a trump card. Otherwise, my Misty School's great situation will be ruined again. Aunt Qin nodded. That's right. Ever since my Misty School left First Faith Peak, it was under sect leader Zhang's command. When we arrived at Misty Mountain Villa, it was with great difficulty that we managed to deal with the incense cult and the righteous Dao Alliance's disciples. If something goes wrong this time, or if Shui Yupeng wins, I'm afraid we'll have to fight again. I don't think so. But judging from Grand Faction leader Zhang's methods of subduing the disciples of the Righteous Alliance and the incense cult, Shui Yupeng might not be able to subdue them if he's not here. Internal strife is a small matter. The overall strength of the Misty School will definitely drop. It's difficult. Shui Yupeng used to be the deputy faction leader of our Misty School. Her kung fu was almost as good as the 6 tigers of Misty. Grand Faction leader Zhang, his kung fu is not even as good as the 2 beauties of Misty. I'm afraid it's not. Xue Qing looked at Du Feng and Ding Chao, who were not far away, and sighed. It's strange. Why did the immortal senior who is related to our Misty School only improve the kung fu of Ding Chao and Du Feng, but not Grand Faction leader Zhang's kung fu? Du Feng and Ding Chao have been practicing kung fu since they were young. Grand Faction leader Zhang. After all, he hasn't been practicing kung fu for long. But Grand Faction leader Zhang captured Wang Dong of the incense cult. His kung fu seems to have improved by leaps and bounds. He should be able to compete with us. Xue Qing was still worried. Since Grand Faction leader Zhang's kung fu has reached such a high level, why didn't the senior work harder? Chang'e and Chen Chen heard Xue Qing complaining about the so-called immortal senior, Zhang Xiaohua. They laughed in their hearts, but they couldn't show it. They could only stammer. Perhaps that senior has his own considerations. The problem is that the Misty School's kung fu is about to be picked by others. Isn't he worried? Xue Qing said impatiently. Shu, Hall leader Xue, Grand Faction leader Zhang is here. Aunt Qin's eyes were sharp. She had already noticed the meeting hall and immediately reminded him. Xue Qing looked up. As expected, several people walked out of the meeting hall. Hu Yuni walked in the front, followed by Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu held the blue water sword in his hand and was expressionless. Hu Yuni walked to the front of the square and looked around at the crowd. Before he could speak, he coughed rapidly. He coughed so hard that his back bent. Li Jian quickly stepped forward and patted his back. He wanted to send a wisp of true qi into his body, but Hu Yuni lowered his head and raised his hand. He waved it vigorously and signaled him to stop. After a while, Hu Yuni caught his breath and took out a jade bottle. He poured out a pill and put it into his mouth. His pale face gradually became rosy. Then he said in a low voice, "The meridians in my lungs are damaged. I can't take external inner qi. The more I send it in, the worse it will be." Li Jian sighed. He wanted to ask more, but after looking around the square, he took 2 steps back. Brothers of the Misty School, Hu Yuni took 2 steps forward and said loudly, "Whether it's the brothers who have just joined the Misty School or the brothers who have gone through great changes in the Misty School, you must know who I am. However, I would like to introduce myself. I am Hu Yuni, the eldest senior brother of the original Misty School's sect master O Peng. I am also the original Grand Elder of the Misty School." At that moment, Hu Yuni's inner qi had not fully recovered and he could not circulate it. Although his voice was loud, it could not reach the ears of everyone in the square. However, everyone listened quietly, so his voice could barely reach their ears. Perhaps many of the Misty School's disciples are dissatisfied with me. They are muttering in their hearts, if I didn't come, Zhang Xiaohu, your sect master Zhang, would have run the Misty School well. You are all looking forward to the reunion of the Misty School's disciples, but now that we are back, we are immediately fighting for the position of sect master. Wouldn't that disappoint you? Boom! The disciples could no longer hold back and began discussing in low voices. However, Hu Yunyi's voice had long been drowned out by everyone's voices. Li Jian took a look and said loudly, "Disciples, be silent. Listen to Elder Hu." His voice was leisurely transmitted into every disciple's ears. The disciples' hearts trembled and they all shut their mouths. Hu Yunyi smiled bitterly and said, "I know what you are thinking, but I have no other choice." Everyone knows that Zhang Xiaohu's position as sect master was given to him by Abbess Jing Yi from the Cult of Fragrance. Even if we are the ones who elected him, but Zhang Xiaohu's seniority is low and his martial arts is weak. How can we convince the others? Although the heroes of the pugilistic world won't say it in front of us, who knows what they will say behind our backs? Everyone doesn't want others to point at their backs and say, "The Misty School's sect master was appointed by the Cult of Fragrance and is a puppet of the Cult of Fragrance." No. The disciples behind Shui Yupeng shouted in unison. The other disciples were about to speak, but Li Jian waved his hand and they all shut up. When I came 3 days ago, I made a big deal out of this. I'm sure the pugilistic world has already heard about it. No matter what they thought in the past, they will definitely look at the Misty School in a different light now. They will know that the Misty School is not a pawn of the Cult of Fragrance. It is a truly independent Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu heard this and couldn't help but laugh secretly. How pompous. If it weren't for the soul-scaring pill, wouldn't Ming Qing and the rest have already jumped out? He looked at Ming Qing, Gao Kunheng, and the rest. They were all lazy and didn't take Hu Yunyi's words to heart. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu had an extremely absurd feeling. Hu Yunyi was like a person displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. He was holding an axe and playing with it while talking about exchanging pointers. But who didn't know how to deceive oneself? Of course, this competition is also a test for Zhang Xiaohu. Since he wants to be the sect master of the Misty School, he must have been prepared for this kind of test. Don't you think so, Zhang Xiaohu? Seeing that Hu Yunyi was looking at him, Zhang Xiaohu grinned and said, "Elder Hu is right. How can this disciple not listen to Elder Hu's arrangements?" Hu Yunyi ignored the sarcasm in Zhang Xiaohu's words and continued, "Only a sect master who has passed this test can be the true sect master of the Misty School. If it was any other day, they would be applauding and praising him. But other than the cheers of the people behind Shui Yupeng, the other places were cold and cheerless." Hu Yunyi didn't seem to be embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Heaven knows this old man's heart for the Misty School. Although I don't have everyone's understanding now, you will know in the future." Then, he pointed at Shui Yupeng and said, "Vice Sect Master Shui was personally appointed by the previous Sect Master of the Misty School, O Peng. Her loyalty and talent have been recognized by Sect Master O. She has the ability and reason to take over the responsibility left behind by Sect Master O. Only she can stop the mouths of the people of Jianghu. However, the Misty School isn't a place where one person has the final say. This old man can't arbitrarily decide the candidate for the sect master of the Misty School. Therefore, this old man used a martial arts competition that is commonly seen in Jianghu to let everyone decide who is the most suitable sect master of the Misty School. Of course, this is also an excellent opportunity for Zhang Xiaohu. Let him use martial arts to show the heroes of Jianghu that he is not a puppet of the incense cult. He has the ability to resist the incense cult's orders. Then, he turned his head to Zhang Xiaohu, as if hinting for Zhang Xiaohu to speak. "You still want to pretend to be obedient after getting such a good deal?" Zhang Xiaohu was slightly angered. Even though Hu Yunyi was eloquent enough to talk about the pros and cons of the matter and mentioned that he had no intention of interfering with the selection of the sect master and only wanted to provide an explanation to the entire ethereal sect, Zhang Xiaohu did not know whether to laugh or cry at his point of view. Hu Yuni had chased him down from the position of sect master and even gave him a dignified reason to thank him and express his acceptance of the matter. Wasn't this just slapping his own face? Zhang Xiaohu walked forward and waved the jade water sword in his hand. He said in a low voice, "If you want to fight, I'll fight. Why are you being so noisy?" "Good," a voice of praise came from the lecture hall. "If you want to fight, I'll fight. Mighty Sect Master Zhang." This voice was the spark that lit the fuse. Another wave of cheers came from the square. "If you want to fight, I'll fight, Grand Gang Leader Zhang, you're mighty. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you." Chapter 11:24. In the square, Hu Yuni was rather embarrassed. He no longer had the feeling of being the center of attention. He tried to say something, but his hoarse voice was drowned out by the cheers. "Maybe I'm wrong?" This was the first time Elder who was touched by his own way of handling things. He was confused for a while, but then he saw Shui Tian clenching her fists at the side of the square. Hu Yuni felt warmth in his heart, and his eyes gradually became determined. "Maybe I'm wrong, but why should I regret it?" After thinking, Hu Yuni waved his hand. Shui Yupeng saw Hu Yuni's signal and jumped out of the crowd with her long sword. She went straight to Hu Yuni and Zhang Xiaohu. Li Jian saw Shui Yupeng come out, and the cheers on both sides of the square were a little chaotic. He looked at Hu Yuni, whose white hair was messy in the wind, and felt a little sad. He stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "Everyone heard what Elder Hu said. I won't say more. This competition has been approved by faction leader Zhang, so please, wait and see." When they heard that Zhang Xiaohu had agreed to the competition, the crowd couldn't help but recall the time when Zhang Xiaohu had shocked the disciples of the fragrant cult. Back then, he had single-handedly barged into the alchemy hall and captured Wang Dong and a few other disciples. Hence, the cheers became even louder. Mighty faction leader Zhang became even louder. Li Jian frowned slightly, but he was secretly happy. He looked at Hu Yuni, and then at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu knew and raised the sword in his hand. In an instant, the whole square was silent. A voice resounded in the square. "Vice faction leader Shui, please." The voice was not loud, but like Li Jian's, it reached the ears of all the disciples of the Misty School in the square, and shocked them. Ah! When Shui Yupeng heard this, she was even more shocked. She thought to herself, "This Zhang Xiaohu is just a kid who has just practiced martial arts for a few years. How can his internal strength be so exquisite? Judging from the sound, it's not inferior to Li Jian's. Could it be that the message was wrong?" Shui Yupeng thought about what Hu Yuni said and felt a little more courageous. It's just that someone forcefully raised his cultivation. If it was someone like Du Feng, I might consider it for a while. But you just have profound inner strength. What kind of elixir did you use to exchange for it? If you use it with your moves and use it freely, I'm afraid it will be too much for you to do in a few years. Thinking of this, Shui Yupeng smiled and said, "Faction leader Zhang, please." After saying that, he stretched out his sword and took a defensive stance. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu sneered and said, "Since deputy faction leader Shui is so stubborn, I will make the first move. Please, this Shui is a guest from afar, so I'll follow the host's wishes." "Well said, Vice Gang leader Shui, please take this." As soon as Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, he stretched out his sword. This was the starting stance of the 7 ethereal swords. It was also a way to welcome a guest. Okay, Shui Yupeng had seen O Peng use the 7 ethereal swords before. Although Zhang Xiaohu's move was not as profound as O Peng's, the sound of the tip of the sword piercing through the air was not to be underestimated. Good move. Shui Yupeng blocked with her sword and slanted her body. She wanted to use the tip of her sword to cut Zhang Xiaohu's fingers. Zhang Xiaohu had already focused on the Six Harmonies fist technique before he had mastered his inner force. Of course, he knew the power of pure moves. Therefore, when he was on Shixin Peak and his inner force was crippled, he took the time to focus on practicing the sword technique. Even though his inner force had been changed to genuine qi, it was not easy to control it freely. However, he was immersed in the hard work of the 7 misty swords and now he could see the results. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. He flipped his jade water sword so that the sharp blade was facing outwards. He raised his wrist slightly and went over the tip of Shui Yupeng's sword. He also attacked Shui Yupeng's wrist. This. The two people fighting in the arena didn't say anything, but Li Jian frowned. The two people just tested each other with 2 moves. They didn't cut their fingers, but stabbed their wrists. It was quite vicious. Therefore, Li Jian glanced at Hu Yuni and hollered in a deep voice, "Sect Master Zhang, Vice Sect Master Shui, this is a sparring competition within Ethereal Sect. May I be so bold as to ask the two of you to show mercy?" "Yes, I understand." Shui Yupeng answered first. "Hee, Misty School? If Li Jian knows that Shui Yupeng is a member of the Decent Alliance, I wonder what he will think." Zhang Xiaohu thought, but he still said with a smile, "Thank you for your reminder, elderly." With Li Jian's reminder, the two people could not stab each other's vital parts with their long swords. They changed their moves and attacked the body, arms, and other places where the flesh was thicker. After a while, the two people gradually found the gap between them. Needless to say, although Zhang Xiaohu's internal force was excellent and his moves were exquisite, he had only practiced martial arts for a short time. The subtle differences could be seen. Gradually, Zhang Xiaohu was at a disadvantage. At this time, Chang'e and Chen Chen had realized that this Zhang Xiaohu was still the same Zhang Xiaohu, not the Zhang Xiaohua disguised as Zhang Xiaohu. They could not help but panic. Shui Yupeng laughed and said, "Faction leader Zhang, be careful." Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu's response, she raised her sword above Zhang Xiaohu's aqua water, and then put 2 fingers of her left hand together. Zhang Xiaohu tried to pull out the aqua water, but he found that there seemed to be a suction force on Shui Yupeng's long sword, which was pulling him to Shui Yupeng's 2 fingers. As his genuine qi increased, the suction force became stronger. If he could not get rid of it, he had to give up the sword. Of course, giving up the sword meant losing. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohu was not frightened, but laughed and said loudly, "Deputy Faction Leader Shui, you're really good. There are not many people in the Misty School who can match you." Then, he changed the topic, "But I'm not one of them." As he spoke, he opened his eyes slightly and poured all of the true energy in his meridians into the jade water sword. The tip of the jade water sword suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Then, it suddenly expanded and grew to a length of over 2 feet. Ah! Li Jian was the first to notice the change of the aqua water sword, and blurted out, "Sword radiance?" "Yes, it's sword radiance." Zhang Xiaohu was full of pride. With a roar, he waved his hand, and the sword radiance twisted along Shui Yupeng's long sword, which was immediately broken into 2 pieces. And the sword radiance was also aimed at Shui Yupeng's 2 fingers. "Ah!" Shui Yupeng exclaimed. Before he could recover from the shock of seeing the sword radiance of the aqua water sword had already broken his long sword. But before he could move his eyes away from the broken sword, the sword radiance had already reached his 2 fingers. Faction leader Zhang Xiaohu. Although Li Jian was shocked, he had used the sword radiance before, so he was the first to wake up. If Zhang Xiaohu cut off Shui Yupeng's 2 fingers, not only would the 2,000 disciples of the Misty School be angry, but it would also be a loss to the overall strength of the Misty School. Therefore, he had to warn Zhang Xiaohu. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly in his heart. The sword radiance of the aqua water sword circled around Shui Yupeng's hand, and then he withdrew it. When Shui Yupeng came back to his senses and looked down, he saw that there was a small cut on his sleeve, and his skin was exposed. Alas! Shui Yupeng smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he had overestimated Zhang Xiaohu, he still underestimated him. In the entire Jianghu, how many people could use the sword radiance? This Zhang Xiaohu must have had some lucky encounter. His inner strength cultivation was actually on par with Li Jian, the most powerful disciple of the Misty School. With this sword radiance, what can I rely on to challenge Zhang Xiaohu? Faction leader Zhang's inner strength is profound. I am no match for him. Shui Yupeng was a straightforward person. Seeing that things were not going well, he immediately changed his tone and cupped his hands in front of his chest. Hu Yuni was watching from the side. At first, he was shocked, but then he looked worried. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. At this moment, a shrill voice sounded, "Senior Brother Zhang, would like to ask for some advice on martial arts. What do you think?" When Zhang Xiaohu turned around, he looked nervous, but there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. It was as if this Zhang Xiaohu was a shameless disciple of the incense cult who had taken away what belonged to him. Tian? Shui Yupeng was shocked. She was about to scold him, but then she remembered that Tian was a direct disciple of the Misty School, not a kid from her family. She turned to look at Hu Yuni. Hu Yuni was delighted, but then he pulled a long face and said, Tian, you're being ridiculous. This is the place where Zhang Xiaohu and your father will compete. If you want to compete, you have to ask for Senior Brother Zhang's permission. You can't be so reckless. This. Zhang Xiaohu thought to himself, is it necessary? You've made it so clear. What else can I say? That's right, what else could Zhang Xiaohu say? He could only smile and say, it's okay. Junior brother Tian is the direct disciple of the chief disciple of the Misty School. His status is even more honorable than mine. It's my honor to compete with junior brother Tian. Zhang Xiaohu's words were polite, but in Hu Yuni's ears, it was like a clap of thunder that woke him up. The melancholy on his face was swept away. He smiled and said, you two can compete first. I have something to say later. Okay, Zhang Xiaohu put away his jade water sword and struck a six-harmony fist pose. He smiled and said, Junior brother Tian, please. Wait, Shui Tian stood in front of Zhang Xiaohu without any fear. He waved his small hand and said, Senior brother Zhang's inner strength is profound. It's definitely not something I can compete with. Therefore, I have a condition. What condition? Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. Is it that I can't use inner strength? Shui Tian said proudly, yes. Ah. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was shocked, but at the same time, he couldn't help but laugh secretly. This little thing doesn't use inner strength, but it's something that my younger brother has already played with. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Of course, I'll do as junior brother says. Zhang Xiaohu immediately agreed. Okay, senior brother Zhang, please take this. Shui Tian was overjoyed when he heard this. He crossed his fists and attacked. However, just as he used his move, Zhang Xiaohu was stunned on the spot. Chapter 1125. Seeing Shui Tian's fist technique, Zhang Xiaohu was stunned on the spot. Then, he almost looked up to the sky and laughed. Yes, or maybe he was rolling on the ground and laughing until he couldn't breathe. The fist technique that Shui Tian used was the Big Dipper magical fist that Zhang Xiaohua had sparred with Zhang Xiaohu countless times in the past. Zhang Xiaohu had not only sparred with Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist using the 6 fists. It could be said that this set of Big Dipper magical fist was born in Zhang Xiaohu's small house in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. When Zhang Xiaohua was practicing, she often asked Zhang Xiaohu about it. How could Zhang Xiaohu not be familiar with the Big Dipper magical fist? Yes, even though Zhang Xiaohu couldn't perform this Big Dipper magical fist, he knew all the moves in it. Using the 6 fists to counter it wasn't difficult at all. Not to mention, Shui Tian was only taught by Zhang Xiaohua using the fist manual that Zhang Xiaohua had recorded down. This Big Dipper magical fist was also strange. For disciples like Zhang Qingyue who had already practiced this fist technique, every time they performed this fist technique, a strange feeling would arise spontaneously. Unknowingly, the moves of the fist technique would deviate and they wouldn't be able to display the power of the Big Dipper magical fist. As for Shui Tian and the other young disciples who were selected by Zhang Qingyue to practice the Big Dipper magical fist, when they first started practicing, they could still follow the rules and perform according to the fist manual. However, if they came into contact with other fist techniques in the future, that strange feeling would arise. Therefore, the moves of the fist technique would naturally be distorted. Therefore, even though Shui Tian knew that this fist technique was profound, after practicing it for a long time, his strength would only increase slightly. The warm current that could temper his bones never appeared. When Shui Tian used this Big Dipper magical fist to compete with Zhang Xiaohu, his thoughts were self-evident. However, since he had met Zhang Xiaohu, who had often sparred with the fist of the North Star, his plan was perfect. Zhang Xiaohu's 6 joint fists were executed smoothly, as if he had not encountered the strange fist of the Big Dipper. After a dozen moves, he immediately grasped Shui Tian's fist of the Big Dipper and punched Shui Tian's ribs. Immediately, he jumped out of the circle and said with a smile, "Junior brother Tian, are you convinced?" This disciple is convinced. Shui Tian's face and ears turned red. He used to fight with others with his fist technique, but he was not used to it and was in a hurry, which allowed him to catch a flaw. Who knew that the fist technique that he regarded as his trump card was worthless in the eyes of others? How could he not say the word convinced? Alright, Tian, stop fooling around. You can leave first. Hu Yuni came to the rescue in time. With a wave of his hand, he let Shui Yupeng and Shui Tian leave. Zhang Xiaohu stood at the side. Just like before, he was silent and prepared to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. He wanted to see what other methods Hu Yuni could use to remove him from the position of the Misty School's Big Dipper master. Sure enough, Hu Yuni looked at Li Jian and turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said with a smile, "I didn't expect your martial arts to be so brilliant. This makes me feel quite gratified. I don't dare. It's all because of Master's teachings. This disciple still has to thank Master for his cultivation." Hee, hi. Although this old man's martial arts have not recovered, I can see that Ahai's martial arts were far inferior to yours. How did he teach you such martial arts? Then, he said in a low voice, could it be that the old beggar Jing Yi spent a lot of effort? Zhang Xiaohu frowned and shook his head slightly. He ignored him and could not explain. Li Jian also frowned and sighed, "Big brother, don't you still have something to say? It's better if you say it all at once." Okay, Hu Yuni nodded, "Didn't Zhang Xiaohu say it just now?" Shui Tian is the direct disciple of the original Misty School's Big Dipper master, Zhang Qingyue. His status is more honorable than his. Obviously, he recognizes the importance of the Misty School's Big Dipper master. That's natural. Big Dipper Master Zhang used to be our Misty School's Big Dipper master. I've already explained this to Big Brother. It's a pity. How can Zhang Xiaohu compare to Zhang Qingyue's Big Dipper master? This Big Dipper master is not the same Big Dipper master. Big Brother. What do you mean by that? Li Jian was a little displeased. Even though the incense cult was the one who first proposed Zhang Xiaohu's identity as the chief disciple, they later asked for the opinions of our little brother and Ahai. They even got the approval of all the Misty School's disciples on Shixin Peak. What's the difference? However, after saying that, Li Jian's expression changed slightly, as if he had thought of something. Ha, second brother, do you understand what Big Brother means? AI, Big Brother. Our Misty School has changed a lot. Even if we want Shui Tian to be the chief disciple of the Misty School, he still can't take out the chief disciple medallion. The waist token of the chief disciple? The Middle Misty School's disciples in the square were all surprised. Many of them did not know about this, and they could not help but discuss it. Silence. Li Jian was furious. The chief disciple's waist token was known only to the direct disciples. Very few people in the sect knew about it. Now that Hu Yuni had spoken about it in front of everyone, it was clear that Hu Yuni was determined to prevent Zhang Xiaohu from becoming the Grand Clan leader. When everyone heard Li Jian's anger, they all fell silent. However, Hu Yuni smiled and said, Shui Tian is the only direct disciple of the chief disciple, Zhang Qingyue. If he were to become the chief disciple of our Misty School, it would be perfectly justifiable. Even if he did not have the legacy waist token, he would still be recognized. However, Zhang Xiaohu is different. His master is Wen Wenhai, and he is not the chief disciple. If he wants to be the chief disciple, he has to take out the legacy waist token of the chief disciple. Only then can he truly be the chief disciple or the Grand Clan leader. Just based on the so-called fake waist token of the fragrance cult, he will never be the real Grand Clan leader of our Misty School. Big brother Li Jian was really angry. He shouted, I did not want to embarrass you in front of everyone, but our Misty School suffered such a disaster. It is already a blessing that our disciples were able to return safely to Misty Mountain Villa. Our Misty Mountain Villa has a lot of things to do. The library, the pharmacy, and so on need to be rebuilt. We have not even seen the legacy waist token of that Lao Zi. How do you expect us to find it? From what Big Brother is saying, without the legacy waist token, only that little boy Shui Tian can become the Grand Clan leader of our Misty School. Even if other people have the best martial arts in the world, they will not be able to become the Grand Clan leader of our Misty School. Hu Yuni's expression changed slightly. However, he gritted his teeth and nodded slightly, of course they can. However, this way, they will not be the direct disciples of our Misty School. This Misty School will not be the original Misty School. That's good. Li Jian laughed angrily, Big brother, then you can take your time to find your legacy waist token. You can take your time to support your legitimate Misty sect. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'm going to rebuild a Misty sect with Sect Master Zhang, which is not a direct descendant of Misty sect. Second brother, if you insist, Big brother. Big brother cannot stop you. Big brother does not wish for the Misty School left by fourth brother to fall into the hands of evil people. Hu Yuni's eyes were a little blurred. He muttered, that day, fourth brother handed over the young Eagle Hall disciple to me. He died in the Misty Peak in front of the Fragrance Cult, the Daoist Temple, and the Righteous Alliance. How can I be at ease with his legacy? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. He said loudly, elderly, who said that our branch is going to build a Misty School that is not the direct disciples of the Misty School? If we are talking about legacies, our Misty School is the true immortal Dao legacy. Li Jian asked curiously, Grand Clan leader Zhang, you? What do you mean? Zhang Xiaohu said in a low voice, I would like to trouble Grand Master Hu. What does the legacy waist token of our Misty School's chief disciple look like? Hu Yuni said with some disdain, you don't even know what the legacy waist token looks like. How can you talk about being a direct disciple? Li Jian snorted and said, back then, Master didn't let me see any legacy waist token, but I am still Master's direct disciple. Seeing that Li Jian had misunderstood, Hu Yuni sighed and said, this legacy waist token of the chief disciple is an item of my Misty School's immortal Dao legacy. Back then, I was the one who kept it, but later on, I gave the position of Grand Clan leader to fourth brother, so I transferred it to him. This waist token is only known to me, fourth brother, and Zhang Qingyue. After saying that, he whispered what the legacy waist token looked like. Zhang Xiaohu was enlightened. Then, he looked as if he had expected it. He reached out and took out the waist token that Zhang Xiaohua gave him. He said with a smile, Grand Master Hu, look at this. Is this the waist token of the chief disciple that you mentioned? Hu Yuni's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and snatched it away. After carefully looking at it, his expression dimmed. He snorted and said, "That old beggar Jing Yi actually gave this to you. Looks like she's planning far ahead." When Li Jian saw this, he knew that the waist token that Zhang Xiaohu took out was the chief disciple's waist token. He couldn't help but be stunned, but then he smiled and said, "Big brother. Grand Clan leader Zhang also obtained this waist token. It's the heavens that bless my misty school. Who else but him can take the position of Grand Clan leader?" Hu Yuni was at a loss for words. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this, he heard Zhang Xiaohu say, "Elder Hu, please return this waist token to me. You're from the Fragrance sect. This waist token is my Misty School's immortal Dao legacy. How can you take it?" Zhang Xiaohu was furious. He waved his hand and used the telekinesis technique that Zhang Xiaohua taught him. An invisible string seemed to tug at the waist token. In an instant, the waist token was snatched from Hu Yuni's hand and flew back to Zhang Xiaohu's hand. Dragon controlling hand? Hu Yuni cried out in panic. He didn't care that his meridians couldn't circulate his qi and used it to execute the Misty School. But just as he stood up, his chest heaved violently. With a pu sound, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Big brother. Li Jian couldn't care about anything else. He went forward to support Hu Yuni. Blood was flowing from the corner of Hu Yuni's mouth, and his face was pale gold. "Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip." Chapter 1126. However, without waiting for Li Jian to steady him, Hu Yuni stood up with difficulty and pushed Li Jian away. Without wiping the blood from his mouth, he stared straight at Zhang Xiaohu and said fiercely, "Zhang Xiaohu. What grudge does my Misty School have with you that you would use this kind of method to destroy my descendants?" Zhang Xiaohu held the token in his hand and coldly snorted, "Elder Hu, you're putting too much on me. I only became the leader of the Misty School and you're already so disgusted with me? Only by pushing Shui Tian, who is under your wing, to the position of leader will you be able to feel at ease? It doesn't matter who becomes the sect master. You forcefully took my ethereal sect's legacy token. That's not allowed. If you don't return the legacy token to my ethereal sect, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and pointed at Shui Tian. "Only Zhang Qingyue's disciple is a disciple of the Misty School. Isn't Wen Wenhai's disciple also a disciple of the Misty School? Only Elder Hu's disciple is a disciple of the Misty School. Isn't Elder Li's disciple also a disciple of the Misty School?" Then, looking at the token in his hand, he tossed it up and down and said, "As for this legacy token, to be honest, even I didn't know it was the token of our Misty School's chief disciple. I just thought it was a normal token. Moreover, this was given to me by a senior who has a deep relationship with our Misty School. He didn't explain how to use it, so it has nothing to do with the incense cult that Elder Hu is talking about." Hu Yuni sneered, "You keep talking about that senior, but I've never seen him. When the Misty School was destroyed, that senior didn't even show his face. Why is it that when it comes to you, he always comes out?" Zhang Xiaohu. Don't try to scare me. This is all that old beggar Jing Yi's evil plan, don't you think so? Zhang Xiaohu really didn't know how to convince this Elder Hu was dead set on believing that he was a spy for the cult of incense. He could only hide the inheritance token on his body again. He took out the jade water sword and placed it in the palm of his left hand. Then, he forcefully formed a seal with his right hand and channeled a meager amount of qi into the seal. When the seal gradually took shape, Zhang Xiaohu's index and middle fingers joined together and pointed at the jade water sword in his left hand. The jade water sword wobbled into the air and stopped in midair. Then, Zhang Xiaohu silently circulated his qi and the seal in his hand moved slightly. The flying sword in midair seemed to be waved by someone. Following the changes in the seal in Zhang Xiaohu's hand, the 7 ethereal swords were displayed one by one. Flying sword? Li Jian looked at the jade water sword in the air and couldn't help but cry out in shock. This was his lifelong pursuit, and it was also the supreme realm of the way of the sword. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, how could he not be surprised? The Misty School disciples around the square were even more surprised. Their mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. Even after Zhang Xiaohu exhausted all the qi in his meridians and forcefully put away the jade water sword, their mouths still hadn't closed. Shui Yupeng's expression was even more peculiar. She first rubbed her eyes, then pinched her own thigh. Her eyes were first filled with envy, then jealousy. She then stared at the place where Zhang Xiaohu hid the legacy token, unwilling to look away for a long time. Hu Yuni was different. He was first delighted, then his face turned ashen as he muttered, "The heavens are destroying my misty school, the heavens are destroying my misty school." Zhang Xiaohu was right beside Hu Yuni. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder Hu, let me remind you again. I am a direct disciple of the Misty School, and now I have also received the legacy of the Misty School. Therefore, I am the legitimate disciple of the Misty School. From today onwards, Martial Uncle Zhang Qingyue's branch is no longer what you call legitimate." Hu Yuni sat on the ground and shook his head weakly. I don't know where you learned the technique of passing on the incense sect. You actually pretended to be a disciple of the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu couldn't be bothered to speak to Hu Yuni at that moment. He surveyed the surrounding disciples and said loudly, "Disciples, what I just revealed is the sword art of our ethereal sect's immortal Tao. Moreover, I also did as Elder Hu requested. Not only did I compete with Deputy Gang Leader Shui in sword technique, I also took out the token of the incense sect's chief disciple. If that still can't win Elder Hu's trust, then I don't know how to win his trust. However, Elder Hu is right. The Misty School is not a place where one person has the final say. Winning the trust of one person is not important. As long as I can win the trust of all of you, that's enough. Therefore, as for who is the legitimate disciple of the Misty School, you can decide for yourselves. Alright, let's end this farce here. All of you, disperse. The disciples of the Misty School should do what they should do. Don't be affected by this matter." "Yes, big gang leader." The disciples were full of courage and they all spoke in unison. Soon after, they slowly dispersed, leaving only the 2,000 disciples that Elder Hu had brought back. They separated themselves from the young Eagle Hall disciples and quietly stood at the side of the plaza. Zhang Xiaohu glanced at them and said in a low voice, "Elderly, you, go and see the one who accompanied Elder Hu. I really don't know how to persuade him." Sigh. Elder Hu was also worried about the inheritance of the Misty School, but I don't know why. He walked into a dead end? Li Jian said and saluted again. "Congratulations, big gang leader. Your martial arts have improved greatly, and now you even have the cultivation of the immortal path. It's really the great fortune of the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "I don't dare to accept such praise. I was just lucky to have learned a little bit. I've made a fool of myself in front of Elder Li." Then he said, "I'll leave this to Elder Li. I'll go back to the meeting hall first." "Yes, big gang leader. I'll definitely take care of it." After Zhang Xiaohu turned and left, Li Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohu's tall and straight back and shook his head slightly. He felt that the Zhang Xiaohu in front of him was becoming more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Unknowingly, more than 10 days passed. After the incident in the square, the Misty School disciples respected Zhang Xiaohu even more. The cohesion of the Misty School was unprecedentedly great. And Hu Yuni didn't do what Zhang Xiaohu thought. He didn't see the 2,000 disciples pull him out, stand alone on the mountain, and listen to Li Jian's occasional reports. It seemed that he was also hesitating. Oh. When Zhang Xiaohu was sitting on the chair in the meeting hall and worrying about Hu Yuni's matter, he suddenly heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice behind him. "Second brother, you're actually sitting on the big gang leader's chair. It seems that Shui Yupeng was defeated by you. Congratulations." Sigh, what's there to be happy about? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. You don't know the situation now. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She asked curiously, you won the martial arts competition, right? What can't you solve? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and told her what happened that day. In the end, he added, Elder who is the most senior and oldest elder in the Misty School. He has worked hard for the Misty School his whole life. Although he has a problem with me, he's also very attached to the Misty School. I couldn't bear to punish him and wanted him to stay, but now it seems that they're most likely going to leave. That stubborn old man. Zhang Xiaohua flicked her sleeves and said, if he's going to leave, then so be it. Otherwise, he'll mess things up. That's easy for you to say. There are still 2,000 disciples of the Misty School. If he leaves, won't he take all of them with him? From what you said, Shui Yupeng is a disciple of the Righteous Alliance. Won't my 2,000 disciples benefit the Righteous Alliance? No matter what you say, that won't do. What do you want to do then? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Sigh, there's no other way. That's why I'm worried. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Oh, by the way, Xiaohua, are you here because the last batch of soul-absorbing pills has been completed? Yes, that's right. It's in the secret passage. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and then realized something. Second brother, are you going to use the soul-absorbing pills to control these 2,000 Misty School disciples? No need. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. The soul-absorbing pills are harmful to nature. If I can avoid using them, of course I won't. Moreover, they are the disciples of the Misty School. They are my brothers. I can't use the soul-absorbing pills on them. Oh, second brother, that's a good idea. I support you. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands. At this time, a disciple reported outside that the leaders of the drill hall and the great martial hall wanted to see him. You go back to the secret passage first. I'll see what they want. Zhang Xiaohu asked Zhang Xiaohua to enter the secret passage before letting Wang Luan and Lu Bin in. When they saw Zhang Xiaohu, they bowed and said, Faction leader Zhang, we have something important to report to you. Well, please take a seat. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and asked them to take a seat. Then he asked, what's the important thing? Wang Luan looked at Lu Bin and said, Faction leader, Shui Yupeng came to the drill hall last night with a token from the Righteous Alliance's vice leader Yu. He asked us to lead our disciples to follow his orders. Lu Bin chimed in, big faction leader, I'm in the same situation as clan leader Wang. I was chased into the great martial hall by Shui Yupeng. He has the token of the Righteous Alliance and wants me to listen to his orders. Zhang Xiaohu squinted his eyes and asked calmly, what did Shui Yupeng want you to do? Wang Luan and Lu Bin looked at each other and shook their heads. Wang Luan said, Shui Yupeng didn't say anything. He just showed us the token and asked us to follow his orders. Hee, how did you answer? Zhang Xiaohu laughed. Faction leader, of course we went with the flow. We just said that we would follow his orders. Well done. I already know. You can go now. If there's anything else, report to me immediately. Yes, we'll follow Grand Faction Master's orders. The two men bowed respectfully, then turned around and left. When Zhang Xiaohua came out from the secret room, Zhang Xiaohu said with a bitter smile, look, the person beside Elder who is the one who is going to overturn the Misty School. He didn't even know what's right or wrong and put the blame on me. I really want to wake him up with a punch and show him who's the real master of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and came up with an idea. She whispered something in Zhang Xiaohu's ear. Zhang Xiaohu's face lit up and said, this is really feasible. It's a complete cultivation story. The ending of the story should be that Zhang Xiaohua becomes a god. But the new book needs your support. Xiaohua also needs your support. The process of an ordinary person becoming a saint is too big in the book review section. I posted a sticky post. Everyone, please leave your footprints. This post will be stuck at the top forever. Thank you everyone. Chapter 1127. The last old man opened his eyes and said coldly, the Daoist temples Yuan Tian, Yuan Dao, Yuan Ming, and Yuan Wu were famous in Jianghu back then. They were the famous four protectors of the Daoist temple. For the sake of passing down the Shindao sect, the three of us didn't dare to show our faces in public. How could we have any reputation? Even if we stood in front of the people of Jianghu, no one would know. Daoist Haofeng's words raise the prestige of others and destroy our own morale. Bai Yanxiu smiled like a flower and said, if Daoist Haofeng says that you are the mysterious cultivator who seriously injured the Daoist temple's master Yuan Tian, then, who in Jianghu wouldn't know? Hearing this, Daoist Haofeng's face also showed a smug expression. Seriously injuring the abbot of the Daoist temple and then killing him was one of the earth-shattering things that Daoist Haofeng had done in his early years. He could not help but feel proud. It can't be that much. Grandmaster Yuantian's cultivation was very high. Back then, it was only because he underestimated his opponent that this old man took advantage of him. Although Yuan Tian died, this old man was also injured. It will take several years of recuperation for me to fully recover. Daoist Haofeng is too modest. When our sect destroys this immortal mansion, our name will shake the world and we will command the Jianghu. That will be the day you can hold your head high. The world belongs to you young people. What hope do we old people have? If it weren't for the importance of this matter, why would we be willing to come out? Daoist Haofeng waved his hand and thought for a moment before asking, in this Jianghu assembly, did you see Abbess Xu Qing and Abbess Xu Jie? Bai Yanxiu's face showed surprise again, but then he covered his mouth with his hand and sighed. I heard that the two elders of the incense cult died a long time ago. Could it be that, they are like the Daoist temple's master Yuan Dao and the others, that they also live in seclusion and cultivate? Bai Zhangmen, although you have stepped into the path of immortality, the path of immortality is far from what you can imagine with your current cultivation. The immortal Dao was different from the martial Dao. It could only temper one's inner strength and increase one's cultivation. One could flaunt one's bravery in the pugilistic world and be in the limelight for a period of time. When one cultivates the immortal Dao to a high level, not only can one overturn rivers and seas with a raise of one's hand, one can even prolong one's lifespan. Then, wouldn't they all become immortals? Bai Yanxiu was somewhat disdainful, but his face was still respectful. If what how you said is true, then, where did the people of the Tao of immortality go? The world has changed and vital energy has been annihilated. We cultivators of the immortal Tao have lost the foundation of our existence. How can we live forever? Daoist Master Hao Yu sighed and said, what I just said is only the phenomenon of the cultivation of the Tao of immortality reaching the pinnacle. But, even our Shindao sect's founder, Wan Wuxin, did not reach such a realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to use a primordial spirit projection to pass down his Tao teachings. What level is the primordial spirit projection at? Bai Yanxiu asked curiously. I don't know. Daoist Master Hao Yu shook his head. Perhaps it wasn't the pinnacle of the realm in ancient times, but now, it's already the cultivation of an immortal. Then, as one's cultivation of the Tao of immortality deepens, will one's lifespan also increase? Bai Yanxiu probed. Exactly. But how can an ordinary cultivation have such an effect? That's why my fellow disciples, the three monks of the Daoist temple, and Xu Qing and Xu Jia of the incense sect all meditate and cultivate, hoping to further break through the realm and prolong our lifespan in one fell swoop. Io, three Daoists, this disciple, has disturbed your cultivation. I hope you can forgive me. Bai Yanxiu hurriedly got up and bowed. It's fine, it's fine. Daoist Master Hao Yu waved his hand and said, the immortal mansion is a matter of great importance. Even if you didn't say anything, we would have left the mountain. What do you mean? Bai Yanxiu asked curiously. The immortal mansion, who knows what's inside? How can we not be curious about something that even ancestral Master Huan covets? Even if we can't take back the immortal mansion and make it the foundation of our Shandao sect's inheritance, as long as we can obtain the ancient Tao of immortality pills inside, we might be able to break through our current bottleneck and advance our cultivation to the next level. Your lifespan will certainly increase along with it. Correct. Daoist Master Hao Yu continued, if there's some kind of immortal pill that can prolong one's lifespan, we only need one, wouldn't all our problems be solved? Life-prolonging pill? Bai Yanxiu exclaimed. Does the immortal mansion really have such a legendary pill? Maybe, maybe not, but as long as there's a chance, who would give it up? Daoist Master Hao Yu laughed. That's right, Daoist Master is right. Bai Yanxiu's face flushed red. He raised his head and asked, Li, what about the Righteous Alliance and Incense Cult's actions? Li Su was listening to Bai Yanxiu and the three Daoist masters talking. He didn't expect to be suddenly asked, as if he didn't hear anything. Not only Li Su, but even Liang Cangshu and the others were intoxicated. It was as if the legendary thing was about to happen to them. Li? Bai Yanxiu asked discontentedly. I'm asking you. Oh, sect leader. Li Su came to his senses and hurriedly replied, what I heard was really unimaginable. I've learned a lot. Please forgive me, sect leader. It's all right. Not only you, but even I was enlightened after hearing Daoist Master's words. I know the importance of the immortal mansion this time. Fortunately, I had the primordial spirit projection of Ancestor Huan to remind me between the clouds and the water, so I got a head start. The chances of getting the immortal mansion or entering the immortal mansion in advance have greatly increased. When the time comes, as long as there are benefits, all of you will be my disciples between the clouds and the water. How can you be left out? Thank you, sect leader. Li Su and the others were overjoyed. They bowed and thanked him. No need. Li, what about the Incense Cult and the Righteous Alliance? Sect leader, the Righteous Alliance came a little late. They set up camp on the west side of Ya Mountain. There are about 200 disciples now. I heard that the several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who stayed at Misty Peak were all captured by the disciples of the Misty School. None of them escaped. Zhang San suffered such a big loss at the hands of the Incense Cult. It's strange that he didn't look for trouble with the Incense Cult or the Misty School. Sect leader, if it weren't for the Immortal Mansion, I'm afraid Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance would have flipped out long ago. However, the several thousand disciples didn't lose their martial arts or their lives. Zhang San only needs to spare some time in the future to kill them. Isn't he afraid that the Misty School's Zhang Xiaohu won't hand over the several thousand disciples? Li Su laughed. Li is right. The Misty School has taken advantage of the Immortal Mansion. Bai Yanxiu nodded. Oh right, what about the Misty School? Didn't they come to Yaoshan with the Incense Cult? According to the disciples' report, everything in Misty Peak is normal. However, about 10 days ago, the exiled Hu Yuni brought another group of disciples of the Misty School back. I think the disciples of the Misty School are now racking their brains over who should be the leader of the Misty School. That's right. In Misty Peak, the disciples of the Misty School led by Zhang Xiaohu, the disciples of the Misty School led by Hu Yuni, and the disciples of the Incense Cult led by Ming Qing. There are also several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who were captured. These people are in a mess. How can they spare the effort to come to Yaoshan? Perhaps only when the Incense Cult's Abbess Jing Yi graces them with her presence can they completely suppress them. Not necessarily. Abbess Jing Yi said that she wouldn't care about the Misty School anymore. If she interferes, she'll be exposed. In Jianghu, there are many cases of men stealing and women prostituting. Abbess Jing Yi is just burying her head in the sand. Who doesn't know this? Sect leader is wise and far-sighted. I think the Misty School is also under Abbess Jing Yi's orders. That's why they're biding their time. Who cares? If they don't come, it's because there are fewer opponents. Then they can't be called opponents. They're just troublesome. Bai Yanxiu waved his hand as if he was shooing away an annoying fly. Then, he smiled apologetically at the three immortals and asked, "Please enlighten me. The two abbesses of the incense cult, Shu Qing and Shu Jia, what are their cultivations?" This was the question that Bai Yanxiu was most concerned about. Daoist Hao Yun and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. The incense cult hides from the world, and Shu Qing and Shu Jia are both older than us. They also entered the path of immortality earlier. Their current cultivation, if there's no accident, they should be above us. It's just that, they haven't broken through the bottleneck, so they're all qi refinement cultivations. There's no essential difference. Bai Yanxiu frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a divine sense descended from the sky like a waterfall and swept past the tent where Bai Yanxiu and the others were in. Sakura? Daoist Hao Yun frowned and asked curiously, "Tenryu's sect, how did they come so quickly?" However, the divine sense seemed to have sensed something and immediately swept back. It actually scanned the bodies of Daoist Hao Yun and the other two several times. "You're going too far." Daoist Hao Yun was furious. "Even if you're the most powerful person in the world, you can't do this." "No, Daoist Hao Yun, this isn't Sakura." Bai Yanxiu suddenly shouted. "Disciple has seen Sakura's divine sense in the incense cult. It didn't seem to be this strong, a nameless immortal expert." The four people looked at each other, their eyes full of astonishment. Their figures rose into the air and flew straight out of the tent. Zhang Xiaohua left the Misty Mountain Villa. She originally wanted to go south and look for Chu Jing along the way to the Dragon Mountain. However, after flying for a while, she felt somewhat reluctant. Reluctant about what? Needless to say, it was the immortal mansion on Yao Mountain. This was the Beidou School's foundation that Zhang Xiaohua had long identified. She wanted to put the immortal mansion into her pocket before between the clouds and the water. However, after careful consideration, she knew that this immortal mansion wasn't something she could swallow in one go. How could her heart be at ease? She unconsciously changed her mind and turned around to fly to the west. Far away from Yao Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw Lu Town, Bao Town, Pingyao Town, Nanyang Town, Nanzhao Town, and so on. They were all filled with Jianghu people. Every street and alley was filled with people holding shining swords and spears. Ordinary people all closed their doors and peeked outside. No one dared to go out easily. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch her head. Chapter 1128. At night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The whimpering autumn wind blew through the withered branches of the Misty Mountain Villa. The branches trembled violently in the dark night. With a kacha sound, a slightly thinner branch was broken by the wind and fell to the ground. In just a moment, two figures fell from the sky and landed under the big tree. They were the two disciples of the Misty School who were on duty. Both of them held long swords and looked around vigilantly. One of them even jumped to the top of the tree and looked around. Seeing that there was no abnormality, he jumped down. The other person looked around the big tree carefully. When that person came down, he whispered, "Did you see anything unusual?" That person shook his head. "No, there is no trace of anything unusual." "Well, there is no suspicious trace under the tree. Perhaps it is a fallen branch." That disciple pointed to the branch that was blown to the side by the wind and said, "Senior brother, what you said is reasonable. At this time, the wind is strong. It is normal for the branch to be blown off. Go to the side to patrol. Now is the critical time for our Misty School. We can't let other disciples enter easily." "Yes, senior brother." That disciple nodded and was about to leave. However, he hesitated and asked, "Senior brother, I have something to ask. Although I know it is not appropriate to say it, if I don't say it, it is really uncomfortable. Junior brother Juan, if you have something to say, just say it. I have watched you grow up. You are almost like a brother to me. If you have something to say, who else can you say it to? Well, senior brother, then I will take the liberty to ask. Junior brother Luan turned his head and looked at the ethereal mountain villa in the dark night. He whispered, alas, when I see the familiar ethereal mountain villa, even though it is a little shabby, my heart feels warm. It is much more comfortable than the ethereal hall on the Shixin Peak, which is much more luxurious. Hee, isn't it? Junior brother Luan and the others went to the misty hall in the front mountain of the Shixin Peak. We were in the wilderness behind the Shixin Peak. The feeling of returning to the misty mountain villa is more emotional than you. After speaking, that senior brother looked at junior brother Luan with a smile that was not a smile. Junior brother wouldn't want to tell senior brother about reminiscing about the past and reminiscing about the past, right? It's nothing, senior brother Lu. Actually, what I want to ask is very simple. Think about how our misty school has gone through so many trials and tribulations. Senior brother Lu and the others had their martial arts crippled before sect leader Zhang rescued them and allowed them to recover. Now, our misty school's disciples are all gathered together, and sect leader Zhang has even recruited the disciples of the incense cult and the alliance of righteous sects under his wing. This situation is unprecedented. It can't be, because of Grandmaster Hu's obstruction. Is it going to fall apart? Was it going to be destroyed in a day? Whenever I think about it, I feel suffocated. Senior brother Lu looked at junior brother Luan with a gratified smile and said, to be honest, there are too many things that I don't know and I can't say. However, before martial ancestor Hu came, what was the situation in my misty school? Of course it's getting better every day. Sect Master Zhang is a wise and brilliant man who has managed to unify the entire misty sect flawlessly. Yes, then what about Grandmaster Hu after he leaves? Senior brother Lu means Grandmaster Hu is going to leave. Sect leader Zhang is still the sect leader? Junior brother Luan was somewhat confused. But Grandmaster Hu is a founding member of my misty school. If he leaves, then Grandmaster Li and the others will also leave? Moreover, aren't many of the misty school's disciples going to leave? Junior brother Luan, let me ask you. If you were to choose, who would you choose? Is there even a need to ask? On Shixin Peak, I went through hardships with sect leader Zhang. Now that I'm here, how can I abandon him and leave? Moreover, sect leader Zhang received the inheritance of my misty school and has the immortal Dao inheritance token. He also has the cultivation of the immortal Dao. He is the orthodox disciple of my misty school. How can I choose someone else? Moreover, if Grandmaster Hu establishes another faction, Shui Yupeng will definitely be the sect leader. Although he is the deputy sect leader of my misty school, he is still the sect leader of the Luo Shui gang. If I go, I may become a disciple of the Luo Shui gang in the future. Why would I be looking for trouble for no reason? Ha ha ha. Senior brother Lu patted junior brother Luan's shoulder and laughed. You know how to choose. Don't others know? Moreover, Grandmaster Li has already made it clear that he only recognizes sect leader Zhang. He doesn't recognize anyone else. If Grandmaster Li doesn't leave, will others leave? Hee, that's true. Those who want to leave are those who have just arrived. At most, the Misty School is no different from before Grandmaster Hu came. Junior brother Luan said mysteriously, Senior brother Lu, I'll ask one more question. Your martial arts, were you really saved by sect leader Zhang? Hearing junior brother Luan's doubts, senior brother Lu's expression changed. He stopped smiling and said, this question is quite inappropriate. How can sect leader Zhang doubt our grace? But then, he waved his hand and said, alas, I don't blame you. You and the others only live in the front mountain freely. How can you know our misery? Seeing senior brother Lu angry, junior brother Luan immediately smiled apologetically and said, I won't hide it from senior brother Lu. I've been with sect leader Zhang at Shixin Peak for several years, but I've never seen anything special about him. Even his martial arts have always been below mine. It's extremely inconsistent with his status as a direct disciple. Even when he received Abbess Jing Yi's recognition and became the chief disciple of Misty Hall, he still followed the rules and didn't have the slightest flaw. But how could he do such an earth-shattering thing behind the backs of the disciples who spent all day with us and the disciples of Incense Cult? My goodness, Senior Brother Lu, you. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 of you. Sect leader Zhang even restored your martial arts. This is a divine ability that only immortals have. I really don't dare to believe it. Huh, what's there to not believe? Didn't you see sect leader Zhang's flying sword? Although it can't compare to the legends, but Grand Gang leader Zhang is already a cultivator of the Tao of immortality. Restoring our martial arts should be a simple matter. Senior Brother Lu said and looked in the direction of the meeting hall. After a while, he said, I, Lu, will never forget sect leader Zhang's grace. Don't listen to Elder Hu's nonsense. Even if Elder Hu stays and sect leader Zhang establishes another Misty school, Lu will definitely follow sect leader Zhang. I, Lu, will use my life to repay sect leader Zhang's kindness. That's right. Elder Hu. Alas, Elder Hu's body is failing. Although Tian is Martial Uncle Zhang's disciple, she's still young. Elder Hu's branch, the future is bleak, the two whispered, but their bodies did not stop. Two pairs of eyes looked around and gradually walked away. When they were far away, in the shadow of a big tree not far away, there was a slight movement. A tall and thin figure slowly appeared. This person was wearing black night clothes and his face was covered with a black cloth. He held a long sword in his hand. His bright eyes stared at the backs of the two for a long time, then he sighed slightly. Immediately, he stood up, identified the direction, and used his qing gong to go. That person did not walk towards the Misty Mountain Villa. Instead, he walked out of the villa and went all the way south. He passed by two small villages and arrived in front of a short earth temple. That person jumped onto the earth temple and looked around. Then, as if he was not at ease, he surrounded the earth temple. He walked around the area with a radius of hundreds of feet. Then, he stopped and walked slowly to the front of the earth temple. He sat down cross-legged with his palms facing the sky and started to meditate. After an unknown period of time, a figure wearing a green robe suddenly appeared 10 feet in front of the earth temple. Then, the figure fluttered to the front of that person and landed gently. He said, Gang leader Shui, you're really early. The person who came early did not seem to expect that someone would suddenly appear and speak. When he opened his eyes in surprise, the long sword in his hand was pulled out. Seeing that the person in front of him was so alert, the man in the green robe smiled and said, Shui Yupeng, it's me. I'm the one who called you out. Leader Wu? The masked person saw the bronze mask on the face of the man in the green robe and blurted out. Gang leader Shui is really forgetful. Not long ago, we parted at the Evil Tiger Mountain Villa. Don't you know that my surname is Jiang? I wouldn't dare. Although I've never seen your face, I've heard of your name in the pugilistic world. I wonder. How should I address you? Shui Yupeng, you're really careful. Didn't I use the secret code that you and Vice Alliance leader you agreed on that piece of paper? You're still suspicious of me. The man in the green robe took off his bronze mask and revealed his real face. If that's the case, then gang leader Shui should just call me Vice Alliance leader Jiang. Forgive me, Vice Alliance leader Wu. The masked man took out a match from his bosom and lit it up to take a look. Only then did he feel relieved. He also took off his own black cloth, revealing Shui Yupeng's face. Then, Shui Yupeng covered her face with the black cloth and the man in the green robe put on his bronze mask. Vice Alliance leader Jiang, what's so important that you've called me out in such a hurry? Of course there's something important. Otherwise, how could I come out so easily? The man in the green robe said proudly, I heard that Hu Yuni was humiliated at Ethereal Heights and the disciples of Misty School didn't take him seriously. Our plan to make you the leader of Misty School has been seriously hindered? Gang leader Jiang. I really admire you. You've gotten this information so quickly. Shui Yupeng cupped her hands in salute. Hee, that's what the blue flame token is for anyway. There's nothing special about it. But gang leader Jiang's information is a little outdated. Is there some good news? I've already used Vice Alliance Leader Use token to contact the leaders of the 2 halls of the Righteous Alliance in Misty School. More than 5,000 people from the 2 halls have agreed to listen to my orders. Hee, I know about this. This is Alliance Leader Zhang's secret move in Misty School. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote recommendation and monthly at Chidian. Calm. Chapter 1129. This secret weapon was left behind by Alliance Master Zhang, and now it's being used by you. What kind of good news is that? The green-robed man said disdainfully. I want to control these 5,000 men and turn the Misty School into a puddle of chaotic water. Only then can I take advantage of the chaos and obtain the position of gang leader of the Misty School. Fine, if you do this, when will you be able to get the Misty School into the pockets of the Righteous Alliance? I'm afraid that Abbess Jing Yi would have noticed it long ago. Don't forget, Misty Sect still has thousands of disciples from Incense Cult. I hope Commander Jiang can tell Vice Alliance Master Yu that this is the only path I can take. Shui Yupeng said with a bit of shame. No need. When I received the news that the Misty School had returned to the Misty Mountain Villa, I sent the news back to the Righteous Alliance and also reported the situation you might encounter to Alliance Master Zhang. Alliance Master Zhang has already passed down the order through Vice Alliance Master Yu. Otherwise, why would I ask you to come out? Yes, I'm stupid. When I met Commander Jiang that day, I didn't expect that the Misty School disciples could return to the Misty Mountain Villa. Although the orders I received later gradually changed, I couldn't keep up with the changes, so I'm a bit stretched. I just don't know, what is Alliance Master Zhang's plan this time? What else can it be? The green-robed man took out something and threw it to Shui Yupeng. Shui Yupeng caught it. It was a jade bottle. She couldn't help but ask curiously, this is, but then, her face changed and she said anxiously, could it be, yes, gang leader Shui, this is the poison. The green-robed man said with a smile, however, it's different from the slow-acting poison I gave you to Hu Yuni last time. This time, it's highly toxic. Once it enters the mouth, the poison will take effect instantly and there's no time to save it. Gang leader Shui, you just need to find a chance to let Hu Yuni from the Misty School. Oh, he doesn't need to. You just need to let Li Jian, Hu Yuni, Zhang Xiaohu, Wen Wenhai and the others take it. Then, the position of gang leader of the Misty School will be yours, right? Shui Yupeng heard this and hesitated. The poison is very effective, but the others are also very vigilant. It's very difficult to succeed. Last time, when Vice Alliance Leader you gave me the poison, I thought of all sorts of methods. In the end, I could only feed it to Hu Yuni through a child. This time. Before he finished speaking, the green-robed man suddenly, the green-robed man suddenly, the green-robed man was a light was it? Just as the green-robed man finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly lit up. When the green-robed man saw this, he didn't say anything else. His body remained in the same posture as he suddenly jumped up and threw himself diagonally towards a place where the lights were not yet lit up. Since you're here, do you still want to leave? A voice sounded. It was Zhang Xiaohu. He moved his sword and a light flashed as he chased after the green-robed man. Behind Zhang Xiaohu, Shui Yupeng was surrounded by bright lights. Hu Yuni, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and the others were all in sight. In front of Hu Yuni, there was a person with tears on her face and an expression of disbelief. Shui Tian. Father, is this really you? Shui Tian didn't wait for the green-robed man to come closer and asked. Shui Yupeng, who was wearing black clothes and had a black cloth covering her face, panicked at first. She quickly looked around and saw that the green-robed man was already lit up. There was no place for her to escape. When Shui Tian asked, Shui Yupeng had already calmed down. Looking at the disappointed Shui Tian, she stood quietly and didn't say a word. Father, do you know, how much effort did the great grandmaster put in to teach the boy martial arts? For the boy to gain a foothold in the Misty School, the great grandmaster was willing to offend the second grandmaster and gang leader Zhang. For the boy's future, the great grandmaster was willing to let father be the gang leader instead of him. Why did he do all this? Wasn't it all because of the boy? Even if you came to the Misty School to fight for the position of gang leader, that's fine. You're the deputy gang leader of the Misty School. It's perfectly justified for you to be the gang leader. But why did you poison the great grandmaster? Through the boy's hands. Aren't you trying to frame the boy for being heartless and unjust? What's the difference between this and the boy personally poisoning the great grandmaster? The more Shui Tian spoke, the more tears streamed down his face. He really couldn't associate this person in front of him, who held poison in his hands and wanted to poison the higher-ups of the Misty School, with his father, who was so loving that he couldn't even bear to scold him. Shui Yupeng, you heartless thing. As soon as Hu Yuni spoke, he started coughing non-stop. Shui Tian habitually took out a jade bottle from his chest, but, just as he was about to pour out the elixir, he immediately realized something. With a disgusted expression, he threw the jade bottle on the ground and smashed it into pieces. Li Jian came over to support Hu Yuni. When he finally stopped coughing, Hu Yuni scolded angrily again, I have always been worried about your wild ambition and that you would harm the Misty School. But when I thought about how you're Tiantian's father, no matter how bad it is, I still have to give Tian some face. I was originally the deputy gang leader of the Misty School. Even if I became the gang leader, I would have to pass the position to Tian in a few years. It would be considered as restoring the orthodoxy of the Misty School. So, I let you return to the Misty School, and even fought against all the disciples of the Misty School for you. You want me to put my face, where should I put it? How can I face the dead fourth brother, Master? Pfft. Hu Yuni spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the light, it actually faintly turned black. He could no longer support himself and collapsed on the ground. Big brother, Li Jian cried out in grief and supported him. You brat, I've long found you an eyesore. If it wasn't for second brother stopping me, I would have chopped you into minced meat long ago. Come, eat my axe. Lu Qingyang bared his fangs and brandished his claws, about to pounce on him. At this moment, a figure flew back from afar. It was Zhang Xiaohu. Big gang leader, you're back? Lu Qingyang saw him and unconsciously stopped. Shui Yupeng, what else do you have to say? Zhang Xiaohu turned around and reprimanded, Commander Jiang, which is also Vice Alliance Leader Jiang, I'm afraid you're Jiang Yan from the Righteous Alliance. Although I only used my sword to seriously injure him and did not take him down, but your conversation earlier, I heard it all. Why are you wasting time with him? Let me take him down first. Lu Qingyang waved his axe and was about to attack again. Shui Yupeng, who had been standing there silently, opened his mouth. He took off the black cloth covering his face, revealing his handsome face. He looked at Shui Tian and smiled bitterly, Tian, don't blame Daddy. If it wasn't for you, if Daddy didn't love you so much, perhaps Daddy wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Oh, perhaps he would have fallen to such a state long ago. Then, looking at Li Jian and the limp Hu Yuni, Shui Yupeng continued, that year, Daddy was accidentally captured by gang leader O of the Misty School. He was going to commit suicide, but he missed you and your mother. Gang leader O also took you and your mother as hostages and wanted me to join the Misty School. Daddy had no choice but to become the deputy gang leader of the Misty School. Of course, the Misty School treated Daddy and you very well. If it wasn't for the Misty School being destroyed, you would have become the gang leader of the Misty School in a few decades. That was Daddy's wish. But the Misty School was destroyed. Daddy and you were both on the run. You still had Elder Hu to protect you, but Daddy was all alone. Although the years of wandering were miserable, Daddy thought. As long as you were in this world, Daddy couldn't give up the chance to live. But unfortunately, the heavens didn't open their eyes and Daddy was captured by the Righteous Alliance. Daddy didn't intend to live, but they used you to threaten Daddy. If Daddy didn't agree to their conditions, they would have killed you first. Daddy knew the Righteous Alliance's methods. Your Misty School only had a few thousand people on the run. Among them, there were also spies from the Righteous Alliance. If they really made a move, how could a little child like you be their match? Daddy had no choice, had no choice but to join the Righteous Alliance. In exchange for your safety. Tian, you can blame Daddy. Blame Daddy for being ruthless, but you can't blame Daddy for not caring about you. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame this bloody Jianghu. Blame that no one has the ability to protect you. Shui Yupeng, you poisoned my big brother and you still don't. Lu Qingyang was furious. Just as he was about to berate Shui Yupeng, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaohu. Looking at Shui Yupeng's doting gaze towards Shui Tian, Zhang Xiaohu fell into deep thought. AI, if you knew this day would come, why did you do it in the first place? If I didn't agree to clan leader O's request, I would have died a few years earlier. Why should I continue to suffer in this world? As he said this, he crushed the jade bottle in his hand and poured the pills into his mouth. However, when the elixir entered his mouth, Shui Yupeng was obviously stunned. She immediately looked at Zhang Xiaohu and opened her mouth to say something. However, when she saw Shui Tiantian's expression, she didn't say anything. She just shook her head and said, Tian, in the future, Daddy won't exist in this world anymore. You have to be obedient. Listen to sect leader Zhang. Be a true disciple of the Misty School. Daddy. Shui Tian couldn't bear it anymore. After running a few steps, he stopped and looked at Hu Yuni. Hu Yuni knew that Shui Yupeng had made up her mind. He only had time to wave his hand before he spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted completely. Shui Tiantian's face was filled with joy. However, when he turned around, he heard Shui Yupeng's last words, Tian, Daddy. I'm sorry. Then, Shui Yupeng slapped the top of her head. Immediately, she opened her eyes and looked at Shui Tian. Then, she fell to the ground on her back. Daddy. Shui Tian cried loudly. He rushed forward and hugged Shui Yupeng's body, which was gradually turning cold, and cried bitterly. Behind him, Li Jian also shouted, Big brother. At this moment, blood kept flowing out from the corner of Hu Yuni's mouth. His breathing was also intermittent. It was very weak. Chapter 1130. Seeing that Hu Yuni was dying, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wen Wenhai and the others were all sad. Zhang Xiaohu also had mixed feelings. Although Hu Yuni had tried to stop him from becoming the Grand Master of the Misty School, and even suspected that he was a spy of the Cult of Fragrance, it was all for the sake of the Misty School, the successor of the Misty School, and the legacy of O Peng who had died on the Misty Peak. Therefore, putting himself in Hu Yuni's shoes, Zhang Xiaohu did not resent him too much. Alas, maybe it's because he knows that he's dying and can't last long, so he must find an absolutely reliable Grand Master for the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu thought, Shui Yupeng is also pitiful, being threatened by the alliance of righteous sects. If I didn't have a brother who is so powerful, alas, I'm sure Nanjing Yi of the Cult of Fragrance would have killed him. Thinking of his brother and seeing the dirty blood on Hu Yuni's mouth, Zhang Xiaohu's mind lit up. He shouted, Elderly, come with me, I have an idea. Grand Master, You said you have an idea? Li Jian was pleasantly surprised, but he still couldn't believe it. Yes, I really do have an idea. Zhang Xiaohu looked up at the sky and said anxiously, but we don't have enough time. Come with me. Zhang Xiaohu shouted. He turned around and ordered, Deputy Grand Master 1, please bring the bodies of Shui Tian and Shui Yupeng to the conference hall. Also, don't leak out what happened here, or you'll be killed. Then, he urged Li Jiandao, elderly, carry Elder Hu and follow me to the meeting hall. Li Jian didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohu meant, but when he heard Zhang Xiaohu say that he had a way to save Hu Yuni, why would he care so much? He stretched out his hand and hugged Hu Yuni's body, which was gradually turning cold. Then, he executed the ethereal steps and chased after Zhang Xiaohu. Lu Qingyang, Lu Yueming, and the others also quickly chased after him. Only Wenhai stayed behind to command the ethereal sect's disciples to retrieve Shui Yupeng's corpse. Before long, the meeting hall was right in front of them. Li Jian suddenly realized something, and said in a trembling voice, Grand Gang Leader Zhang, my big brother's injuries could only be healed by that expert from the Tao of Immortality? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't care less. Without turning his head, he said, that's right, but I'm not sure. Li Jian's face was filled with ecstasy. He hurriedly said, it's fine. The expert from the Tao of Immortality doesn't interact with us martial artists. Even if Grand Gang Leader Zhang doesn't have the confidence to invite him out, but as long as Grand Gang Leader Zhang has the intention, this Li will be deeply grateful. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. He didn't want to say that the expert from the Tao of Immortality could be summoned at any time. He was just worried that the so-called expert from the Tao of Immortality might not be able to save Hu Yuni. Thus, he could only mumble, Elder Hu is wholeheartedly devoted to the Misty School. This seat will naturally do his part. When everyone arrived at the conference hall, Zhang Xiaohu instructed, place Elder Hu on the ground. This seat will go and find that expert from the Tao of Immortality. After speaking, he walked behind the screen and entered the secret passage. What's wrong? Why is the expert from the Tao of Immortality in the Misty School's secret chamber? Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and Lu Yueming were puzzled. Without the permission of the sect leader of the Misty School, no one was allowed to enter the secret chamber in the conference hall. Thus, Li Jian and the rest didn't have the opportunity to enter. However, Li Jian and the rest immediately understood. Their faces were filled with joy. Since the expert from the Tao of Immortality was related to the Misty School, he would naturally know about the secret chamber. If the expert from the Tao of Immortality was in the secret chamber of the Misty School, who would have the most confidence? Of course, it would be the disciples of the Misty School. They would no longer have to fear the attacks of the Aroma Cult or the Righteous Tao Alliance. How could Li Jian not be happy? But, will the expert from the Tao of Immortality be willing to help Big Brother? Li Jian couldn't help but feel nervous. Zhang Xiaohu had been in the secret chamber for a long time, but he still hadn't come out. Li Jian was a little anxious. He walked to the front of the secret chamber and stuck his head out to take a look. At this time, there was some movement outside the conference hall. When Wenhai had returned with Shui Tian and Shui Yupeng's corpse. Seeing that the conference hall was silent, Wenhai didn't dare to speak. Only Shui Tian was sobbing softly. Her eyes were still looking at her father, unwilling to move away. Yes, only when you lose something will you know how precious it is. Although it was filthy in the eyes of others, what about in Tiantian's eyes? All that was left was the fatherly love that would never return. With a kacha sound, the door of the secret chamber opened. Everyone looked at the secret passage with hopeful eyes. The first person to come out was Zhang Xiaohu. There was no joy or disappointment on his face. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaohu's back. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in front of everyone was stunned. However, when they wanted to look behind Zhang Xiaohua again, the door of the secret chamber had already closed. You? Ren Xiaoyao? When Wenhai was the first to cry out in alarm. You came here on Abbess Jingyi's orders? Wen Wenhai suddenly realized, and then his face became gloomy. No, if this was a disciple of the pill expansion hall of the fragrance cult, he must have some immortal secret pills. If he took them out, he might be able to save Hu Yuni's life. But Zhang Xiaohu actually had dealings with a disciple of the fragrance cult, and even hid him in the secret chamber of the Misty School. Even if he saved Hu Yuni might not be able to accept his kindness. As for Zhang Xiaohu himself, how could he explain this? When Wen Wenhai said this, Li Jian and Lu Qingyang's faces also changed. They seemed to have thought of the same thing as Wen Wenhai. However, Lu Yueming was stunned at first, and then he asked curiously, isn't this Zhang Xiaohua? How could it be a disciple of the fragrance cult? Ren Xiaoyao, who is that? Hearing this, Wen Wenhai was stunned on the spot, as if he was struck by lightning. He had suspected the relationship between Zhang Xiaohua and Ren Xiaoyao on Shixin Peak, but later he was dispelled by Ren Xiaoyao's identity. Now that he saw Zhang Xiaohua, of course, he thought that Zhang Xiaohua was Ren Xiaoyao. Lu Yueming had never seen Zhang Xiaohua on Shixin Peak, and now that it was night, under the lights, of course, he thought that Zhang Xiaohua was still the Zhang Xiaohua from a few years ago, so he blurted it out. Wen Wenhai suddenly pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and asked Zhang Xiaohu, is he, your biological brother Zhang Xiaohua, Ren Xiaoyao on Shixin Peak, the immortal master who recovered all of our martial arts? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was a little unhappy, touched his nose and smiled. It seems, yes. Could it be that he is also the immortal master who used a flying sword to assassinate a deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance and 4 old consecrators on Piamiao Peak? Is he also related to our Misty School? Lu Yueming said in disbelief. Yes, Xiaohua is my biological brother, so of course he is related to our Misty School. That day on Piamiao Peak, it was Xiaohua who killed Ban Fugui and the others. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Li Jian and the others and slowly explained. Hearing that Zhang Xiaohua was not a disciple of the fragrance cult, Li Jian and the others' faces softened a little, but they were still full of doubts. After all, this Zhang Xiaohua was only a teenager. How is this possible? Lu Yueming almost jumped up. Wen Wenhai had seen Zhang Xiaohua on Shixin Peak, but he had not seen Zhang Xiaohua since he saved Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaolong on the official road. If it was not for Zhang Xiaohua's chivalrous heart, Lu Yueming would have forgotten about him on the way back to the Misty School. Who would have thought that in just a few years, this young man had turned into an immortal master, replacing the image of the old immortal master in his heart with a youthful face and white hair? No one could accept this comparison in a short time. Yes, it's me. Zhang Xiaohua glared at Lu Yueming and Wen Wenhai. He still remembered what they had said about him behind his back. He said with a smile, you didn't expect that the stupid Zhang Xiaohua who couldn't even practice the Arhat fist, the unlucky Zhang Xiaohua who died in Jianghu long ago, was actually the immortal master in your hearts? Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming heard this and immediately blushed. They knew that Zhang Xiaohua had heard what they had said on the way back. How could they still doubt his identity as an immortal master? They both blushed and stepped forward. They bowed and said, we spoke rudely. Please punish us. Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. Who were these two? They were people who had saved him in the early years. He had just casually said it. Zhang Xiaohua immediately flicked his sleeve and the two were lifted up by an invisible force. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, 2 heroes, why are you still so polite with me? I was just joking. Immortal Master, please, reach out and look at my big brother's injury. Li Jian stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Oh, elderly, get up quickly. There's no need to look. Zhang Xiaohua quickly helped Li Jian up. When Li Jian heard this, his heart thumped and he wanted to kneel down. However, how could Zhang Xiaohua let him do so? He raised his hand and Li Jian couldn't move. He asked, elderly, why are you doing this? Please be merciful and save my big brother's life. Li Jian had never seen Zhang Xiaohua before, so he didn't have any thoughts about him. He just thought that he was an immortal master. I didn't say I wouldn't save him. Elderly, although the poison is about to invade Elder Hu's heart, but it hasn't happened yet. I saw it as soon as I came out. Of course, I don't need to see it now. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Li Jian breathed a sigh of relief and was about to speak when Lu Qingyang next to him shouted, Immortal Master, let's save my big brother first. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade bottle from his bosom, poured out a pill and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu. He said, This is the antidote pill you took. Feed it to Elder Hu and the poison will be removed. Zhang Xiaohu didn't hesitate to take it. He walked to Hu Yuni's side and fed the antidote pill to Hu Yuni. Lu Qingyang wanted to go forward and help, but he was stopped by Li Jian. Zhang Xiaohua's antidote pill was really effective. After a moment, Hu Yuni woke up and shouted, Shui Yupeng, you beast. Chapter 1131. When Hu Yuni shouted this sentence, he spat out another mouthful of dirty blood. Zhang Xiaohu knew what was going to happen next. He raised his hand and hugged Hu Yuni. He glanced at him and said, Master, come with me. Wenhai didn't know why, but he followed Zhang Xiaohu out. Li Jian was stunned and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Don't worry, I will return you an unpoisoned Elder Hu in a while. Li Jian was overjoyed and bowed again. Thank you, Immortal. No need. It was second brother who brought me here. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Yes, I know. Li Jian's face hid his surprise. For a moment, everyone was amazed by what they saw in front of them. No one dared to speak loudly. Only Shui Tian was shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's young age. Then, he remembered his own life experience and Shui Yupeng who had just passed away. He couldn't help but cry again. After a moment, Shui Tian seemed to have made a decision. He stood up and walked to Li Jian. He bowed and said, Martial ancestrally. Li Jian looked at Shui Tian. He didn't know what attitude he should have towards him. He just waved his hand. If you have anything to say, you should wait for Elder Hu to come back. You can say it to him. Martial ancestrally, disciple, father did such a vicious thing. Although disciple didn't know about it, but it was disciple who personally sent the highly toxic medicinal pill into great-grandmaster's mouth. Great-grandmaster's poisoning was also done by disciple. So, disciple doesn't dare to ask for great master's forgiveness. I also don't have the face to stay in front of great master. I also don't have the face to stay in the Misty School. Now, before great master wakes up, disciple asks martial ancestrally to expel disciple from the Misty School and let disciple leave alone. This. Li Jian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Shui Yupeng did such a thing. In fact, it had nothing to do with Shui Tian. But, as Shui Tian said, he personally fed the poison to Hu Yuni. Even if Hu Yuni didn't mind, how could Shui Tian still stay in front of Hu Yuni? But Hu Yuni loved Shui Tian, and Li Jian had seen it with his own eyes. If he were to dispose of Shui Tian without permission, he was afraid that it would be difficult for Hu Yuni to explain himself when he woke up. At this time, Shui Tian turned around and bowed to Zhang Xiaohua again. He said respectfully, Thank you, Immortal Elder, for saving the great ancestor. This makes me feel relieved. If it weren't for Immortal Elder, I would have gone with the great ancestor. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and patted Shui Tian's head, looking like an expert. You child, don't think so much, this has nothing to do with you, you are just being used by others. But I have to repay my father's debt with my own hands. Shui Tian's eyes were filled with tears. He didn't know what to say. In short, this Misty School. I don't have the face to stay any longer. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, "Oh right, I heard from my second brother that you used a strange fist technique to compete with him a few days ago?" Shui Tiantian's face turned red, and he said embarrassedly, "I don't dare, it's just a small skill, how can it be compared with Master Zhang's? What insignificant technique?" Zhang Xiaohua was displeased. "Show me a set of techniques. Now. Here." Shui Tiantian was stunned. "Well, here, you can do it." Shui Tiantian didn't know why Zhang Xiaohua was like this, but since it was the Immortal Elder's order, how could he disobey? Shui Tiantian endured the pain, and his qi sank into his dantian. He focused his mind, held his breath, and calmed his heart. He performed the 108 moves of the Big Dipper magical fist technique that Zhang Qingyue taught him from beginning to end. Zhang Xiaohua held her chin and shook her head or nodded as she watched. Li Jian and the others were at a loss. After Shui Tiantian finished performing the Big Dipper magical fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua turned to ask, "Hero Lu, what do you think of this fist technique?" This. Lu Yueming was stunned. He thought for a while and said, "Immortal Elder, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Ha ha ha," Zhang Xiaohua laughed, "Hero Lu saved my life in the past. You don't have to call me Immortal Elder anymore, just call me by my name." Lu Yueming shook his head like a rattle drum. "It was just a coincidence that I saved you that day, it was effortless. Moreover, it was God who borrowed my hands. Even if it wasn't me, someone else would have done it. I don't dare to take the credit. Also, Immortal Elder healed my dantian and connected my bones. This has already repaid the favor of that day. How can I mention it again? In the martial arts world, those who are more powerful are the teachers. Since Immortal Elder has already set foot on the path of immortality, you are already beyond my reach. I am convinced that you are Immortal Elder, but if I call you by your secular name, I am afraid I will feel uneasy." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect Lu Yueming to come up with so many reasons. He had no choice but to smile and say, "Then you can call me whatever you want, Hero Lu." Then he asked, "Hero Lu, do you think that this fist technique is quite bad?" "Yes, that's right." Lu Yueming said bluntly, "I have observed that many of Tian's fist techniques are plagiarized from other fist techniques, such as the common Liuhe fist, Luohan fist, and so on. However, some of the moves are the same, while some are different. What kind of power can these fist techniques have when put together? Can there be no flaws?" "Hero Lu, you are right. This fist technique, when used by Tian, is indeed full of flaws. However, the flaws are in the moves that Hero Lu seems to be the same as other fist techniques. If all the fist techniques are different, then the flaws will no longer exist." This. Lu Yueming was speechless. He asked curiously, "How did Immortal Elder know so much about this fist technique of my Misty School?" To tell you the truth, Hero Lu, when I was in Huanxi Villa, I was taught fist techniques by Captain He Tianshu. However, I was too stupid to practice Luohan fist or Liuhe fist. This fist technique is made by taking some moves from those fist techniques and putting them together." Not only was Lu Yueming surprised, but Li Jian and Lu Qingyang were also surprised. They said, "That's impossible." This fist technique was recorded by Zhang Qingyue at a price of 1,000 taels of silver by faction leader O. Lu Qingyang grinned and gave a thumbs up. He praised, "Immortal Elder. You are really a genius. How old were you at that time? You could already create a fist technique by yourself?" "It's nothing." Zhang Xiaohua was also modest. "It's all a blessing." Then, he looked at Li Jian and said seriously, "It's just that, even though this fist technique was sold to the ethereal sect, but looking at Tian's practice, it's just barely passable. It's too different from the fist technique in the manual. So, I'm thinking of buying the manual back and letting my disciples practice it alone." Immortal Elder's disciple? Li Jian was stunned. Which sect is Immortal Elder from? I'm preparing to establish the Big Dipper sect. When the time comes, I'll definitely invite Elder Li and the others to attend the ceremony. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Ha, Beidou school, I understand. No matter how stupid Li Jian was, he had already thought of the rumors about Rejuvenation Valley. Nie Qianyu had spread the name of Beidou school that day. Since Immortal Elder wants to establish a sect, then this fist technique manual can be given to Immortal Elder as a congratulatory gift. However, I'm only an elder and not a faction leader. Secondly, I've never heard of this fist technique manual. Even if I want to give it to Immortal Elder, I can't. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and was about to speak when Shui Tian timidly said, Immortal Elder, I know the whereabouts of the fist technique manual, eh? Where is it? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Shui Tian thought for a moment and probed, if I give the fist technique manual to Immortal Elder, can Immortal Elder agree to a small condition of mine? Condition? Zhang Xiaohua's tone became slightly cold. It didn't matter if he wanted the fist technique manual or not. He just didn't want it to be leaked. Now that he heard Shui Tian talk about conditions with him, he couldn't help but become slightly angry. What conditions? Tell me. Zhang Xiaohua said coldly. Shui Tian seemed to hear the anger in Zhang Xiaohua's voice, but he gritted his teeth and pointed at Shui Yupeng's corpse. Immortal Elder, although my father did something wrong to the Misty School, but he was forced to do so. Now that he's dead, I hope the Misty School can let bygones be bygones and bury my father properly. Don't let his corpse be exposed in the countryside. This is your condition? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Yes, this is my condition. As long as Immortal Elder agrees, I'll immediately tell you the whereabouts of the fist technique manual. Shui Tian nodded. That fist technique manual is in your possession? If I take action, do you think you can protect it? Shui Tian's face turned pale instantly. His small hands naturally covered his chest. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and turned to bow to Li Jian. He asked, Elderly, although Shui Yupeng was guilty, he could atone for his crime with his death. Shui Tian's filial piety is commendable. I would like to agree to his condition. Elderly, please agree to it. Li Jian hurriedly returned the bow and said, Master Zhang brought Shui Yupeng's corpse back and told his disciples not to reveal what happened today. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. I think Master Zhang didn't intend to reveal this matter to the public. Shui Yupeng's corpse must be buried with dignity. Although I'm not the master of Misty School, this condition, I agree to it on behalf of Master Zhang. Shui Tian was overjoyed. He bowed to Li Jian and said, Thank you, second master. Elder Li. Li Jian smiled bitterly and helped Shui Tian up. He thought to himself, it seems like this kid is determined not to stay in Misty School. Following that, Shui Tian took out an oil bag from his bosom and carefully opened it, revealing a brand new fist art manual inside. Then, he handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Thank you, Immortal Elder, for your help. This fist art, please accept it. Why? Why is it so new? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. This is the only thing my master left me. When I miss my master, I take it out to have a look. I don't dare to tarnish it. Sigh, forget it. Shui Tian, since it was given to you by Zhang Qingyue, it's the only thing he left you. How can I take it back? You keep it for yourself. Zhang Xiaohua said sadly and waved her hand. Chapter 1132. Thank you for your mercy. Shui Tian's face was filled with joy as he put the manual away. Zhang Xiaohua then asked, How many copies of this manual are there? Reporting to Immortal, there is only one copy. Then how many disciples practice this fist technique? Reporting to Immortal Elder, Master is also not used to this fist manual, so. Master first taught this lowly one, then this lowly one taught others. This lowly one used this fist manual to teach 8 people. As for whether there are other disciples, this lowly one does not know. What about these 8 people? Reporting to Immortal, among the 8 people, 4 of them traveled with me, and 4 of them stayed in Misty Mountain Villa. I don't know where they are now. As for the other 4, except for one who died of illness, the other 3 are in Young Eagle Hall. How are the other 3 practicing this fist technique? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Reporting to Immortal Elder, this fist technique is really not easy to practice. As long as you practice any other fist technique slightly, the moves in this fist technique will immediately go out of shape. The other 3 junior brothers had long stopped practicing when they escaped from Ethereal Sect. Only this lowly one has been practicing because I miss my master. Good. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with a smile and asked again, you want martial ancestrally to expel you from Misty School, do you have any plans? No. Shui Tiantian's face was gloomy. To him, Jianghu was really dangerous. He really didn't know what to do in the future. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed, my Beidou School's 7 Stars Palace already has an owner. Shui Tian, you have already practiced my Beidou School's Fist of the Big Dipper. It can be said that you have fate with my Beidou School. Are you willing to enter my Beidou School and be Ai's disciple? This. Shui Tian almost couldn't believe his ears. Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and Lu Yueming were also shocked. Their faces showed envy as they looked at Shui Tian. Immortal. Don't deceive me. Shui Tian looked at Zhang Xiaohua blankly. Why would I lie to you? My Beidou School's boxing manual has already been given to you. Are you still doubting me? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and laughed. Master. Disciple Shui Tian greets Master. Shui Tian fell to the ground and cried. This time, Zhang Xiaohua did not help him up. Instead, she looked up with a smile at Hu Yuni, who was being helped in by Wen Wenhai and Zhang Xiaohu. At this moment, Hu Yuni's face was clearly rosy and was no longer as dark as before. Big brother. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang also saw him. They both ran over and asked in surprise, Big brother, are you alright? First Elder's poison is no longer a problem. I think he will ask Xiaohua to give him a few more pills. Zhang Xiaohu had just said. Zhang Xiaohua interjected, you don't need to take any more detoxification pills. Elder whose poison was poisoned by the righteous Dao Alliance. It's different from the poison of Chuanxiang cult. You only need 1 detoxification pill to detoxify him. Sect leader Zhang. This. What's going on? Hu Yuni turned around and asked. After listening to Zhang Xiaohu's explanation of what happened in Mo Xian's palace, Hu Yuni's face was filled with shame. He said in a low voice, Sect leader Zhang, this old man. This subordinate is really gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Please forgive me. Elder Hu, look at what you're saying. This lord knows that you don't have long to live, so you want to make arrangements after your death. As for this lord. There are many things that Elder Hu doesn't understand about my background and the way I do things. Therefore, it's normal for Elder Hu to misunderstand that it was arranged by Chuanxiang cult. I'm ashamed. As Hu Yuni spoke, he walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and bowed. Immortal Elder. I believe that all the things that happened in my Misty School recently were caused by Immortal Elder. Zhang Xiaohua flicked her sleeve and supported Hu Yuni. She smiled and said, Elder Hu's body is weak now. Let's sit down and talk. After Hu Yuni sat down, Zhang Xiaohua nodded. These things were all done by I. Immortal Elder also bestowed Du Feng and Ding Chao with their martial arts? Yes. All the disciples of my Misty School who had their joints crushed and dantians pierced were all saved by Immortal Elder? Yes. When my Misty School counterattacked Ethereal Peak, the Righteous Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master and 4 old consecrators were also killed by Immortal Elder? Yes. Sect Leader Zhang's immortal cultivation was also bestowed by Immortal Elder? This. It wasn't I, but he received the legacy of your Misty School. Then my Misty School's immortal cultivation legacy was also passed down by Immortal Elder? My Misty School's immortal cultivation legacy token was also bestowed by Immortal Elder? Yes. Sect Leader Zhang subduing the disciples of the Righteous Alliance and Xuanxiang cult was also done by Immortal Elder? This. I also tried, but in the end, it was still because of Sect Leader Zhang's personal charm. Every time Hu Yuni asked a question, Zhang Xiaohua would reply with a sentence. Everyone in the meeting hall felt their hearts beat violently. Every sentence represented a turning point that would determine the fate of the ethereal sect. Every sentence represented a grace that the Misty School would never be able to repay. Every sentence represented that Zhang Xiaohua should be the true master of the Misty School. Immortal Elder, forgive this old man's stupidity, but please take a seat and accept a bow from the Misty School's disciples. Hu Yuni finally said seriously, if not for Immortal Elder, my Misty School would have long been consigned to eternal damnation and become someone else's puppet. If I don't bow to you, this old man will never be able to rest in peace. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hand and pointed at Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming, saying, Swordsman Wen and Swordsman Lu were also I's saviors back then. Even he didn't accept a bow from I, so how can I accept a bow from them now? Hu Yuni thought for a moment and nodded, saying, since Immortal Elder says so, this old man won't force you. However, this old man would like to bow to Immortal Elder once on behalf of the dead 4th brother and the Master in heaven. This is to thank Immortal Elder for preserving the bloodline of my Misty School. This. Zhang Xiaohua was put in a difficult position. Li Jian persuaded, Immortal Elder, please don't decline. This is our Misty School's sincerity, so please accept this bow. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she raised her eyebrows and said, in that case, I won't be pretentious. I've done so much for your Misty School, so at least I've gained something. Hu Yuni was overjoyed and respectfully knelt on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua accepted the bow and hurriedly helped Hu Yuni up. However, before she could say anything, Hu Yuni said, this old man has always had a question. Would Immortal Elder please enlighten me? Zhang Xiaohua helped Hu Yuni to a chair and said with a smile, feel free to ask. I have already told you everything I know. Yes, this old man wants to know. When my Misty School was destroyed by the incense cult, the Daoist Temple, and the Righteous Alliance, why didn't Immortal Elder do anything? Even if Immortal Elder didn't do anything back then, my Misty School wouldn't have suffered such a tragic fate. It turned out that ever since Hu Yuni woke up, Zhang Xiaohu had been trying to explain. There were still some things that he hadn't explained clearly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she frowned slightly. Hu Yuni's question was rather disrespectful. However, after thinking for a while, she still said, it's not that I didn't do anything. Of course, I was still overseas. In terms of time, I had just stepped onto the path of immortality, so I didn't have the strength to stop that disaster. Yes, I believe that Chu Yunfei of your sect must have told Elder Hu that when he met I in the wilderness, I had just returned from overseas. At that time, your sect was already in disarray. Oh, that's right. Immortal Elder, now that you mention it, this old man really does remember. Immortal Elder seemed to have asked where the incense cult was at that time. Immortal Elder indeed went to find sect leader Zhang. Hu Yuni suddenly understood. Elder Hu, you can ask my second brother about the incense cult later. Great hero Wen has also met I. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Immortal Elder's talent is truly unimaginable. In just a few years, it's actually so profound. Even so, there are still people who say that I's stupid. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't let Wen Wenhai and Lu Yueming off the hook. When Wenhai glanced at Lu Yueming, who had an awkward expression on his face, and immediately understood what was going on. I'm just kidding, Great Hero Wen. Captain, he has been muttering like this. I'll have to talk to him later. Zhang Xiaohua laughed again. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. When Wenhai and Lu Yueming also laughed. It was as if the Zhang Xiaohua now was the real Zhang Xiaohua and not some immortal elder. Oh, by the way, Elder Hu, just now I boldly accepted Shui Tian as my disciple. However, he is still a disciple of the Misty School. Elder Hu, please be magnanimous, and grant I my wish. Come here, Tian. Hu Yuni raised his hand and beckoned. Shui Tian had been kneeling on the ground and didn't get up. When he heard this, he stood up and walked to Hu Yuni's side. Hu Yuni reached out and touched Shui Tian's head with his hand very dotingly. He said lovingly, Tian, your father's matter is your father's. It has nothing to do with you. Even if you fed me the poison, I won't blame you because you didn't know at all. So, you must remember that from the moment your great ancestor found out the truth of the matter until he fainted, he never blamed you. Great ancestor. Shui Tian cried again and threw himself into Hu Yuni's arms. Io, second brother, I have an urgent matter. I'll leave first. This pill is for Elder Hu. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly shouted and threw a pill to Zhang Xiaohu. Then, she turned around and disappeared. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. They all looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Xiaohua, this is a method of the immortal Tao. Look at me, I don't know either. As for what urgent matter Zhang Xiaohua had, Zhang Xiaohu didn't say anything. Shui Tian cried bitterly and didn't know about this. Hu Yuni didn't notice and waited for Shui Tian to stop crying before comforting him. However, since you have made up your mind, and it is indeed inappropriate for you to stay in the Misty School now, then follow the immortal to cultivate. But, when you succeed in your cultivation in the future, you must remember my Misty School and take care of my Misty School. Yes, please rest assured, great ancestor. This disciple will definitely not forget the Misty School's great kindness to this disciple. Also, great ancestors care for this disciple. Yes, immortal elder. Hu Yuni looked up, but Zhang Xiaohua had already disappeared. Elder Hu, Little Blossom has something to do, so I'll leave first. Before I leave, I'll leave this pill for the first elder. The first elder will take this pill in a while. If nothing unexpected happens, the first elder's internal injuries and damaged meridians will be healed. Chapter 1133. Really? Hu Yuni was pleasantly surprised. Hee, of course it's true. Li Jian said, Faction leader Zhang, you must have used this elixir to heal your subordinates' internal injuries back then, right? Hee, Elder Li is right, it is this pill. Zhang Xiaohu was now very familiar with the Meridian Soothing Pill and recognized it at a glance. Big brother, hurry up and take it. I'll wait here to protect you. Lu Qingyang shouted. Here? That's not appropriate. Hu Yuni was a little hesitant. This is such a heaven-sent opportunity. Big brother, hurry up and take it. If anything happens, it'll be too late to regret it. Hu Yuni nodded, then looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, Sect leader Zhang, please give the order to expel Shui Tian from the Misty School. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said to Shui Tian, I expel you from the Misty School today. From now on, your actions have nothing to do with the Misty School. You are no longer a disciple of the Misty School. Do you understand? This disciple understands. Thank you, sect leader Zhang. Although she knew that her future was bright, although she knew that she would be able to see these amiable grandmasters and martial uncles in the future, although she was already mentally prepared, but, when she heard Zhang Xiaohu say that she was no longer a disciple of the Misty School, Shui Tian couldn't help but feel sad, and tears fell from her eyes. All right, Tian, return to the Young Eagle Hall as usual. There's no need to rush to pack your things. I'll take you to see your martial uncles and senior brothers tomorrow. Yes, I'll follow sect leader's orders. Shui Tiantian's voice was unusually loud. After Wenhai left with Shui Tian, Hu Yuni swallowed the meridian soothing pill under everyone's gaze. He sat cross-legged in the meeting hall and quietly adjusted his breathing. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and released her divine sense. Immediately, her face showed surprise. He saw Shui Tian holding a towel, a basin, and a small kettle on the ground beside him. He stood respectfully in front of his door. On the opposite side of Shui Tian, Xiaohua Ji's face was full of vigilance. She was also holding the snow-white towel in her hand and was staring at Shui Tian like a tiger watching its prey. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua removed the restriction on the hut and walked out. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's deliberate footsteps, Shui Tiantian's spirit was lifted and his face became even more respectful. Ji Xiaohua's face also became anxious. She stretched out her leg and was about to rush over to open the door, but Shui Tian was faster than her. His figure swayed slightly and he arrived in front of the door. He gently pushed the door open and called out, "Master, good morning." However, before he could finish his sentence, 2 streaks of black light shot out of the door like arrows. Ah! Shui Tian was shocked and couldn't help but cry out. The basin in his hand almost fell to the ground. The 2 streaks of black light were Little Martin and Little Dog. The 2 little things floated in the air and stared unblinkingly at Shui Tian with their small black eyes. Xiaohua Ji's face flashed with joy. She wanted to cover her mouth with her hand, but halfway through, she saw Zhang Xiaohua's smiling eyes. "Good morning, Master." Xiaohua Ji put down the snow-white towel on the ground and said respectfully, "When I woke up, I suddenly saw second martial uncle bringing this child over. I don't know what he was doing, but he just stood there. No matter how I asked, he didn't say anything. Master. I don't know what the rules of Beta School are, but in Misty School, I have been standing in front of Master's door in the morning since I was young to serve Master tea. So, last night, I earnestly asked sect leader Zhang. Oh, second martial uncle, to bring me over to serve Master." Zhang Xiaohua came to a sudden realization and nodded his head subconsciously. Famous sects are indeed different. The rules are extraordinarily strict. Therefore, she smiled at Xiaohua Ji, Little Black, and Little Yellow. She said, "This is my new disciple, Shui Tian. He is also a person with a hard life. You two should get to know each other." "Yes, Master." When Xiaohua Ji heard that Shui Tian was a person with a hard life, she felt regret. She turned around and said, "Junior Shui Tian, who had just been frightened, was still looking at the 2 little things flying in the air. Her heart was beating wildly. When she heard Ji Xiaohua call her junior brother, she immediately became unhappy. She pouted and asked, "Master, didn't you say yesterday that this disciple has been practicing my Big Dipper sex fist technique for a long time? This disciple has also observed that this brother has never practiced martial arts before. How can this disciple call him senior brother?" As he said that, he looked at the 2 little things that had already flown away and felt relieved. He put the basin on the ground and turned around to take the kettle. He poured hot water and said with a smile, "Master, please wash your face." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and walked over. She casually washed her face. At the same time, Xiaohua Ji and Shui Tian handed over towels. Looking at the 2 towels, the 2 little hands, and the 2 expectant faces, Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in her heart. She took 1 towel with each hand and wiped her face with 1 towel. Then, she handed the towels to the 2 of them. Xiaohua Ji and Shui Tiantian's faces were filled with joy and disappointment. They looked at each other and lightly snorted from their noses. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, Her face turned cold and she said in a low voice, "Both of you, come here." "Yes, master." The two of them felt Zhang Xiaohua's face and quickly followed. Standing in the small courtyard and looking at the rising sun, Zhang Xiaohua pointed and asked, "Wait and see." "What do you think?" The two of them were stunned. After looking for a long time, they turned their heads back. "You first." Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Xiaohua Ji and said. "Yes, master." Xiaohua Ji said respectfully, "It looks like an egg yolk. It's probably delicious." Pft, Shui Tian immediately laughed, but after laughing a few times, she immediately covered her mouth and looked at Zhang Xiaohua's straight face. Zhang Xiaohua held back her laughter with great difficulty. With a straight face, she said to Shui Tian, "What about you?" "Master, a year's plan is in the spring, and a day's plan is in the morning. The morning sun has just risen, and it is the time when life is full of vitality. We martial artists should cherish time like gold and dance when we hear the chicken." Then, she asked again, "Master, is this disciple right?" Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. The disciples of this big sect were indeed different. They said things in a different way. Compared to her, this village disciple, Xiaohua Ji, she couldn't compare. Tian is absolutely right. Zhang Xiaohua nodded calmly. Looking at Xiaohua Ji, who was a little shy, she said, "Xiaohua is not wrong. It's just because you're hungry that you think so much." "Yes, master." Xiaohua Ji's face softened. Zhang Xiaohua patted their shoulders again and hugged them in her arms. Facing the morning sun, she said, "Master is not much older than you, and I'm not as knowledgeable as Zhang Qingyue. It's just that, look, the rising sun is the best and most beautiful time of the day. Our beta school has just been built, and like the rising sun, it's full of vitality. And you are also the rising sun of our beta school. Only with your joint efforts can we have a bright future. If you just entered our beta school and have a grudge against each other and hate each other, how can our beta school be famous in Jianghu?" When the two heard this, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. They were just children with a competitive nature. They only wanted to fight for favor in front of their master. How could they think so much? "Master, we were wrong." Xiaohua Ji and Shui Tian both said in a low voice. "Alright, there's a saying in the olden days. Knowing one's mistakes is the greatest virtue. Since you don't have any relatives, you will be brothers in the future. You must love and care for each other." "Yes, master." This disciple will call Tian senior brother. He knows martial arts. Xiaohua Ji immediately said. "Xiaohua Ji is older than me, so I will call him senior brother." Shui Tian also declined. He. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Xiaohua Ji has already kowtowed and entered our beta school. He can't run away from the title of senior brother. Although Tiantian's martial arts is strong, he can only be ranked behind him." "Yes, master." Shui Tian nodded and bowed, "Greetings to senior brother." "Don't." When Xiaohua Ji heard this, a strange expression appeared on her face. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Junior brother Tian, although I am a senior brother, I am not senior brother. Senior brother is someone else." "Then, where is senior brother?" "This little brother will pay his respects in a while," Shui Tian respectfully said. At this time, the sky had already brightened and the small courtyard gradually became lively. However, Zhang Bairan was still a child, so how could he wake up so early? Xiaohua Ji laughed and said, don't be anxious. When senior brother wakes up, I will bring him to play. It won't be too late for you to pay your respects then. And this little brother will listen to senior brother." Shui Tian did not seem to understand the meaning behind her words. Zhang Xiaohua Ji could already guess Shui Tian's expression when he saw Zhang Bairan. However, she did not know how he would greet Zhang Bairan. Perhaps there was a precedent in the Misty School? Also, you have 3 martial aunts who can be considered as my junior sisters. In a while, let Xiaohua bring them to pay their respects. And your 3 martial aunts have a good relationship with each other, so you must learn from them. Yes, master. The 2 of them bowed and replied. All right, master is going to practice the Big Dipper mystical fist. The 2 of you can also learn from the side. Tian already has the foundation. Later on, follow the fist moves from the manual and teach them to your second senior brother. Yes, master. Xiaohua Ji and Shui Tian were overjoyed, especially Ji Xiaohua Ji. Although she had already entered beta school, Zhang Xiaohua had not taught her anything yet. This could be considered her first lesson. After breakfast, Yen came over. Shui Tian also paid his respects to his 3 martial aunts. At this time, Zhang Bairen had also woken up from his sleep. Under Zhang Bairen's complete disregard, Shui Tian helplessly paid his respects to his senior brother. Looking at Nie Qinyu, Zhang Pinger, and Yen, as well as Zhang Bairen, Ji Xiaohua Ji, and Shui Tian, Zhang Xiaohua Ji was very satisfied. As long as Chu Jing was brought over by the Misty School's disciples, the disciples of Beta School would be complete. However, when she thought of Chu Jing, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1134. Master Zhang San's blood turned into a red bead the size of a fist and spun around in the air. Ya opened her mouth and the blood bead was sucked into her mouth. Master Zhang San turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. Then, Ya looked at the people from the Misty School. How dare you? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and did not dare to delay any longer. He reached out his hand and the lotus throne appeared in the air. He pointed his finger and the lotus throne emitted a rainbow light that covered Zhang Xiaohu, Peacock, and Chen Chen. Ya covered her mouth and laughed. Little husband, don't be afraid. Zhang Xiaohu is your second brother. Why would I hurt him? Besides, their cultivation is far from enough. Their blood can only be used to refine the demon flag. There are many people like that in the martial arts world. I have no reason to make you unhappy. Then, she waved her sleeve and 2 rays of red light shot out towards Nun Jing-yi and Nun Shu-qing. Stop it. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. The dream-chasing sword flew out again and turned into 64 rays of light that shot towards Ya. Little husband, you are so cruel. How dare you attack me? You wronged me for loving you so much. Ya smiled and did not retract the red light. It was as if the rays of light could not hurt her at all. Sure enough, when the 64 rays of light hit Ya's body, the demon flag's clothes shook slightly and countless black gas blocked the rays of light. Little husband, do you know why I have been talking to you so patiently? Why I have been answering your questions? Ya smiled brightly. Rushi. You attacked me the moment you came up. I am tired of dealing with you. Not only you, but you see, I have been attacking the monks of the Daoist temple since the beginning. Why did I not attack the people of the incense cult? That's because the monks of the Daoist temple are pigs. No matter how high their cultivation is, they are no match for me. As for Yu Mingxin's disciple, I still have to think about it. I can only wait until the first layer of the demonic flag is successfully refined before I can make a move. Then, a bitter expression appeared on her face. This devilish flag is far too difficult to refine. There was so much blood at the foot of Ya Mountain, as well as the quintessence blood of so many experts from the Tao of Immortals, but I've only just reached the first level. Only after reaching the first level can I dare to stand tall and face you directly. Do you know how nervous I was in front of you just now? You. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. She gritted her teeth. But don't be afraid, my husband. I'm sincere to you and your family. In the future, this world will belong to the 2 of us. Let's build your Beta school into a first-class school. Let the Tenryas sect, the incense sect, and the Misty school become its puppets. While Ye was talking to Zhang Xiaohua, the other two red lights had already killed the heavily injured Nun Shuqing and Nun Jingyi. Their quintessence blood had also been sucked out by Ye. Zhang Xiaohua looked on, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Ye's expression suddenly changed. She frowned and closed her eyes. Her body fell from the sky. When she regained her balance, she opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear and filled with pain. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua. I'm Meng. Meng. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and looked at the familiar eyes. I have to go. Xiaohua, Ye's consciousness is getting stronger and stronger. I'm destined to be devoured by her. The more I'm devoured by Ye, the more I know. Meng cried. I really love you. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. I know you love me. Xiaohua, you don't understand. Meng said in a panic. Meng's eyes turned slightly red, but she gritted her teeth and the redness gradually faded. Meng said anxiously, Xiaohua, I don't have much time. You have to hear that what Ye said was true, but what she said to you was all lies. She didn't kill you because she wanted to keep you captive. When your cultivation is high, she will absorb your quintessence blood. Furthermore, this demonic flag of hers needs to be refined 9 times. Not only does she want to use this demonic flag to raise her cultivation, she also wants to use it to break open space and return to the ruins. It took so many people's blood and lives to refine one layer of the demon flag. Every time the demon flag was refined, it would take 9 times more blood essence than the previous layer. Flowery, you have to calculate how many people's blood essence would be needed to refine this demon flag. Even if you kill the entire Jianghu and the entire human world, it still won't be enough. Tisk, Zhang Xiaohua gasped. If that was the case, the entire human world would become hell. Quick, little blossom, while I'm still stopping you kill me quickly. As Meng spoke, she wanted to take down the demonic flag, but, no matter how hard she tried, the demonic flag didn't move at all. Meng was about to cry. She shouted, Xiaohua, use the flying sword, use chasing dream. Let chasing dream become killing dream. Zhang Xiaohua also cried. Chasing dream couldn't move forward even after several attempts. Meng, how can I bear to let you go? How can I kill you with my own hands? Unless, there's no other way. Zhang Xiaohua's voice was hoarse. Meng smiled bitterly when she saw that chasing dream didn't move forward. She shook her head and said, Xiaohua, you are wrong. You don't love me at all. Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head. Meng, what nonsense are you talking about? How can I not love you? It's true. It's not your heart that loves me, and it's not my heart that loves you. It's the heart-binding curse that you used, that's causing trouble. You used the heart-binding curse to bind our hearts together. Meng smiled bitterly and cried. Heart-binding curse? Zhang Xiaohua was dazed and didn't know how to answer. Xiaohua, do you think, we only met once outside Poyang town and it'll be engraved in our hearts forever? Can you think about it every day and night? Can you not eat or drink? Meng said while crying. Why not? Meng, I've always treated you like this. Sometimes when I think of you, my heart will ache and I'll be happy. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Meng's eyes lit up and she said happily, I'm the same. But then she shook her head and said, but we're trapped by Ye's heart-binding curse. This is all Ye's doing. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand, Meng wiped her tears and said, in fact, when Ye came here, she first established the Tenryas sect. She called herself Sakra and trained a few heavenly kings. In order to increase her power, Ye established the Daoist Temple. She combined the kung fu of the devil world with some exercises she got from the Buddhism sect and formed the Daoist Temple. On the surface, the exercises of the Daoist Temple are Buddhism sect's exercises, but the foundation is the exercises of the devil cult. All the monks of the Daoist Temple have succeeded in practicing them. After they passed away, their relics became elixirs for Ye to increase her power. Later, when Ye was fighting with Wan Wuxin, Yu Mingxin and Yang Haoya for an extremely rare thing, she was seriously injured by the three of them. When Ye hid in the Guiyuan Tower of the Daoist Temple to heal, she accidentally found a kind of heart sutra of the Buddhism sect. Xiaohua, you also know that the monks of the Daoist Temple abstain from sex. The reason why they abstain from sex is because of this heart sutra. This heart sutra was unintentionally copied from the Buddhism sect. Ye comprehended this heart sutra and combined it with some kind of secret method of the devil cult. Ye found a way to live forever. Live forever? Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. Yes, live forever. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, didn't you see me? How many years have I lived? Zhang Xiaohua nodded blankly. Meng sighed and continued, Ye's method was to find a man and according to the Heart Sutra, cast the Heart Sutra in the hearts of Ye and this man. Hence, Ye fell in love with this man, fell in love with him and got married. This man was the second generation Sakra apart from Ye. Then, Ye and Sakra gave birth to a daughter, which was the first generation saintess. This saintess was an independent person, but because Ye and Sakra had the Heart Sutra, this saintess had Ye's consciousness seed in her consciousness. When the saintess was 6 years old, Ye, according to the secret method, quietly died. Once Ye died, her seed in the saintess consciousness began to germinate. At that time, the saintess consciousness began to become chaotic. After a few months or years, Ye's consciousness grew up and swallowed the saintess consciousness. This saintess then became Ye. At this time, Ye wasn't much different from an ordinary person. She should spend most of her time in the Tenryu sect. Then, Ye would go to the Guiyuan Tower of the Daoist Temple and swallow the relics in the Guiyuan Tower to increase her power. When Ye's power had reached a certain age, Ye would go to the pugilistic world to find another man and cast the Heart Sutra again to let herself and another man fall in love with each other. Like this, the saintess of the Tenryu sect will always be Ye. Do you understand? Xiaohua, this is what the Tenryu sect passed down. The child of Sakra and the saintess must be a girl. First there was the saintess, then there was Sakra, then there was Sakra, then there were the 8 division heavenly kings. This was how they came to be. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua with tears in her eyes again and said while crying, and I am this generation's saintess, which is also the reincarnated Ye. Xiaohua, you are the man that Ye will choose from the pugilistic world in this life. You are destined to fall in love with Ye and help each other in difficult times. You are destined to be this generation's Sakra, your daughter, the next generation's saintess, and also the next generation's Ye's reincarnation. This matter should have been done after Ye became an adult, but I don't know why. She actually did it when she met you at the ferry. Perhaps it's because you look very similar to that immortal Xiaohua, and Ye was extremely afraid of this immortal Xiaohua, so when she met you at the ferry, she felt that you were her biggest threat at the first moment, so she cast her most powerful Heart Sutra on you. Meng seemed to be recalling something and said, this is also the only reason why you fell in love with me. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned ashen as she listened. Her eyes were at a loss, and she didn't know how to answer. She had never thought that her painstakingly engraved love for Meng was just her method of toying with the human world, her method of immortality. So, Xiaohua, I don't have the qualifications to talk about love with you. Our love is really a kind of absurdity. Meng cried with tears in her eyes. However, according to Ye's memory, it seems, she found another method from the ring you gave her. Perhaps in the future, your daughter won't have this kind of tragedy again. But it definitely won't. Yeah, she wants to swallow you. Speaking up to hear, Meng's eyes turned blood red, and her face turned cold. Her tone changed again. What kind of storm does a little consciousness want to cause? I don't know how many little things like this I've swallowed. She then looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said coldly, since you already know, I won't say anything more. Although I found a way to achieve immortality without reincarnation, I can't guarantee that this method will be completely useful. So, as the man of this generation who was implanted with the heart-binding curse with me, you have to stay by my side for the rest of your life. Unless I have no other choice, I won't abandon you. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were already filled with determination. She stared at Ye and said coldly, your method is the demon flag? Yes, it's the demon flag. It's a method to refine the blood of 10,000 spirits. If it succeeds, not to mention me, even you, I can guarantee you immortality. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly. This kind of immortality, it's better not to have it. This kind of immortality, it's better not to have it. What a big tone. Ye laughed maniacally. I've been struggling at death's door since tens of thousands of years ago. I've reared the Daoist temple in captivity, released the techniques of the demon realm, and searched for the saintess and Sakra. Isn't everything for the sake of immortality? How long have you lived? How do you know the wonders of immortality? Humph, as the ancient people said, if you can understand the true meaning of life, if two people truly love each other, even if you only live for a day, it's enough. If you don't understand why you live, don't know what love is, and only treat love as a tool to prolong your feeble existence, then, even if you've lived for tens of thousands of years, what's the use of living until you're as old as heaven and earth? You laughed maniacally again. You're just a little human, but you're just my food and you actually want to talk about love with me? What is love? I don't need to know, and I don't want to know. You're just despicable creatures, and your emotions are even more despicable. And, the love you speak of is fake, it doesn't even exist, it's just one of my techniques. You really think it's real? I saw that little thing tossing and turning over there, it's really stubborn, it actually doesn't want to be devoured by me. Then, he pointed at Peacock, Zhang Xiaohu and the rest and said, I know, Yu Mingxin from the incense cult, and Yang Haoya from the Misty School, they should have been able to cultivate successfully, but they were delayed by this so-called love, and both of their foundations were damaged. One of them was looking for self-pity at the Sorrowless Lake, while the other came to the Daoist temple to find me, the Sakra of the demon realm, to find a way to cut off their feelings. What happened to them in the end? One was suppressed by me under the Frowning Tower, never to be reincarnated, while the other died on the Misty Peak, never to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. But, after all, they had loved before. Zhang Xiaohua was infuriated. She moved her divine sense, and a few rays of sword light pierced towards Ye, aiming at Ye's head, which was not covered by the demonic flag. You're finally willing to do it. Ye laughed, if you kill me, you'll never see your dream. The small sword was like lightning, piercing Ye's face, but, just as the flying sword touched Ye's face, the demonic flag quietly extended upwards, covering Ye's entire face, blocking the small sword. Zhang Xiaohua did not expect to succeed like this. At the same time she used the flying sword, she reached out her hand, wanting to take out the Hao Tian mirror, but, the Hao Tian mirror was connected to the other 9 instruments. Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry, she could not take it out. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Sangarama plate beside her. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua take out the Sangarama plate, Peacock gritted her teeth. She did not know what to feel. Although she had already guessed that Great Elder Jing Gang was killed by Zhang Xiaohua, she did not want to admit it. Zhang Xiaohua could not care less. She held the Sangarama plate in her hand, made a gesture with her right hand, and vital energy was emitted from her fingertips. Then, she pointed at the plate, and from the Sangarama plate, a ball of light blue brilliance appeared, and a wave of turbulent sound was heard. Then, Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and pointed her finger. The brilliance was like a water column, directly covering Ye's head. Ye laughed. You're just a cultivator in the qi refining stage, what can you do? This little bit of congenital water is not even enough to wash my feet. Sure enough, Ye did not move at all. When the congenital water column as heavy as a mountain fell, He waved his sleeve, and a faint black gas was emitted from the demonic flag, turning into a faint black lotus, which was supported by the light blue brilliance. Although the water was turbulent, it could not smash down no matter what. Next, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. He took out the dragon binding hoop and tossed it into the air. The dragon binding hoop grew in the wind, and flames appeared around it. It turned into a hoop that was about 10 feet wide and covered Ye's head. These are just some toys, but they are just for me to play with. Ye had a faint smile on his face, and he did not activate the demonic flag. He only pointed his hand in the air, and a red light flashed, hitting the dragon binding hoop. With a keng sound, the light on the dragon binding hoop was extinguished, and the flames were extinguished. With a pu sound, Ye fell from the air. Humph! Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly, and took out 2 purple phoenix hairpins, one in each hand, and sent all her true qi into the 2 purple phoenix hairpins. Kacha, kacha. 2 thunderous sounds came from the 2 purple phoenix hairpins, and in an instant, 2 bolts of lightning were emitted from each hairpin. These 2 bolts of lightning were different. The one in the left had a golden glow, and the one in the right had a white glow. When the 2 bolts of lightning flew out of the purple phoenix hairpins, they immediately absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from the surrounding air, and continuously expanded. When the 2 bolts of lightning flew closer, countless tiny bolts of lightning were formed between the 2 bolts of lightning, and when they flew to Ye's head, they had already formed a net of lightning that was sizzling. This purple phoenix hairpin is the token of love between Yuming Xian and Yang Haoya. How could this lord not have seen it before? If the 2 of them were to use it, perhaps this lord would be somewhat afraid. Although you've already tried your best, it's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. The purple phoenix hairpin's power is really like the light of a firefly. When you saw this, he didn't seem to be nervous at all. He only casually flicked his finger, and another red light struck the center of the net of lightning. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning were quickly annihilated by the red light, and in a breath's time, they were annihilated. There was still a small wisp of the red light, and it didn't stop there. It went straight for the purple phoenix hairpin in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua frowned, and immediately put away the purple phoenix hairpin. She then took out another item, and it was the small seal that she had obtained earlier. Zhang Xiaohua threw the small seal into the sky, and it immediately expanded, and turned into a huge rock, and directly smashed down on Ye's head. "Ha, little lover, I'm afraid you don't have anything good in your hands." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua throw out the small seal, Ye almost laughed out loud. He pointed his finger, and the seal immediately spun in the air, and fell from the sky. However, Zhang Xiaohua really had a lot of things in her hands. Before the small seal fell, she took out another item from her bosom, and it was the so-called 7 Wonders tree. Hee, little lover, you really have a lot of treasures. Unfortunately, this 7 Wonders tree belongs to the Buddhist sect. Can you control it? Ye sneered. Bang! The crimson light hit the wonderful tree of 7 treasures. Zhang Xiaohua's hand trembled, and then his chest trembled. He didn't know how Ye did it. She couldn't control her body anymore, and the 7 Wonders tree in her hand fell in the direction of Zhang Xiaohu and the rest. Zhang Xiaohua's body was in mid-air, and the blood in her chest was boiling, and a mouthful of blood rushed up to her throat. When she landed beside the lotus throne, she could only calm her blood, and a small stream of blood still seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu saw Zhang Xiaohua vomiting blood, and immediately panicked and called out. As for Peacock and Chen Chen, when they saw that there were traces of golden blood on Zhang Xiaohua's body, they were shocked. Ha ha ha, how is it? Ye laughed wildly, with the demon flag, even though I have less than 30% of my previous cultivation, but here, there is no one who can defeat me. As he spoke, a condensed divine sense was released from Ye, and it swept towards Zhang Xiaohua with extreme fierceness. This. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. The divine sense was extremely dense and heavy. Her divine sense was similar to Ye's, but she was just an infant boy who didn't know how to walk. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dreamlike face. No, it was a dream. She opened her eyes wide, gritted her teeth, and reached her hand into her chest again. Just now, she couldn't control the Hao Tian mirror, and it should be because of the 10 magical items in the pouch. But now, other than the Hao Tian mirror, Zhang Xiaohua only had a few pearls and a few gourds, and she didn't know how to use them. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Hao Tian mirror. It seemed that the Hao Tian mirror was unwilling to appear, and in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, it was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. Ah! Kunlun mirror. When you saw the Hao Tian mirror, his eyeballs almost fell out, and he pointed at Zhang Xiaohua in disbelief. When did you see Xiaohua? Is he here too? As he spoke, his eyes didn't stop looking around. His divine sense also spread out in all directions. Zhang Xiaohua didn't give her time to think. Although he didn't master the first level of the Hao Tian mirror, and the Hao Tian mirror didn't listen to him, he still poured his true energy into the Hao Tian mirror as if it didn't cost money. After receiving his true energy, the Hao Tian mirror gradually emitted a faint brilliance, and the surface of the mirror gradually became blurry. You looked around and didn't see the so-called immortal Xiaohua, so she was relieved. Then, she looked at Zhang Xiaohua's method of pouring his true energy into the Hao Tian mirror and laughed. Little husband, I think you haven't seen Xiaohua, and your mirror isn't the Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror isn't something that a qi-refining kid like you can control. But then, she tilted her head and said, but, why do you look so similar to Xiaohua? Also, you haven't seen Xiaohua, but you can actually disguise yourself as him? It's really strange. But if this mirror is really the Kunlun mirror, then can't I escape into the void at will? While they were talking, the Kunlun mirror shone brightly, as if something was about to rush out, but Ye didn't seem to panic, and he only scanned Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings with his divine sense, and laughed again. Don't use your strength, little husband. If this isn't the Kunlun mirror, even if you can use it, you can't do anything to me. But if it is the Kunlun mirror, it is one of the 10 heaven-opening treasures, which can only be used by immortals. You are just a mortal, how can you control it? Why don't you leave a little bit of your true qi, and we can sit down and have a good chat? Before he finished speaking, the Haotian mirror dimmed again, and Zhang Xiaohua felt a huge force coming from the Haotian mirror, which hit her dantian. An incomparable discomfort gushed out from her body, and with a puff, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which fell on the Haotian mirror. With a whoosh, the Haotian mirror shone brightly, and a huge suction force came from the Haotian mirror, which swept away all the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body like a whale swallowing water. With a buzz, the Haotian mirror trembled slightly, and suddenly, a misty light shot towards Ya. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua spit out a mouthful of blood on the Haotian mirror, Ya felt something was wrong. As soon as the light came out, he immediately flashed, and several black phantoms appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. The light of the Haotian mirror hit the phantoms, and all the phantoms were shattered into pieces, revealing Ya in midair. Kunlun mirror. Is this really the Kunlun mirror? Ya still didn't believe it, but his body didn't slow down. The light of the Haotian mirror was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, and wherever Ya flew, the light would follow. So what if it's the Kunlun mirror? After flying for a while, Ya's face turned cold, and he landed on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the demonic flag was pulled out from his body, and he threw it in midair, which was in front of the light. With a puff, the light hit the demonic flag, and the black gas on the demonic flag surged, and it instantly disappeared like a snowflake that was doused with hot water. Ya looked at the demonic flag with great heartache, and the black gas on it gradually dimmed. Fortunately, the light of the Haotian mirror also gradually dissipated. When the light of the Haotian mirror completely dissipated, Ya let out a long breath, and landed in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe, and the expression in his eyes was extremely strange. You. Who are you? How did Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror fall into your hands? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ya, and she had already put the Haotian mirror into her purse. She sneered and said, "Of course I am me, and I don't know who Xiaohua is. This mirror is called the Haotian mirror, and not the Kunlun mirror that you mentioned. Ah. It really is the Kunlun mirror. Ye's face was filled with excitement, but his face was also extremely puzzled. The Kunlun mirror is an honorific name for the Haotian mirror, and this mirror is the Haotian mirror. As he spoke, his face turned cold again. I don't care how you know Xiaohua, You better quickly hand over the Kunlun mirror. An unparalleled divine sense attacked Zhang Xiaohua, but just when the divine sense touched Zhang Xiaohua, the divine sense suddenly stopped and quickly retracted. The red color in Ye's eyes gradually dimmed, and Meng actually came out again. Xiaohua. I'm afraid that I can only see you for the last time. I have something that I always wanted to tell you. If I don't say it, I won't be able to die in peace. Although Meng didn't have any cultivation, under the support of the devil flag, she also floated in the air. At this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohua still care whether she was Meng or Ye? She reluctantly used the last of her true energy to fly to Meng's side. Xiaohua. Don't despise me. As Meng spoke, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Although my consciousness has the seed of Ye, my heart and my body love you. I know. Zhang Xiaohua nodded with tears in her eyes. Actually, Xiaohua, I feel that I'm quite lucky. You didn't know how many saintesses' consciousnesses before, and each of them was only a few years old. Those saintesses had never tasted the taste of love, and I'm very grateful to God for arranging for me to meet you in my inevitable ending, and to have a mutual love with you. Although, this love is just the effect of the heart-binding curse, but Xiaohua, it is the real love between us. Love is love. No matter how it appears, if it exists, then it exists. Even Ye, she can't deny it. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Meng held his hand again and said, I've always wanted to help you in times of need, but unfortunately, I'm afraid our promise won't come true. However, perhaps it's more suitable for us to forget each other in the pugilistic world. Since it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need, then Xiaohua, let's forget each other in the pugilistic world. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightened, and Meng's eyes began to turn red again. Quick, Xiaohua, there's no time. I feel that I'm getting weaker and weaker. If you don't do it while I'm still alive, you'll never have the chance to do it again. If you can't live, how can we forget each other in the pugilistic world? If you can't kill Ye, then, who in the world can stop her? I'm afraid everyone in the world will be killed by her as a sacrifice to the flag. Meng's eyes gradually turned red, and Meng's face was filled with reluctance and desperation. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth, and Chasing Dream turned into countless sword lights, stabbing towards Meng's throat. However, just as the flying sword was about to pierce Meng's throat, the demonic flag extended upwards, blocking the flying sword, and the flying sword couldn't pierce any further. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked, and her divine sense moved again, attacking Meng's head. However, the demonic flag covered the entire head like before, and the flying sword couldn't enter. Ye finally appeared, and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand. What an affectionate husband, but what kind of intimate method is this? The flying sword was useless, and it flew towards Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua saw Chasing Dream, and her eyes lit up. She reached out with her left hand, and grabbed it. Then, with the nameless sword skill, she stabbed towards Ye's throat. The strange flow of energy from her left arm flowed out from a mysterious place, and it flowed into Chasing Dream along her arm. With such a small sword, how can it hurt me? Ye was extremely disdainful, and like swatting a fly, he swatted the small sword away from his throat. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop there, and she stabbed towards Ye's heart. Little sweetheart, don't tell me, you want to get physical now? Ye smiled, and puffed out her towering chest. However, before she could say another word, Chasing Dream had already stabbed Ye's chest. The demonic flag's black fog churned, and a red light flashed, but, With a poochie sound, the demonic flag that the flying sword couldn't pierce was pierced through by Chasing Dream. Just as Ye was still smiling, Chasing Dream stabbed into her heart, and the flow of energy flowed into her heart. This. Ye's face was pale, and she said in disbelief, what kind of magic weapon is this? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to answer. Chasing Dream in his hand had pierced an extremely hard spot. As the energy flowed in, that extremely hard spot immediately exploded, releasing an extremely strong force, and quickly hit Chasing Dream. Chasing Dream, or should it be called Chasing Dream now, instantly turned into powder, and purplish red blood flowed out from Ye's heart, and immediately flowed onto the demonic flag. The demonic flag absorbed Ye's blood, and a red light flashed again. Ye was shocked, and she hurriedly used her heart technique, wanting to heal the wound in her heart. Unfortunately, that mysterious flow of energy had already destroyed Ye's heart. No matter what method Ye used, the blood in her heart continued to flow out, and her heart was gradually destroyed along with the flow of energy. Ye pointed at Zhang Xiaohua, and wanted to use her magic power to kill her, but it was too late. In just a moment, the demonic flag gradually fell off from Ye's body, revealing Ye in purple robes. Xiaohua, you finally succeeded. The red light in Ye's eyes receded, and the dream came out again. She smiled and said, I will never see you again in the future, but you finally hit Ye's vital point. Ye no longer cares about devouring me, she is looking for a way to save herself. After that, the dream looked at the snowflakes that were still fluttering in the sky, and the red clouds in the sky, and said sadly, this is leaving? Am I going to leave this world just like this? But, to be able to accompany the man in my heart for so long. I am already satisfied. Xiaohua, do you think there is really immortality in this world? Yeah, she is so heartless. What is the meaning of living for so long? If there is some elixir of immortality, I won't use it myself. If you want to use it, let's use it together. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He flew forward and held Meng in his arms. He took out the longevity pill from his money bag and held it in front of Meng's eyes. He said sadly, Perhaps this is what you call the elixir of immortality. This? The dream felt strange, and reached out to take it, opened the bottle, and looked at the pill inside. But then, a strange smile appeared on her face, and she shook her head slightly. I know this thing. From Ye's memory, this seems to be an extremely precious beauty pill in the cultivation world. After taking it, you can keep your face at that time for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha, the dream's eyes turned red again, and Ye said, this kind of pill is a woman's favorite. I can still get it when I am about to die, then, let me take it. After that, Ye was about to put the beauty pill in her hand into her mouth, but just as her hand was about to reach her mouth, she stretched it out again, and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua's mouth. The dream said, Xiaohua, you can eat it. I hope you can keep your current appearance, and not change even after 100 years. Wait for my next life. I will come and find you again. The dream's eyes just stared at Zhang Xiaohua's face, as if she wanted to imprint his appearance deeply in her heart, and even reincarnation could not erase it. Zhang Xiaohua's nose was filled with tears, and he sniffed the sweet fragrance between the dream's fingers. He put the beauty pill in his mouth, and it melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and turned into a medicinal power that went into his stomach. By the way, Xiaohua, Ye has destroyed the sheepskin scroll in the dense forest just now, but I know that she did not destroy the previous one. She hid it in. The dream seemed to think of something again, and whispered a few words in Zhang Xiaohua's ear. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was very sad, so how could he care about this? Although the blood in the dream's chest was flowing slowly, it was still flowing. Zhang Xiaohua knew that when the blood stopped flowing, it would be the time for the dream to leave, and he would never be able to see the person he loved again. Their fingers were interlocked, and their eyes were looking at each other. For a long time, they did not speak. Suddenly, the dream's face was full of shock, and he pushed Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, quickly go. Ye is staking everything, to die with you. Then, the dream looked deeply at Zhang Xiaohua for the last time, and used his left hand to pull Zhang Xiaohua's head over, and deeply kissed Zhang Xiaohua's lips, and said with a smile, "I guessed the process, but I did not guess the ending. This process will forever be engraved in my heart, Xiaohua. Wait, in the next life, I will love you again." As she spoke, she waved her hand and tightly grasped the demonic flag before closing her eyes. Meng's expression started to change. First, it was pain. Then, it frowned. After that, it started to emit lights of various colors. In the end, Meng's figure suddenly flew up into the sky. With a bang, she exploded and the demonic flag was blasted away. Dream. Zhang Xiaohua shouted, and flew into the air, and reached out to grab the demon flag, but besides the disappearing bloodstain on the flag, there was only the ring Zhang Xiaohua gave Dream. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a popping sound in his heart. It was as if a lock had been unlocked, and the key to the lock was in the air in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua froze for a moment, then seemed to understand. He opened his left hand and released all of the divine sense in his Naiwan palace into his delirium dharma eye. When the silver-white eyes opened, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that Meng was floating not far from him. Next to Meng was Ya, who looked exactly like Meng, but was pitch black, had horns on her head, and had a pair of wings on her back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think and chased after Meng. However, just as he was about to catch up, a pitch-black crack opened beside Meng Ya, and the two of them were about to enter the crack. Dream. Zhang Xiaohua shouted, and reached out his right hand, to grab Dream's hand. Dream seemed to sense it, and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. It was a pair of large eyes, thick eyebrows, a dimple, and a beauty mark. The end of the book, November 24, 2011, 22:53. Chapter 1135. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows again. She seemed to look outside and instructed, "Xiaohua ji, there's an announcement outside saying that a distinguished guest has come to visit. Go and welcome the guest on behalf of Master." Xiaohua ji was stunned. She put down the things in her hands and nodded. "Yes, disciple will go out now." Shui Tian, on the other hand, stared at Zhang Xiaohua with wide eyes filled with disbelief. He then turned his head to look at Ji Xiaohua's back. He was extremely envious and wanted to follow him to take a look. Although O Yen and the others were surprised, they didn't show it on their faces. They only tidied up the things in the room slightly and glanced at the door from time to time. Not long after, Xiaohua Ji walked in with a few people. They were Zhang Xiaohua, Hu Yuni, Li Jian, Du Feng, and Ding Chao. Du Feng and Ding Chao were holding various gifts in their hands. Their faces were also filled with surprise and disbelief. Hu Yuni and the others entered the room. They only took a glance before walking to Zhang Xiaohua. They bowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, Immortal Elder. I've received Immortal Elder's kindness and have specially come to thank you today." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Du Feng and Ding Chao presented their gifts. Hu Yuni continued, "I've asked gang leader Zhang this morning. I know that Immortal Elder has a noble character and doesn't like worldly things. It's difficult for me to find immortal things in a short time, so I've taken out the calligraphy and paintings that I've collected for decades. I hope Immortal Elder doesn't dislike them. This is also a small token of my appreciation." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she heard this. She waved her hand and said, "Elder who is too polite. I have a deep relationship with your sect. I'm sure you've heard the reason from my second brother. Helping Elder who was just a matter of convenience. Elder whose politeness makes it seem like I have ulterior motives. No, it's just a small token of my appreciation. It's really not enough to show my respect. I hope Immortal Elder can give me some face and accept it." Hu Yuni said in panic. "Xiaohua, these are all Elder Hu's own things. He has been looking for me since a long time ago. He is very sincere. You should just accept them. Zhang Xiaohu knew that Zhang Xiaohua liked gold and silver and might not understand the value of these paintings, so he immediately reminded her. This. Zhang Xiaohua listened and nodded. Since it is Elder Hu's kind intention, then I will accept it. I can't let Elder Hu's face fall to the ground. Thank you, Senior Immortal, Hu Yuni said with a smile. Oh Yan, take these things. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said to Oh Yan. Yes, head senior brother. Oh Yan answered in a low voice and stepped forward to take the calligraphy and painting from Du Feng and Ding Chao's hands. When Hu Yuni and the others saw Oh Yan in the room, they thought that she was just sitting there idly. Hearing her address Zhang Xiaohua as senior martial brother sect leader, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Hu Yuni couldn't help but ask, Yanzi, you, Oh Yan took the calligraphy and painting first. She looked at Hu Yuni and Li Jian with a face full of smiles and said, Big brother, second brother, thanks to Senior Immortal for accepting me as a disciple of Beta School a few days ago. Although I am a disciple of an immortal, I still call him Senior Martial Brother. Ah. When Hu Yuni and Li Jian heard this, they were both surprised and pleasantly surprised. Oh Yan was Oh Peng's younger sister and the only blood relative he had left in the world. Hu Yuni and Li Jian naturally had to take care of Oh Yan carefully so that they wouldn't let down the dead Oh Peng. Now that they heard that Oh Yan, who couldn't practice martial arts, was actually a disciple of an immortal, who would dare to bully Oh Yan in the future, how could they not be happy? Hu Yuni bowed again and said, Thank you for your kindness, Senior Immortal. I thank you on behalf of my dead fourth brother. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Elder Hu, you should sit down first. You repeatedly bowed and thanked me as soon as you entered the room. I really feel uncomfortable. Elder Hu, Elderly, Vice Hall Master Du and Vice Hall Master Ding, please take a seat. Zhang Xiaohu stood at the side and greeted. Xiaohua had already brought some chairs. At this time, Hu Yuni and Li Jian were already seated. Only Ding Chao and Du Feng walked to Zhang Xiaohua and bowed. We didn't know that it was Senior Immortal who helped us on Shixin Peak, so we have always misunderstood Senior Immortal. Moreover, we have offended you on Shixin Peak. Please forgive us. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, I'll say the same thing again. I'm fated to meet Ethereal Sect. Since I've arrived at Shixin Peak and saw that you are the elites of Ethereal Sect, I've been delighted for a long time. Since I can help you, I'll naturally help you without thinking too much. I only hope that you will be loyal to Misty School in the future and make Misty School more famous than before. Ding Chao and Du Feng's faces turned serious and they said in unison, Senior Immortal's kindness is like giving us a new life. Although we are slow-witted, we also know that in the future, we will follow sect leader Zhang's lead and carry forward Misty School's orthodoxy. Good. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, In this way, I did not waste my efforts. Deputy Hall leaders Ding and Du are the outstanding young disciples of Misty School. Your future is limitless. Please sit down. That's right, Elder Hu, how are your injuries? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. Thank you, Senior Immortal, for bestowing the medicine. The poison in my body has already been removed yesterday. This morning, I asked the medicine hall's elder to take a look and there was nothing left. As for the injuries in my meridians, under the effect of Senior Immortal's medicinal pill, I have already healed 30% in one night. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to fully recover in 2 days. Hu Yuni said, unable to conceal the joy in his voice. That's just right. I was afraid that this medicinal pill was wrong. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, although the injuries in Elder Hu's meridians are serious, it's mainly because you overworked yourself these past few years and didn't properly recuperate. As for I's medicinal pill, it's actually somewhat wasteful. Hu Yuni stared blankly and asked curiously, what do you mean, Senior Immortal? Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously, if Elder Hu's meridians heal and then refine the residual medicinal power with his internal strength, something surprising will happen. Senior Immortal's meaning is. Hu Yuni had also taken the qi-generating pill, so how could he not understand? He immediately thought of saluting. Zhang Xiaohua promptly waved her hand and asked, also. I still want to ask. Shui Yupeng's corpse, how should we deal with it? Hearing his master's question, Shui Tian unconsciously perked his ears and listened carefully. Hu Yuni sat down again and took a deep breath. He slowly calmed his excited mood and said, I came here today to report to Senior Immortal. This morning, I already discussed it with gang leader Zhang. Vice gang leader Shui Yupeng was resisting the invasion of the righteous Dao Alliance and risked her life to pursue them. However, she mistakenly fell into the righteous Dao Alliance's ambush and unfortunately fell. This is my Misty School's great loss, so, my Misty School wants to give her a grand funeral. Grandmaster. Shui Tian heard this and ran out a few steps. He knelt in front of Hu Yuni and cried, many thanks. Grandmaster, this child, why are you thanking me? If you want to thank someone, you should thank gang leader Zhang and your master. Hu Yuni scolded, but his hand lovingly stroked Shui Tiantian's small head. Shui Tian heard this and indeed turned his head, wanting to thank Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, one is your master, the other is your second martial uncle. What's the point of thanking them? In the future, it's better to cultivate properly and not waste the kindness of your master and your second martial uncle. Shui Tian was quite obedient. His face showed unswerving determination as he nodded and said, many thanks to master and second martial uncle. This disciple will engrave these in my heart. Hu Yuni and Li Jian said a few more words. The two looked at each other, and Hu Yuni turned his head to Zhang Xiaohu and said, gang leader Zhang, this old man has a few things to ask Senior Immortal. I hope gang leader Zhang won't take it to heart. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned, and then he smiled and said, Elder Hu, please ask. If it's not convenient, I can also leave. Hu Yuni waved his hand and said there was no need. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Elder Hu, what is it? This. Hu Yuni hesitated before he said, Senior Immortal is an expert in the path of immortality. Naturally, you know that our Misty School was a sect of the path of immortality 10,000 years ago. But later on, the inheritance of the path of immortality has been lost. Since Senior Immortal can help gang leader Zhang set foot on the path of immortality, then, can you also find the inheritance of the path of immortality of our Misty School? So that our Misty School can continue to pass on the path of immortality of our Misty School? Of course, this request is a little too much. However, Immortal Elder is also the younger brother of the sect leader of Ethereal Sect. We can only be thick-skinned and make this request. Li Jian said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua was amused. It turned out that Hu Yuni and Li Jian still didn't quite believe Zhang Xiaohu's words. They thought that Zhang Xiaohu's path of immortality was the same as Du Feng and Ding Chao's, which was why they asked Zhang Xiaohua to help them find the inheritance of the Misty School. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua laugh, Hu Yuni and Li Jian secretly complained, thinking that Zhang Xiaohua was unwilling to help. Just as they were about to speak, they heard Zhang Xiaohu say with a smile, Elders, regarding this matter. You don't have to ask Xiaohua anymore. A few days ago, he already gave me the inheritance of the path of immortality of our Misty School. Ah. Li Jian and Hu Yuni were pleasantly surprised. Is this true? Yes, it is. Zhang Xiaohua added. I have already entered your Misty Palace and Inheritance Pavilion, and I also told second brother how to enter and exit. Ah. Hu Yuni was really overjoyed. Oh, right, I didn't take any of the things in your Misty School's Inheritance Pavilion. If you don't believe me, you can ask your gang leader. He also went in to take a look. In the future, I won't be able to enter that place, so you don't have to worry. Zhang Xiaohua said again. I'm just surprised. I don't doubt Senior Immortal's intentions. Hu Yuni quickly explained. Xiao Hua is telling the truth. I've already checked the second floor of the Inheritance Pavilion. There's nothing missing. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, also. I saw the portrait of our Misty School's founder, Yang Haoya, on the first floor of the Inheritance Pavilion, and I entered the Dao through it. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Qidian. Com. Chapter 1136. Zhang Xiaohu then recounted what had happened in the Inheritance Pavilion. Finally, he said, I have received great favor from martial ancestor Yang and have stepped onto the path of immortality. I will definitely pass down the teachings of Misty School's path of immortality. However, the situation in Jianghu right now is dangerous. My Misty School is being watched by the Incense Cult and the Righteous Path Alliance. Before I am 100% certain, I cannot reveal this matter. Otherwise, it will lead to the destruction of our sect. In the future, when I have the opportunity, I will choose some of my Misty School's talented disciples and secretly pass down the path of immortality to them. All right. After hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, what else could Hu Yuni and Li Jian say? At this time, the Misty School was not only theirs, but also Zhang Xiaohu's. How could he not consider passing down the teachings of immortality? Also, the two elders need not be too worried. I once promised martial ancestor Yang that my Beidou School and Misty School will be eternal friends. In the future, my Beidou School will definitely not leave the legacy of Misty School alone. Zhang Xiaohua comforted them. Then, he slapped his head and said, You still say that? Come, come, come. I will introduce you to my Beidou School's disciples. Hu Yuni and Li Jian both nodded. However, Zhang Xiaohua's first sentence almost made the two of them fall to the ground. Go, bring your eldest senior brother here. This was Zhang Xiaohua's order to Xiaohua Ji. As expected, Hu Yuni and Li Jian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw Zhang Bairen, who didn't say he was 3 or 4 years old. They didn't know what to say, but when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's calm and collected appearance, they could only nod and congratulate him. After that, Zhang Xiaohua introduced his two disciples, Ji Xiaohua and Shui Tian, as well as his 3 junior sisters, Nie Qianyu, Zhang Pinger, and O Yan. Finally, he smiled and said, Of the 7 disciples of my Beidou School, there is only one left. It should be Chu Jing from Dragon Mountain. I have already asked second brother to send someone to pick him up, but I don't know why he hasn't returned yet. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Dragon Mountain is very far from here. It's impossible to return in a short period of time. I have already sent the elite disciples of the Divine Engineering sect. Don't worry. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly. The situation in Jianghu right now is unpredictable. The immortal abode on Mount Yaoshan is about to appear, and various forces are gathering around Mount Yaoshan. The journey may not be peaceful. I can't rest assured, so I still need to make a trip. By the way, Immortal Elder, since you mentioned Immortal's residence in advance, is it because of the rainbow glow on Mount Miao? Hu Yuni suddenly asked. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua knew what Hu Yuni wanted to say. He said, I have already warned second brother that your Misty School shouldn't interfere. Hu Yuni was very curious. Just as he was about to turn around and ask Zhang Xiaohu spoke himself, Elder Hu, elderly, I also heard from Ancestral Master Yang about the Yaoshan Immortal Abode. Xiaohua wants to establish a sect on Yaoshan Immortal Abode and build his Big Dipper sect on top of the Immortal Abode. Of course, Little Blossom said that he wants to snatch the Immortal Mansion, but he might not be able to. My ethereal sect naturally has the qualifications to snatch it. I won't give this opportunity to him just because he is my younger brother. But, the Tenryu sect has already attracted all the sects in Jianghu, regardless of their size. Just by looking at the news from the Divine Mechanics Hall, the Dalan Temple, the Incense sect, the Alliance of the Righteous Path, Between the Clouds and the Water, the Fallen Stars Alliance, and the Canopy Dock have all turned out in full force to try their luck. Although we haven't received any news from the Tenryu's sect, will they not come? Elder Hu, do you think it's better for my Misty School to conserve my energy and gain a firm foothold in Jianghu? Or do you think it's better for my Misty School to cultivate the Immortals' legacy and restore my reputation as a great Misty School, or to compete with the other sects in Jianghu to snatch the Immortals' residence? When Hu Yuni and Li Jian heard about the rainbow-colored glow, they were also filled with passion and wanted to bring their disciples to try their luck. Now that they heard about the Immortals' residence, it wasn't something that could be easily obtained. With the Misty School's current strength, and the power that had been declining for thousands of years, it was impossible for them to snatch it. If they hadn't obtained the Immortals' legacy, Hu Yuni might have tried to persuade them or even cooperate with Zhang Xiaohua. But now that they knew that they had obtained their own legacy and saw the dawn of the Misty School's revival, they naturally didn't want to give up their own legacy to snatch the Immortals' chestnut. Hu Yuni nodded and said, "Sect leader Zhang is right. Nowadays, the disciples of the Misty School can't differentiate between the good and the bad. The former disciples of the Incense Cult, the former disciples of the Righteous Alliance, the Misty School disciples that I brought, and the former disciples of the Misty School, we haven't even figured out our own situation yet, so how can we have the time to look for trouble? Moreover, if we bring these disciples over, the Incense Cult and the Righteous Alliance might just shout and these disciples will all return to their sections. Won't we go for wool but come home shorn? Since Elder Hu can see it so clearly, I don't need to explain. I was afraid that Elder Hu would misunderstand that I had given the Immortal Mansion to Little Blossom for personal reasons because of my brother's matter. Of course not. Li Jian also laughed and said, everyone in Jianghu has seen the Immortal's residence, and it doesn't belong to Immortal Zhang alone. To be honest, the Incense Cult, the Righteous Alliance, the Daoist Temple, and the Tenryu's sect are all stronger than the Beta School. Whether Immortal Zhang can come out on top, it's really hard to say. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, isn't that the case? If I don't snatch the Immortal's residence, the Beta School won't have a place to set up its sect. When that happens, the Misty School will have to help that's a must. The Misty School and the Beta School are good friends forever, so we can't not help. Hu Yuni and Li Jian said in unison. They almost grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and asked him to merge the Beta School with the Misty School. The people of the Misty School had a long talk with the disciples of the Beta School led by Zhang Xiaohua. They reminisced about the past entangled grievances and looked forward to the bright and beautiful future. Only then did they bring the original chief disciple of the Misty School, Shui Tian, to take care of Shui Yupeng's funeral. They bid farewell to Zhang Xiaohua and left the Huanxi villa. After the people of the Misty School left, Zhang Xiaohua looked at O Yen and said, Junior sister O, what Elder Hu said is indeed reasonable. I was too conceited before and wanted to take the Immortal's residence as the foundation of our Beta School. But now that I think about it, although I have the cultivation of the path of immortality, I'm still far behind Shirtai Jingyi and Elder Hu, not to mention Sakura. Moreover, there are many people from the Xiangjiao sect, the Daoist Temple, and the Tenryu's sect. We only have 8 people. Even the Misty School has to think about this matter. I'm afraid we'll have a hard time. Therefore, we still have to plan for both sides. I'm not familiar with the geographical location, and I even get lost when walking. This kind of thing still needs to be handled by you. O Yen smiled and said, Senior brother sect leader, this matter is naturally handled by me, so you don't have to worry about it. Actually, I've already been looking around. If there's a suitable place, I might as well buy it with some money. Buy it with money? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was a little stunned. Then, she smiled and said, Junior sister O, I was just joking when I said that I would buy you a place with money. Our Beta School started off as a path of immortality. If we were to build it in a densely populated place, where would we find the chi of heaven and earth to cultivate? You'd better, or I'll look for my second brother and ask him to pay attention to a place with beautiful scenery. Oh Yan's face was a little red. She knew in her heart that she didn't have the aptitude for cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua accepted her as a disciple out of gratitude, and also because she valued her ability to deal with things. She had misunderstood the first thing that Zhang Xiaohua told her, so she immediately stood up and said, I understand. I misunderstood senior brother's meaning and delayed senior brother's matter. It's all my fault. I'll do as senior brother said. Why would Zhang Xiaohua think so much? He had picked up too many scraps in the past. This immortal mansion, he also treated it as a magic tool and wanted to steal it. He even shamelessly told Zhang Xiaohua that he valued this thing and that the Misty School shouldn't get involved. Now that she thought about it, she realized that she had overestimated herself. There were many heroes in Jianghu, and there were many capable people. Not to mention the Incense School and other Path of Immortality sects, who could guarantee that there wouldn't be Zhang Xiaohua in the other Path of Immortality sects in Jianghu? She thought about how she had always been hiding behind others, pretending to be a pig to eat an elephant. Maybe there was someone she couldn't see who had the strength to fight with her. Therefore, when she heard Yen blame herself, Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, What are you talking about? I'm just... Sigh, I didn't think it through and put all my eggs in the basket of Immortal Mansion. How can I blame you for this? Anyway, our beta school will always be the same when it opens. Don't worry, take your time to find it. We'll talk about it when we find a suitable place. Hee, this place is pretty good, we don't have to pay. If we can't find it, we'll just cultivate here. Hee. Nie Qinyu laughed and covered her mouth, saying, It's better to go to Rejuvenation Valley here. Once senior brother sect leader reveals his identity, father can't wait to give senior brother sect leader. After she finished speaking, her face turned red. Beside her, Zhang Pinger glared at her for no reason. The meaning in her eyes was obvious. Hee, there's no need for that. At the very least, we'll go to Dragon Mountain. That's Chu Jing's home. It's also the place of a Path of Immortality senior. Since they decided not to use Immortal Mansion as the first choice for Beta School's opening, Zhang Xiaohua put the matter of Immortal Mansion aside. He stood up and said, Out of the 7 disciples of Beta School, we're still missing one. Master has a feeling that there's something wrong with that little disciple you haven't met yet. Master will go and take a look. Yes, senior brother sect leader. Don't worry. Yen and the others smiled and said, We'll definitely do a good job with the opening of the school. When senior brother sect leader returns, we'll give him a surprise. Zhang Xiaohua understood how they felt. However, he had only gone to Dragon Mountain and back for 10 days. What could he have done? He didn't point it out and only smiled as he walked out of the room. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please add me. Chapter 1137. When Zhang Kai and Guosufei heard that Zhang Xiaohua was going out again, they couldn't help but worry. However, when they heard that she was going to look for the last disciple of the Beta School and that the disciple might be in danger, they couldn't help but urge Zhang Xiaohua to leave quickly. Zhang Xiaohua bade farewell to her parents and bid farewell to Zhang Xiaowang, Lu Qian, and Mr. Lu before flying off. At this moment, Little Black and Little Yellow couldn't stand it anymore. They flew to Zhang Xiaohua's side and shouted in Zhang Xiaohua's heart that they wanted to leave with her. How can this be? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking in her heart, Little Black shouted, Why not? Bad. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said in her heart, Little Black, Little Yellow, what do you think is the most dangerous place right now? What kind of person needs the most protection? How would the two of them know? They could only shake their heads vigorously. I'm sure the two of you know that a legendary item is about to be born. All the bad guys in the pugilistic world are running to our house. Don't you think our house is the most dangerous place right now? The two of them looked at each other and nodded slightly. However, they still shook their heads slightly. Furthermore, look, there's Byron, Xiaohua Ji, and our parents' parents. These are all the people you have to protect. Oh, that's right, from now on, you will be the guardian beasts of my Beidou school. Furthermore, the two of you have grown up. From now on, you will have to bear the responsibility of guarding the Beidou school. Our parents' Beidou school will be handed over to the two of you. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't explain whether she was the father or the mother. She just called herself father and mother. In any case, it was fine as long as the two of them knew. As expected, when they heard Zhang Xiaohua say that they had grown up, the two of them flew happily in the air. They wanted to show off their growth. When they heard that they were going to be divine beasts in the future, they became even more spirited. They cried out loudly and flew to the walls of the courtyard. They looked around vigilantly and ignored Zhang Xiaohua. After comforting the two little things, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and looked at the four people standing in the courtyard. She nodded slightly and formed a hand seal. Then, she soared into the sky and gradually disappeared from sight. The eyes of Nie Qinyu and the others were full of envy and longing. After Zhang Xiaohua flew away, they all went back to their rooms and immersed themselves in cultivation, hoping that one day they could also fly so freely. Yao Mountain, which was located to the southwest of the Misty Mountain Villa, could be said to be filled with undercurrents. It was already autumn, but for some reason, the weather in Yao Mountain was extremely abnormal. Not only was there no autumn wind, but there was also a gentle breeze that made people feel warm, as if it was spring. On Yao Mountain, because of the mild weather, the grass and trees on the mountain did not wither and were as lush as before. Moreover, because of the increasingly rich qi of heaven and earth, the green color was almost dripping. In the eyes of ordinary people, it could only be seen in astonishment. However, in the eyes of the people of Jianghu who came from all directions, it was more and more confirmed the previous rumors. It had been more than 2 months since the seven-colored light appeared on Yao Mountain. All the sects in Jianghu that had some ideas had all turned out in full force and sent all their elites to the vicinity of Yao Mountain. Even the previously hesitant sects could no longer remain calm when they heard the rumors in the Jianghu. From the beginning, there was the appearance of an immortal's magical treasure, to the appearance of a heaven-shaking magical treasure, to the appearance of an immortal's cave, and even the appearance of a passageway to the heavens. Those sects that were slow to react changed their previous laziness and sent out all their disciples, wanting to fight for a piece of the pie in this peerless opportunity. Forget about the passage to heaven. Just hearing the news of an immortal's cave, there seemed to be no one in this world who could remain calm, not to mention that there was a passage to heaven. Thinking about it, it made sense. If it was a magic weapon, one could certainly command the wind and the clouds in Jianghu and become the most powerful person in the world. However, if one invested too much in a sect and a sect with ulterior motives suddenly attacked one's nest, the loss would outweigh the gain. However, if it was an immortal's cave or a passage, it was a different story. If one seized the immortal's cave, one's sect would be an aristocratic family with an immortal's cave. Why would they still need their previous sect? Or if they and their disciples had all passed through the passage, they would no longer need to care about this mortal world. In fact, there were people in Jianghu like Hu Yuni, Zhang Xiaohu, and the others who were calm and collected. However, everyone else was like that. If you did not go, you would not have the opportunity to become an immortal in Yao Mountain. Then, who would not go? Therefore, they scrambled to be the first to surround Yao Mountain, which had a radius of more than 10 miles, so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Of course, although it was so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through, and although all the sects in Jianghu had come, there was still a distinction between those who came first and those who came first. To the south of Mount Yao, in an area roughly half a kilometer in circumference, there was a thin line that surrounded the area. There were many disciples inside, as well as many tents. Outside of the line, there were various heroes of the Jianghu, whose faces were filled with displeasure. However, none of them dared to cross the line. Because the disciples inside the line were none other than between the clouds and the water, who had been in the limelight at the Wulin assembly of the incense cult. At this moment, in the center tent of the camp between the clouds and the water, Bai Yanxiu was sitting on a chair with an angry expression. In front of the chair, there were more than 10 people standing or standing. Who is it this time? Who is it? Who leaked the news of the Immortals' Cave in Ya Mountain? Bai Yanxiu could not help but scold. The tent was very quiet. There were 3 white-haired people with ruddy complexions. The old man with the temperament of an immortal was sitting closest to Bai Yanxiu with his eyes closed, ignoring him. Liang Zhangxiu and the others looked at each other without saying a word. Li Su, I am talking about you. How are you going to manage Hui Minghe? You can't even find out this little bit of information? Bai Yanxiu pointed out. The big-mouthed Li Su had no choice but to brace himself and step forward. He smiled apologetically and said, reporting to sect leader, this subordinate, since I received sect leader's order to arrange for the elite disciples to come to Ya Mountain, I have already warned them not to leak any information, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Didn't sect leader also see it? It has been a long time since the martial arts assembly of the incense cult, and no one knows about the matter of between the clouds and the water in Ya Mountain, right? Moreover, after the 7 colored rays appeared in Ya Mountain, this subordinate knew that it was impossible to hide the matter, so I immediately ordered my disciples to spread the news of the Immortals' magical instrument appearing in Ya Mountain. First, it was to warn others that it was an item of the Immortals' path, and it was useless for martial artists like you to obtain it, so it was better for them to obediently stay in their own homes. Second, it was to show that the Immortals' path sects would definitely go there, and it was normal for between the clouds and the water to appear. Third, it was to conceal the matter of the Immortals' Cave, and to confuse the incense cult and the Daoist temple. You have done a good job in this matter. This sect leader is very satisfied. When the Immortals' Cave is in my hands, I will definitely reward you. Bai Yanxiu nodded. But, the Immortals' Cave was a message from the founder of Between the Clouds and the Water. No one in Jianghu would know about it. Why, did the Immortals' Cave spread in Jianghu? How is this possible? Li Su thought for a moment, then smiled. Sect leader, perhaps you are thinking too much. There is no lack of people in Jianghu who have strange ideas. Didn't you hear it? Now it has become a passage to the Immortals' world, and as long as one can pass through this passage, everyone will become an immortal. Doesn't this also cover up the Immortals' Cave? Bah! Bai Yanxiu scolded. This is even worse. If it was the Immortals' Cave, I am afraid that only people from the big sects would be able to pass through. Now that it has become a passage, anyone with some skill in Jianghu would want to join in the fun. This subordinate doesn't know who leaked the news? Li Su lowered his head, but suddenly his eyes lit up. Was it Ren Xiaoyao from the incense cult? Bai Yanxiu nodded at first, then shook his head. Ren Xiaoyao knows about the Immortals' Cave. If it was before the martial arts convention, he would definitely have reported it to Abbess Jing-yi. But I heard that Ren Xiaoyao has an affair with Zixia and Zixia. Bai Yanxiu paused for a moment, then said, Zixia is an important person in another sect. Presumably, she is no longer in the incense cult. Whether or not Ren Xiaoyao is in the incense cult is 2 different things. Would he have told Abbess Jing-yi? No matter if he told the incense cult or the other sect, they would be like me between the clouds and the water. They would make a fortune in silence. Who would let the whole world know? Sect leader, could it be that immortal? Liang Zhangxiu probed. Him? Bai Yanxiu still shook his head. No, that person. I am not sure which sect he is from. If he knew, he would have come himself. How could he let others know? Absolutely impossible. Alas, forget it. Even if he knew, what could he do? Now that the whole Jianghu is here, 7 out of 10 stops have come. That person's trick has already succeeded. Even if he is found, it will be useless. Bai Yanxiu waved her hand with an indifferent look on her face. Then, she sneered and said, how can those evil people know that I have planned in advance? When I between the clouds and the water unknowingly get the Immortals' Cave, let me see their sorrowful faces. By the way, Li, have people from the incense cult, the Daoist temple, and the Righteous Alliance arrived? Sect leader, between the clouds and the water came early and occupied the south side of Ya Mountain. The Daoist Temple's Shinrong sect occupied the north side of Ya Mountain. Now they have set up camp, but the defense is very tight. There are also immortal techniques. My Huiming Hall's disciples can't see the scene. I don't know if Master Changsheng and the others have arrived. Changsheng, Changgung, and Changxing are here. One of the three old men who had been silent with his eyes closed opened his mouth. Not only them, even Yuan Dao, Yuan Ming, and Yuan Wu are here. Ah. Master Yuan Dao and the others are here too? Bai Yanxiu exclaimed. The three of them are still alive? Ha, since the three of us are still alive, it's normal that the three of them are alive too. Another old man said. Then Bai Yanxiu regained his composure and smiled. With Master Hao Yun, Master Hao Yu, and Master Hao Feng here, who would between the clouds and the water be afraid of? Chapter 1138. The last old man opened his eyes and said coldly, the Daoist Temple's Yuan Tian, Yuan Dao, Yuan Ming, and Yuan Wu were famous in Jianghu back then. They were the famous four protectors of the Daoist Temple. For the sake of the Shindao sect's legacy, we didn't dare to show our faces. How could we have any reputation? Even if we stood in front of the people of Jianghu, no one would know. Ha, Daoist Master Hao Yun's words raise the prestige of others and destroy your own morale. Bai Yanxiu smiled like a flower and said, if Daoist Master Hao Yun says that you are the mysterious cultivator who seriously injured the Daoist Temple's Master Yuan Tian decades ago, then, who in Jianghu wouldn't know? Haha, hearing this, Daoist Master Hao Yun's face showed a smug expression. Seriously injuring the Daoist Temple's abbot and then dying without treatment was one of his earth-shattering achievements in his early years. He couldn't help but feel proud. It can't be that much. Master Yuantian's cultivation is very high. Back then, he underestimated me, so I took advantage of him. Although Yuan Tian died, I was also injured and will need to recuperate for several years to recover. Daoist Master, you are too modest. Wait until our sect destroys this immortal mansion and our name shakes the world. That will be the day you can hold your head high. It's all the world of you young people. What hope do we old people have? If it weren't for the importance of this matter, why would we be willing to come out? Daoist Master Hao Feng waved his hand and thought for a moment before asking, in this martial assembly, did you see Abbess Shu Qing and Abbess Shu Jie? Bai Yanxiu's face showed surprise again, but then he covered his mouth with his hand and sighed. I heard that the two elders of the incense cult passed away a long time ago. Could it be that they were like the Daoist Temple's Master Yuan Dao and the others, and also cultivated in seclusion? Bai Zhangmen, although you have stepped into the path of immortality, the mysteries of the path of immortality are far beyond your current cultivation. The immortal Dao was different from the martial Dao. It could only temper one's inner strength and increase one's cultivation. One could flaunt one's bravery in the pugilistic world and be in the limelight for a period of time. When one cultivates the immortal Dao to a high level, not only can one overturn rivers and seas with a raise of one's hand, one can even prolong one's lifespan. Then, wouldn't they all become immortals? Bai Yanxiu was somewhat disdainful, but his face was still respectful. If what Hao Yu said is true, then, where did the people of the Tao of immortality go? Sigh, the world has changed and vital energy has been annihilated. We cultivators of the immortal Tao have lost the foundation of our existence. How can we live forever? Daoist Master Hao Yu sighed and said, what I just said is only the phenomenon of the cultivation of the Tao of immortality reaching the pinnacle. But, even our Shindao sect's founder, Wan Wuxin, did not reach such a realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to use a primordial spirit projection to pass down his Tao teachings. What level is the primordial spirit projection at? Bai Yanxiu asked curiously. I don't know. Daoist Master Hao Yu shook his head. Maybe it wasn't the pinnacle of the realm in ancient times, but now, it's already the cultivation of an immortal. Then, as one's cultivation of the Tao of immortality deepens, will one's lifespan also increase? Bai Yanxiu probed. Exactly. But how can an ordinary cultivation have such an effect? That's why my fellow disciples, the 3 monks of the Daoist temple, and Shu Qing and Shu Jia of the incense sect all quietly cultivate, hoping to break through the realm and prolong our lifespan in one fell swoop. Io, 3 Daoist masters, this disciple, has disturbed your cultivation. I hope you can forgive me. Bai Yanxiu hurriedly got up and bowed. Hee, it's fine, it's fine. Daoist Master Hao Yu waved his hand and said, the immortal mansion is a matter of great importance. Even if you didn't say anything, we would have left the mountain. What do you mean? Bai Yanxiu asked curiously. The immortal mansion, who knows what's inside? How can we not be curious about something that even ancestral Master Huan covets? Even if we can't take back the immortal mansion and make it the foundation of our Shandao sect's inheritance, as long as we can get the ancient Tao of immortality pills inside, we might be able to break through our current bottleneck and advance our cultivation to the next level. Daoist Master's lifespan will also increase? Correct. Daoist Master Hao Yu continued, if there's some kind of immortal pill that can prolong one's life, we only need one, wouldn't all our problems be solved? Life-prolonging pill? Bai Yanxiu exclaimed. Does the immortal mansion really have such a legendary pill? Maybe, maybe not, but as long as there's a chance, who would give it up? Daoist Master Hao Yu laughed. That's right, Daoist Master is right. Bai Yanxiu's face flushed red. He raised his head and asked, Li, what about the Righteous Alliance and incense cult's actions? Li Su was listening to Bai Yanxiu and the 3 Daoist masters talking. He didn't expect to be suddenly asked, as if he didn't hear it at all. Not only Li Su, but even Liang Zhangshu and the others were intoxicated. It was as if the legendary thing was about to happen to them. Li? Bai Yanxiu asked discontentedly. I'm asking you. Oh, sect leader. Li Su came to his senses and hurriedly replied, what I heard was really unimaginable. I've learned a lot. Please forgive me, sect leader. It's all right. Not only you, but even I was enlightened after hearing Daoist Master's words. I know the importance of the immortal mansion this time. Fortunately, I had the primordial spirit projection of Ancestor Huan to remind me between the clouds and the water, so I got the upper hand. The chances of getting the immortal mansion or entering the immortal mansion in advance have greatly increased. When the time comes, as long as there are benefits, all of you will be my disciples between the clouds and the water. How can I leave you out? Thank you, sect leader. Li Su and the others were overjoyed and bowed to thank him. There's no need. Li, what about the incense cult and the Righteous Alliance? Sect leader, the Righteous Alliance came a little late. They've set up camp on the west side of Ya Mountain. There are about 200 disciples now. I heard that the several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who stayed at Misty Peak were all captured by the disciples of the Misty School. None of them escaped. Zhang San suffered such a big loss at the hands of the incense cult, but he didn't go looking for trouble with the incense cult or the Misty School. That's strange. Sect leader, if it weren't for the immortal mansion, I'm afraid Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance would have flipped out long ago. However, the several thousand disciples didn't lose their martial arts or their lives. Zhang San only has to spare some time in the future to kill them. Isn't he afraid that the Misty School's Zhang Xiaohu won't hand over the several thousand disciples? Li Su laughed. Li is right. The Misty School took advantage of the Immortal Mansion incident. Bai Yanxiu nodded. Oh right, what about the Misty School? Didn't they come to Yaoshan with the incense cult? According to the disciples' report, everything in Misty Peak is normal. However, about 10 days ago, the exiled Hu Yuni brought another group of disciples of the Misty School back. I think the disciples of the Misty School are now racking their brains over who should be the leader of the Misty School. That's right. In Misty Peak, the disciples of the Misty School led by Zhang Xiaohu, the disciples of the Misty School led by Hu Yuni, and the disciples of the incense cult led by Ming Qing. Yes, there are also several thousand disciples of the Righteous Alliance who were captured. These people are in a mess. How can they spare the energy to come to Yaoshan? Perhaps only when the incense cult's abbess Jing Yi graces them with her presence can they completely suppress them. Not necessarily. Abbess Jing Yi said that she won't interfere in the Misty School's matter anymore. If she interferes, she will give herself a reason to do so. In the Jianghu, there are many cases of men stealing and women prostituting themselves. Abbess Jing Yi is just burying her head in the sand. Who doesn't know this? Sect leader is wise and far-sighted. I think the Misty School has also received orders from Abbess Jing Yi to bide their time and not make any moves. Hee, who cares? If they don't come, it's because there are fewer opponents. Yes, they can't be called opponents. They're just a nuisance. Bai Yanxiu waved his hand as if he was shooing away an annoying fly. Then, he smiled apologetically at the three immortals and asked, "Immortals, please enlighten me. The two abbesses of the incense cult, Shu Qing and Shu Jia, what are their cultivations?" This was the question that Bai Yanxiu was most concerned about. Immortal Hao Yun and the other two looked at each other and shook their heads. The incense cult has been hiding from the world, and Shu Qing and Shu Jia are both older than us. They also entered the path of immortality earlier. Their current cultivation, if there are no accidents, they should be above us. It's just that, they haven't broken through the bottleneck, so they're all qi refinement cultivations. There's no essential difference. When Bai Yanxiu heard this, he frowned slightly. Chapter 1139. Although Yaoshan was about 100 li away from Lu Town, it was only half a day's journey in the eyes of the people of Jianghu. They didn't dare to follow the super sects between the clouds and the water, the incense cult, and the Dalan temple and set up their camps close to Yaoshan. They also couldn't follow the super sects and set up camps around them like the Falling Stars Alliance and the Firmament Dock. Even though it wasn't a long journey, it couldn't stop them from setting foot on the path to immortality. They occupied the towns and villages around Yaoshan and waited for the passage to the immortal realm to appear. Zhang Xiaohua flew very fast and arrived near Yaoshan in a flash. Since he came from the west, his divine sense saw the incense cult's camp first. Sure enough, this was the style of a super sect. The area within half a kilometer had been cleaned up. Some of the outer sect disciples were on duty, some were practicing, and there were even more, supervising some of the craftsmen who had been temporarily recruited from the surrounding towns. They seemed to be building some sort of pavilion or something. Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. We're here to rob the immortal's mansion, not to play. Abbess Jing Yi usually doesn't show much extravagance in the incense cult, but now she's talking about extravagance outside. Thinking about how Jing Yi poisoned her second brother, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with anger. She thought to herself, when Jing Yi comes, should I give her a taste of my own medicine? Then Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to look north of Yaoshan. There were many bald monks here, and it was clear that this was the Dalan Temple's camp. The Dalan Temple's camp was very simple. There were idle monks around an invisible area, wandering around from time to time. The people around them were also some distance away. In the camp, the flowers and trees didn't move. Many of the Dalan Temple's monks were sitting on the ground. Next to the camp was a small sect. From time to time, disciples would send things to the Dalan Temple's monks. For some reason, the elders weren't in the camp. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and then used his divine sense to look west. The situation in the west was completely different from that of the Dalan Temple. Although it wasn't as beautiful as the incense cult's camp, many wooden buildings were gradually taking shape. There were huts built against the mountains, small pavilions near the water, and even a square table under a 100-year-old tree. Zhang Xiaohua first frowned when he saw the disciples in the camp dressed in the clothes of different sects, but when he saw the disciples in the robes of the Righteous Alliance gesturing around, Zhang Xiaohua understood that this was the territory of Alliance Master Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance. There weren't any powerful people in the camp, so they hadn't arrived yet. Then, the camp in the south has the most people and the most well-prepared must be between the clouds and the water. Zhang Xiaohua had already used her divine sense to look around the camp between the clouds and the water. She knew that they had the most people and that Bai Yanxiu had already made preparations. So she didn't dare to use her divine sense too early. But, where's the Tenryu's sect? Don't tell me they haven't received news of the appearance of the Holy Realm's residents. Zhang Xiaohua had long forgotten about the matter of the Holy Realm's residents. Now that she had some free time, she threw her thoughts to her dreams. That's possible. The Tenryu's sect is a descendant of the devil cult and has nothing to do with the way of immortality. Even if they get the Holy Realm's residence, it might not be of great use. There's really no need for them to get involved in this mess. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but if that's the case, I won't have the chance to see my dreams. Alas, I don't know why I'm always afraid of going to the Tenryu sect. If Sakura finds out about my way of immortality, I don't know what will happen. Maybe it's normal that he won't let me see my dreams. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt the invisible pressure from the most powerful person in the world, Sakura. He was also afraid of the difference between way of immortality and way of immortality and way of immortality. It seemed to be a kind of escape, and also a kind of inexplicable, heartfelt worry. Let's not talk about Sakura's attitude first, but what about Dream? I don't know if it's a freak combination of factors or a trick from the heavens. I've never shown my way of immortality in front of Dream, nor have I explained it to her. Dream has always thought that my way of immortality cultivation is useless and that I'm only a person with brute force. If she tells Sakura about this situation, he might take a liking to her. Didn't he say that at worst, he'll give me all his way of immortality cultivation? But, what if Dream knows that I'm a way of immortality cultivator? Won't she choose me? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became worried about personal gains and losses, and his divine sense naturally swept towards the camp between the clouds and the water. This is... Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the central tent, but immediately, his divine sense returned and circled around the tent a few times. Who's this person? He actually has divine sense? He actually has such a high way of immortality cultivation? Oh no, there's actually 3 of them. Zhang Xiaohua's mind turned rapidly, and before he could turn around, he saw 4 people flying out of the central tent. The 3 in front were white-haired old men with ruddy complexions, and the one behind them was the middle-aged beautiful woman, Bai Yanxiu. Oh no. Zhang Xiaohua saw Bai Yanxiu and immediately knew that these 3 old men must be Bai Yanxiu's teachers. Thinking of the many benefits he had gained between the clouds and the water, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care that he was hiding himself. Without waiting for Bai Yanxiu and the 3 helpers she found to come near, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and immediately changed direction, flying straight towards the south. Alas, a typical case of having a guilty conscience. Sure enough, Daoist Master Hao Yun and the other 2 flew out of the tent. Looking at the empty sky, they swept their divine sense to the place where their divine sense had been just now, but didn't find any trace of a person. They couldn't help but be shocked. They saw Daoist Master Hao Yun standing in the air, respectfully saluting the place where Zhang Xiaohua had been standing. Which fellow Daoist? Can you show yourself for a chat? But Zhang Xiaohua had already left, and the place was empty. Who would answer him? After a while, Daoist Master Hao Yun still didn't get a reply. He waved his hand, and the 2 Daoist masters, Hao Yu and Hao Feng, flew to Hao Yun's side, forming a strange triangle. Then, Hao Yu took out a small hammer from his chest, only the size of a palm, and shouted, "If fellow Daoist doesn't show yourself, don't blame I for making a move." After a while, the small hammer in his hand shook, and he was about to strike when Daoist Master Hao Yun stopped him. "Junior brother, don't make a move. That person. I'm afraid he's already gone, it can't be." Hao Feng said curiously. We sensed the divine sense and immediately flew out. But in just a moment, no matter how high this person's cultivation is, it's impossible for him to escape from our divine sense. Hao Feng didn't believe in heresy, and swept his divine sense around again. He didn't find anything unusual, and then sighed. This. Which sect's fellow Daoist is this? He's actually in such a realm. Could it be that he's already entered? Maybe. Hao Yun was a little disinterested, and waved his hand. Let's go down. Many people have already seen us. Sure enough, around between the clouds and the water, many Jianghu disciples had excited expressions on their faces, pointing and gesturing at Hao Yun and the others. Some of them even looked at Yao Shan, their eyes full of enthusiasm. Senior brother? Who could this person be? Hao Feng entered the tent and asked immediately. It's probably Shu Qing or Shu Jia from the fragrance cult. Hao Yun thought for a while and said, such a divine sense, only someone with Sakra's cultivation can have it. If Shu Qing and Shu Jia didn't cultivate with the help of the fragrance cult's array, they wouldn't be able to reach such a realm. Spiritual master. Bai Yanxiu looked at the three people, and said tentatively, I've seen Sakra's divine sense in the fragrance cult, and it didn't seem so strong. Could it be Shu Qing or Shu Jia really passed that bottleneck? Hao Yun and the others were shocked. Then, this immortal mansion, we're a little less confident. Hee, senior brother, don't worry. If she really passed that realm, would she suddenly leave? Hao Yu said. I'm afraid she's using some magic tool to strengthen her divine sense. Of course. Hao Yun slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot about that. The fragrant religion has a unique secret technique that can expand one's spiritual energy with the help of spirit arrays. This Daoist suffered a loss in the fragrant religion back then, so how could he have forgotten? Junior brother is right. However, this magic tool is a little strange. It can even hide one's body. Even if her body is hidden, do we still have to be afraid of her? Our lightning hammer, lightning all, and heaven's shaking drum are not to be trifled with. If we really fight, we brothers will set up the heaven shaking thunder array and punish her. Shu Qing or Shu Jia will crush her body and consign her to eternal damnation. Alright, since Shu Qing is here, she must be here to scout the situation first. The aroma cult is right behind her. Let's be more cautious and let our disciples scout the situation first. It's better to get things done as soon as possible. Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple will immediately send his disciples. Bai Yanxiu replied with cupped hands. Not to mention that the people of Between the Clouds and the Water thought that Zhang Xiaohua was the grand elder of the fragrance cult and secretly thought of countermeasures. Zhang Xiaohua was as anxious as a stray dog. After flying for a long time, she finally stopped and gently patted her heart. Only then did she realize that she had hidden her body. It seemed that her flying technique was better than the other parties, so there was no need for her to be in such a difficult situation. AI, forget it. Just Between the Clouds and the Water alone has produced 3 people whose cultivation is much stronger than I. What fragrance cult, what Dalan temple? Do I even need to say anything? These people must be the disciples of the upper generation of these immortal Dao sections. The cultivation of the immortal Dao is calculated in decades. How can this poor Daoist reach that level? Even if it's Nanjing Yi or the Grand Elders, I may not be a match for them. How can I compete with them for the immortal mansion? A frog at the bottom of a well, arrogant and ignorant. Perhaps this is the evaluation of I a while ago. Zhang Xiaohua secretly mocked herself. At this moment, another divine sense swept over from the south. It actually, directly found Zhang Xiaohua. But, that person's concealment technique is very wonderful. I can only see the person, but I can't see the person clearly. I don't even know who that person is. Nun Jingyi's expression changed slightly and she said with some confusion, since Grand Elder can't see him, how do you know it's Sakura? Hee, Jingyi, in this world, if it's not Sakura, who else can have a divine sense that can surpass mine? But Grand Elder, Sakura appeared in our fragrance cult's martial arts convention. This disciple has already told Grand Elder that even though Sakura's divine sense is tyrannical, it's not much different from Grand Elder's divine sense. If Grand Elder's divine sense is added with the nebula chain, it should be more powerful than Sakura's divine sense. This is strange. Nun Shuqing was shocked. In this world, whose divine sense is stronger than mine and who can fly, other than Sakura of the devil cult, who else can it be? Daoist Panan. Nun Jingyi called out, it's the Daoist Panan who killed Longting Villa with a sword in Rejuvenation Valley and Class Fugue with a sword in Misty Peak. Panan? Nun Shuqing shook her head slightly and looked at Nun Shujia, junior sister. Have you heard of this person's name? No, there are only a few big sects of the Immortal Tao, and very few people have stepped on the Immortal Tao. To be able to cultivate to this level, how can he be a nobody? If you didn't mishear, then he must be using a fake name. Oh right, Grand Elder. Nun Jingyi clapped her hands and remembered, the Shindao sect is also an Immortal Tao inheritance, but they haven't shown themselves for thousands of years. Who can guarantee that there aren't a few seniors in the Shindao sect who have a similar cultivation level as Grand Elder? Yes, indeed. If it weren't for the martial arts convention showing traces of the Shindao sect, I wouldn't have known that the Shindao sect's orthodoxy has also been passed down. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably an old man from the Shindao sect. But senior sister, I've never heard that the Shindao sect has a flying technique that's easy to cultivate. Only the Heavenly Dragon sect's flying technique is a different path, and it is possible to achieve great success in the situation where the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi is annihilated. The other sects are the same, and if we can't master the flying technique, then the Godly Saber sect's people can't either. Forget it, let's go down. Who cares who he is? Yao Mountain isn't far ahead. Once the Immortal Mansion appears, how can he not show up? We'll just kill him when the time comes. The three of them descended from the sky. Nun Jingyi looked into the distance and asked, Peacock, is there any news from the Misty School? Sect leader, according to the latest news, Hu Yuni has led 2,000 disciples from the Misty School back to the Ethereal Heights. Not only is Zhang Qingyue's direct disciple Shui Tian, but also the former deputy leader of the Misty School, Shui Yupeng. It's just that, for some reason, the Ethereal Heights is now heavily guarded. Ming Qing, Gao Kunheng, and the others can't even spread the news. This news was spread by the people outside the Ethereal Heights. I didn't expect Zhang Xiaohu to be so talented. I couldn't see it at all before. It's good that the Misty School is so strict. We don't know about it, and the Righteous Alliance doesn't know either. We still have Ming Qing, Gao Kunheng, and thousands of disciples from the Wuming Hall. Moreover, thousands of disciples from the Righteous Alliance have been captured by Ming Qing. Presumably, they are now in his hands. Even if Zhang Xiaohu has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't escape from Ming Qing's hands. As for Hu Yuni, he brought Shui Yupeng and Shui Tian. It's obvious that he's here to force Zhang Xiaohu to abdicate. How can he tolerate that? I want them to bite each other so that Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng can sit back and reap the benefits. Sect leader, you are wise and farsighted. Peacock was convinced. However, the matter of the Yaoshan Immortal Abode is so serious, yet the Misty School didn't send out any troops. They only sent out some spies to gather some information. Now that the Yaoshan Immortal Abode is occupied by various sects, the Misty School has lost its geographical advantage. Peacock, think about it. If Zhang Xiaohu really controls the Misty School, leaving Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng aside, when he sees the Immortal Abode, or the magical treasure of the Immortal Abode, do you think he will be tempted? Peacock smiled. Zhang Xiaohu is neither a saint nor a deity, why wouldn't he be tempted? He's now a pawn of the fragrance cult. All he thinks about is how to escape the fate of being controlled by our sect leader. If he can get the immortal abode and the magical treasure, of course, he'll have the strength to contend with our sect leader. This kind of temptation, he should be more eager than other people in the martial arts world. But the Misty Heights didn't make any moves at all. Doesn't this show that it's not Zhang Xiaohu's idea? Nun Jingyi smiled. It's not that Hu Yuni involved him. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the internal situation, so he has no time to fend for himself. It's just that Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng didn't agree to let the Misty School's disciples get involved without our orders. Don't you think so? Our sect leader's arrangements are marvelous. I have only one word in my heart: admiration. Peacock smiled. Our sect leader, this immortal abode, is it really something that everyone in the martial arts world wants? Chen Chen suddenly asked. Of course. There are many treasures in the immortal abode. Maybe we can even find some primordial stones. Won't our fragrance cult's orthodoxy be passed down? Nun Jingyi smiled. Will the saintess of the Tenryu's sect come? Nun Jingyi's face darkened and she didn't answer. Peacock glanced and whispered, since Sakura is here, maybe the saintess will come too. By the way, senior sister, did Ren Xiaoyao go to the Tenryu's sect in the end? This guy is really stupid. He even hugged the saintess of the Tenryu's sect. This luck. TSK, I really can't describe it. Peacock glanced and whispered again. Who knows if he went or not? According to my disciple's report, he disappeared after leaving Dinchi Lake. Maybe he went to Rejuvenation Valley. Impossible? Chen Chen shook his head. Zixia is better than Nye Qinyu in both appearance and background. Why would Ren Xiaoyao do something like that? This guy is really cunning. By the way, senior sister, do you think Ren Xiaoyao will come to Yaoshan? Chen Chen asked. Peacock was flustered and frowned slightly. How would I know? However, he only has great strength. Now he has learned some skills with a stick. Even if he can be accepted in the martial arts world, but how can he enter the eyes of the big sects? I'm afraid he won't come. That's right. This guy knows how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. In such a dangerous place, he can only hide far away. Chen Chen smiled. What Chen Chen didn't know was that the Ren Xiaoyao she was talking about was now hiding behind a huge rock in a valley dozens of miles behind them, gasping for breath. Please vote monthly, please vote for recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. If you like this work, please come to Chidian. Come to vote for recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1141. Motherfucker. Zhang Xiaohua almost never cursed. Today, he couldn't help but curse. His heart felt slightly better. I really didn't expect that I really was sitting in a well and looking at the sky. I really am a toad who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua also felt depressed. He originally thought that his cultivation of the path of immortality was enough to move unhindered in Jianghu. That was why he casually revealed his true identity in front of the Misty School. Who knew that not only the three extremely powerful seniors between the clouds and the water, but also the cult of fragrance, which Zhang Xiaohua had stayed in for a long time and made a mess inside, unexpectedly, two Shirtai who were even more powerful than the old beggar Jingyi popped out. What was going on in this world? Before, he couldn't even see half of them. Just one immortal's mansion was enough to attract all the path of immortality experts. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, when he was fooling around in the cult of fragrance, he was afraid that Shirtai Jingyi would find out. He was very careful and didn't attract the attention of Shu Qing and Shu Jie. Otherwise, the cult of fragrance had a formation that isolated the outside world. The two Shirtai could also borrow the power of the formation. Presumably, even if Zhang Xiaohua practiced the flying technique to the extreme, he still wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the two Shirtai. Just between the clouds and the water and the cult of fragrance are so powerful. Then what about the Daoist temple? Just Master Chang Sheng and the great Master Chang Gung alone, I am not their match. Not to mention that they are like these two sects, with a few more great masters coming out. I will definitely run for my life. Right, there's no need to say anything else. As long as the sweeping old monk of the Sutra Pavilion comes out, I will run as far as I can. Alas, this Jianghu, the water is really too deep. Zhang Xiaohua finally breathed a sigh of relief. The path of immortality has so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Then what about the Tenryus sect, which is known as the #1 sect in Jianghu? Other than the world's #1 Sakra, is there also the previous generation's Sakra or Garuda? If any of them come out, not to mention even the cult of fragrance, will avoid them. Forget it. First, I need to regulate my qi circulation. After a while, I need to confirm Chu's news. I'll wait until the 7 disciples of the Beta school gather, and find a place with beautiful sceneries. Wait until the Beta school has, Chut find a place. Wait when my Beta school S's, after I school, all will find a. In just a moment, the vital energy in her meridians had been replenished. Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture with her hands and turned invisible. Then, she soared into the sky and headed straight for the Dragon Mountain. Because she was afraid of encountering another expert of the path of immortality, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release her divine sense too much. She only flew low and relied on her eyes and senses. Until half a day later, when she felt that she wouldn't encounter another expert, she released her divine sense and sped up her flight. Previously, I used the flying technique's concealment spell to hide my body so that others couldn't see me. Although this can't be seen by the naked eye, it can still be discovered by the divine sense. I guess the experts from between the clouds and the water and the cult of fragrance found I this way. It seems that I have to be more careful when encountering such people in the future. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, if only I could find a concealment spell that even the divine sense can't detect, that would be great. In the following days, Zhang Xiaohua saw fewer and fewer people of the Jianghu. At most, she would see them in 2s and 3s. It seemed that their martial arts skills were also lax. She guessed that they didn't think their martial arts skills were good enough and didn't intend to steal any treasures. They just couldn't resist the temptation of the passage to the realm of immortals. But, along the way, Zhang Xiaohua didn't see Chu Zhigao and his family. Nor did she see any disciples of the Misty School. Could it be that something bad has happened? Zhang Xiaohua thought back to what he had been thinking earlier. Seeing that Horned Dragon Mountain was right in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to cover the entire Horned Dragon Mountain. But after looking around, she didn't see any traces of Chu Zhigao and his family except for a few people who were chopping firewood and hunting. There was also a thatched cottage that had long been burned down in the mountain. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua came to the location of Fire Dragon Immortal's cave and the place where Chu Zhigao hunted. Everything was the same as before. That's strange. Didn't Chu Zhigao return to Horned Dragon Mountain? If he was at Horned Dragon Mountain, then the thatched cottage should have been rebuilt at the place that was destroyed by the fire. But now, it still looks like it was burned down. That means that Chu Zhigao didn't return to Horned Dragon Mountain. Then, the disciples of the Misty School who came to fetch Jing must have missed him. Where could Chu Zhigao have gone? Poyang Town. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly slapped herself on the forehead and laughed. I have been thinking about Horned Dragon Mountain. Chu Zhigao's house in Horned Dragon Mountain had been burned down by the people of Jingle Parting Manor. Furthermore, the head of Jingle Parting Manor had been killed by I. If the people of Jingle Parting Manor came to look for the head of Jingle Parting Manor, they would naturally meet Chu Zhigao. By then, wouldn't Chu Zhigao be captured by them? Hence, I can't stay in Horned Dragon Mountain any longer. If Chu Zhigao went to another place and I could find him, it would naturally be Poyang Town. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have made it clear to the disciples of the Misty School. They would definitely return empty-handed. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua leaped up and flew in the direction of Poyang town. After flying for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He used his divine sense to scan the area below him. Unknowingly, he was overjoyed. Poyang town was not far ahead. On his left was the small mountain village that he had gone to look for Meng's birth. Thinking about the kind people in the small mountain village, the kind Mr. Qigong and Lady Jiao, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with warmth. Back then, he didn't bring much money with him. He only left a small amount of money in the wooden house. Now that he had given all the gold, silver, and jewels he obtained from Shichui Mountain and Evil Tiger Manor to O Yen, he still had some scattered money. If he gave these to the people of the small mountain village, it would definitely be helpful to their poor lives. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua changed his direction and flew towards the mountain range. However, following his memory, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the mountain range. The lush forest in front of him left him dumbfounded. Is this the place? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely bewildered. Ever since he cultivated God's guidance, divine sense, he rarely got lost. But, why did he get lost again today? This seems to be Lady Jiao's straw house. How did it become a huge pine tree? And this should be Lady Aya's wooden house. But it has become a grassland. This is really strange. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself as he flew out of the forest. This is the place. Isn't the stream still here? Oh, right. Lady Aya's grave is at the top of the mountain range. So, however, when Zhang Xiaohua flew to the top of the mountain, he realized that although this place was about the same size as the graveyard, there were pine trees and strange stones. There was no grave. This is really strange. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a while. Then, he conjured a spell and burrowed into the ground. After a while, he emerged from the ground with a look of disappointment. Forget it. I think I got lost. There is no coffin under this ground. How can this be Lady Anya's grave? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua did not want to stay any longer. He leaped into the air and began to search again. However, even if he found the ferry by the river and the cottage at the ferry, and searched back according to his memory, there was still no trace of him. Sigh. No wonder the Tenryu sect couldn't find Lady Aya in this small mountain village. Back then, I was still puzzled. Now, I finally understand the reason. Could it be that there is something strange about this small mountain village? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. However, when he thought about it again, the villagers in the small mountain village were all so simple. There was nothing strange about it. Feeling helpless, Zhang Xiaohua went to the array where he found the money bag. There was no snow and the outside of the array looked the same as usual. However, with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, there was a slight fluctuation of vital energy near the ground. It was the same place where the squirrel had drilled through and where Zhang Xiaohua had drilled into the cave. Hee, could it be that there is something strange inside? Zhang Xiaohua thought and drilled into the array again. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua already had divine sense and didn't need to enter the cave. He just needed to scan the cave with his divine sense and everything in it was clear to him. It was different from what Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. The cave was the same as before. There was no fluctuation of vital energy in the dark cave. Could it be that the array in this cave has something to do with the small mountain village? Which senior of the immortal Dao placed the jade letter and money bag in this cave for no reason? How did the Shirtai of the fragrant religion know about it? What does this senior have to do with the fragrant religion? Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the cave and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. However, the immortal Dao was something from 10,000 years ago. If there was a flaw in the array in the cave, who else in this world could know about it? Karma. Even if it is a cause from 10,000 years ago, it can also cause an effect 10,000 years later. If not for this cause that I didn't know about in the past, I might never have known about it in the future. How could there be an effect of me obtaining the money bag and the jade letter? And the cause of me obtaining the money bag and the jade letter, how much effect will there be in the future? The Tao of karma is indeed a mystery of the Tao of heaven that is on par with the Tao of life and death. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that her dream had left the fragrant religion. She had also left the fragrant religion. The Shirtai's grave was left in the fragrant religion. She had sworn that she would personally kill the person who killed the Shirtai. Now that she had no clue, how could she live up to her oath? Perhaps after the beta school is built, I will have to make another trip to the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please add me. Chapter 1142. After coming out of the cave, Zhang Xiaohua did not delay any longer. She followed the path she had taken earlier and headed straight for Poyang town. However, when she flew over the mountain range, she inadvertently used her divine sense to scan the lonely mountain temple. A strange expression appeared on her face, and then she was furious. She reached into her clothes and took out Chasing Dream. With a wave of her hand, the small sword shot into the mountain temple like lightning. This small mountain temple that had an affinity with Zhang Xiaohua was not as quiet as it used to be. At this time, there were 6 people squeezed inside. It was not appropriate to say that they were squeezed. It was more like a man and a woman were forced into a corner of the mountain temple by the 4 men in front of them. The woman's face was pale and she covered her chest with her hand. She was lying in the corner on a pile of straw where Zhang Xiaohua had slept. The woman's face was very beautiful, and it was somewhat similar to Qiu Tong's. However, at this moment, Ru Dai's green eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Her watery eyes were slightly protruding, and her small cherry mouth was also open. She kept inhaling with all her might, but the air she exhaled was far less than the air she inhaled. That woman seemed to be on the verge of death. Miss May, Miss May. The man stood in front of the woman, as if he was helping to fend off the 4 men in front of him. However, the folding fan in his hand and his thin and weak arms showed that he was only a weak scholar. How could he withstand the shining swords? From time to time, he would turn back to look at the woman with concern. The man held the folding fan in front of his chest and scolded, You bully the weak, bandits. In order to escape, we ran all the way here. Why, won't you let us go? A lean man stood at the side with his hands behind his back. He looked at the scholar and said coldly, You are Li Jinfeng, right? You must know the background of this woman. Since we were able to chase you all the way from Nanzhao town to here, then we must have the Mei family's treasure. You have been running all the way here, so the Mei family's treasure must be nearby, right? Look, Mei Qinglian is already dead. Why don't you hurry up and take out the treasure map? Seeing that I have the same surname as Miss Mei, I will spare your lives. That scholar was none other than the righteous Li Jinfeng. Li Jinfeng's expression changed when he heard the man surnamed Mei's words. He berated, I've only met Miss Mei by chance. I only know that Miss Mei's family suffered a great calamity and had no choice but to escape from Nanzhao town. How could I possibly know about a treasure map? Young Master Li, you're being disloyal by saying that. A fat man next to him said, You've been taking care of Miss Mei along the way. You look no different from a married couple. Why are you saying such things now? If Miss Mei hadn't said anything to you, would you have accompanied her for so long and run all the way from the north to the south? You. What do you mean? From what you're saying, if Miss Mei doesn't have a wealthy family, I won't take care of a lonely and weak girl like her? Hee hee, shopkeeper Lu, don't compare your jade artifact shop to this scholar. He has a noble character and will help any girl he sees. That man surnamed Mei glanced at Li Jinfeng and laughed, but when he helps, he'll be helping a poor young lady from a wealthy family. If he didn't run into us, wouldn't he already have a fortune of tens of millions of strings? Hee hee, old Mei, look at you. What do you think the words coming out of your mouth sound like? What's the difference between what I said? This old Mei and shopkeeper Lu were actually the two night walkers that Zhang Xiaohua had met when she was sleeping in the mountain temple. Sirs, the other person said with a frown, Mei Qinglian doesn't seem to have long to live. Shouldn't we save her first? Otherwise, if we can't complete the task the Banner Lord gave us, we won't be able to explain ourselves when we return. What? Brothers, are you worried about my methods? Old Mei sneered. Although we're not familiar with the brothers from Shitsui Mountain, we're all under the Lord's leadership. We've received your message and know the importance of this matter. That's why we put down many things to come and help. If you're not happy, we'll leave now. No, the other man quickly said, what are you talking about, Sir Mei? You're the Lord in charge of the carriage and horses. We're just strong men running errands. How can we have a problem with you? Zhao Hong just wants to finish this task quickly. After all, we've been following this Mei Qinglian for a long time. If we don't quickly take out the Mei family's legendary treasure, our senior brother from Shitsui Mountain won't be able to explain to the commander. Wu Yuantong, I don't want to criticize you. This Mei Qinglian does this every day. Did you see that accident last time? Moreover, this adulterous couple has been fooling around all along the way. I'm afraid they've already told that man about the treasure. If Miss Mei is gone, we'll find young Master Li. Anyway, this place is close to our home. Let's take the treasure home directly. Your senior brother's task will be completed, and my lord will also be rewarded. Don't you think it's a win-win situation? Yes, we'll listen to shopkeeper Lu's instructions. The two men looked at each other and nodded. All right, kid, my patience is limited. You'd better tell me the location of the treasure so that you won't have to suffer some physical pain. In the early years, there was a martial arts family nearby. Yes, their surname was Tan. However, I don't think you know that there was a young man in the family who was as stubborn as you. However, Grandpa shaved off his entire body and used a small knife to make 18,000 small cuts. Then, he smeared honey on the wounds and threw him into the sun. Then, he caught 100,000 little ants to play with him. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, this little brat had confessed everything. Do you want to play with him too? When Li Jinfeng heard this, his whole body trembled. Then, he clenched his teeth and stiffened his neck. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. You're so cruel, there will be retribution. Retribution? Young Master Li, you'd better think about whether you can survive today. Shopkeeper Lu was a little impatient. He took a step forward and stood in front of Li Jinfeng. He raised his hand and pressed on Li Jinfeng's major acupoint. Li Jinfeng fell down. An unbearable feeling welled up in his heart. Immediately, Li Jinfeng's face turned pale and his teeth creaked. On his forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat slowly dripped down along his temples. Young Master Li. How do you feel? Shopkeeper Lu asked coldly. However, before young Master Li could reply, a white light flashed and pierced Shopkeeper Lu's throat. Shopkeeper Lu didn't notice it at all. When he was about to speak again, a stream of blood flowed out from the wound on his throat. Shopkeeper Lu only felt the pain now. When he tried to cover the wound with his hand, his whole body went limp and he fell to the ground. This is... The youngest Mei was stunned. He blinked his eyes, as if he hadn't recovered from the shock of Shopkeeper Lu's death. The sword light turned back as if it had a mind of its own and flew toward his chest. Flying sword. The youngest Mei was a knowledgeable person. He immediately saw through the mystery. Unfortunately, he could only see through it and couldn't block it. The flying sword flashed and pierced through his armpit. Run! Zhao Hong and Wu Yuantong, who were holding their swords and sabers, suddenly realized something and shouted, "Run!" However, before they could run out of the door of the mountain god temple, two flying swords had pierced through their chests and they fell to the ground. For a moment, the noisy mountain god temple only had the creaking sound of Li Jinfeng gnashing his teeth in pain and the breathing of the 4 dying people. Suddenly, a green figure flew in from the door of the mountain god temple and appeared in front of Li Jinfeng. It was Zhang Xiaohua, who had rushed over in a hurry. When she landed on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua pressed Li Jinfeng's acupuncture point without hesitation. Sigh. Li Jinfeng heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had just put down a heavy burden on his shoulders. He raised his head slightly, as if he wanted to thank her. However, when he saw the familiar face, Li Jinfeng was stunned. Then, he struggled to get up and speak, but his body was so weak that he couldn't move at all. Young Master Li, don't worry. We'll talk later. Zhang Xiaohua nodded at him and then looked at Mei Qinglian, who was behind Li Jinfeng. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly when she saw that Mei Qinglian's face was similar to Qiu Tong's. She placed her finger on Mei Qinglian's wrist to check her pulse and shook her head slightly. Then, she transferred a strand of vital energy to her. It was obvious that Mei Qinglian's chest was heaving less and her mouth was opening smaller. Her face was slightly flushed. Thank you. Immortal Elder. Mei Qinglian said gratefully when she saw the sword light and Zhang Xiaohua descending from the sky. Do you have any last words? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. If possible. I can help you. Really? Immortal Elder? Mei Qinglian's eyes lit up. She was puzzled at first and then said hurriedly, I am from Pingyang City's Nanzhao town. My surname is Mei. My name is Qinglian, Mei Qinglian? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She seemed to have heard of this name before. My father is a famous philanthropist in Nanzhao town. But Mei Qinglian's voice became weaker. At this moment, Li Jinfeng had already walked over. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua asking for Mei Qinglian's last words, he said softly, Miss Mei, you don't have to say anything else. I already know. Do you mean that you want this immortal elder to help you take revenge? Mei Qinglian's eyes flashed with gratitude. She looked at Li Jinfeng and then at Zhang Xiaohua. She nodded vigorously. I hope that immortal elder will be merciful and go to Shitsui Mountain. Save my father and the rest from the bandits who harmed the people, Shitsui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. She immediately thought of what she had heard in Shitsui Mountain. Wasn't this Mei Qinglian the miss of the Mei family that Fort Master Qi had mentioned? At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She squeezed out a smile and said, Miss Mei, do you have any other last words? This matter. I have already completed it more than a month ago. I have killed all the bandits in Shitsui Mountain. Ah. Mei Qinglian's face lit up. She asked, then, my father, what about him? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Qidian. Calm. Chapter 1143. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she looked at Mei Qinglian's face which had a last burst of energy. She smiled and said, at that time, I saved many people from the prison. As for whether your father was inside, I do not know. Very well, thank you, immortal elder. Mei Qinglian smiled and turned to look at Li Jinfeng. Her eyes seemed to be filled with tenderness as she said, Li Gongzi, you are a rare gentleman in this world. This concubine only regrets that I did not meet you earlier. I hope that you can, and your sweetheart, be married to each other and grow old together. This scarf, just treat it as a wedding gift from little sister to you. As Mei Qinglian spoke, she reached for the handkerchief hanging from her waist with great effort. Then, she lifted it up forcefully, wanting to pass it to Li Jinfeng. However, the moment she lifted it up a little, the light in her eyes disappeared. Her hand also drooped down weakly. She could see that there was no breath coming from her mouth and nose. Miss May. Miss May. Li Jinfeng was a little emotional as he shouted. Gongzi Li. Miss May has already passed. Zhang Xiaohua patted Li Jinfeng's shoulder and softly comforted him. She then stood up and looked at the already dead shopkeeper Lu and the other 3 men who were barely breathing. She walked over and did not hesitate to use the bewitching finger on them. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua laughed coldly. She stretched out her hand and broke the necks of Mei Qinglian, Zhao Hong and Wu Yuantong. This Mei Qinglian was actually a subordinate of the Righteous Alliance and was in charge of sending messages. There were also spies from the Righteous Alliance in the Galloping Carriage and Storm Carriage Company. Many of the Righteous Alliance's messages were also sent through the Carriage Company. Why am I so unlucky? I was just sending a letter home and I just happened to meet a disciple of the Righteous Alliance. So what if I met him? I just had to meet the Righteous Alliance who needed a huge amount of money. Damn it, when did I's character become so unbearable? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rubbed her nose and said self-mockingly, perhaps my character has become even more heaven-defying. After destroying Shichui Mountain and Evil Tiger Villa, I kept most of the gold and silver that the Righteous Alliance wanted in my belt. Sigh, this Miss May is really pitiful. Originally, she had already escaped the calamity of being exterminated, but, because she had the Mei family's hidden treasures, she was targeted by Zhao Hong and Wu Yuantong from the Righteous Alliance. However, it's also strange. Why didn't the 2 of them capture Miss May in Nanzhao town? Why not just directly send her to Shichui Mountain? And of course. Such a rare hard-working attitude. If it wasn't for the fact that those 2 people died so quickly, I would have asked them properly. That's not right. The youngest Mei and shopkeeper Lu were not invited by the 2 of them. It was because the youngest Mei found out about their whereabouts through the disciples of the Storm Carriage Company. That was why he brought shopkeeper Lu along. I understand now. Zhao Hong and Wu Yuantong also had the intention of pocketing the treasures. At least, they didn't have the intention of handing over all of the treasures. Birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth. The ancients really didn't lie. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood the crux of the matter. Xiaohua. Li Jinfeng, who was at the side, saw Zhang Xiaohua doing many strange things. He also heard the words of the 3 people before they died. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua raise her head from her deep thoughts, he asked, "Are you the Zhang Xiaohua that I know?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why are you only asking now? What were you doing just now?" I didn't react just now. But now that I think about it, you actually used that, some kind of hidden weapon to kill all 4 of them. I feel you can't possibly have such a high level of martial arts. Moreover, there were 4 of them. You didn't even show up, and they were all killed? Li Jinfeng's eyes suddenly lit up as he said with a smile, "Don't tell me that you are the legendary sword immortal." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "Young Master Li, were you accompanying young Miss May and talking too much? How can I be a sword immortal?" "I think so too, but..." Li Jinfeng nodded. He was in so much pain that he didn't notice that Zhang Xiaohua flew in. "At most, I am an immortal Dao expert," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "Immortal Dao? What is that?" Li Jinfeng asked curiously. "Let's talk about it later." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Let's first bury young Miss May." "But, you have already saved young Miss May. How can we bury her without permission? It's better to take her body back." Li Jinfeng disagreed with Zhang Xiaohua. "Alas, young Master Li, the bandits of Shichui Mountain are ruthless. How can there be any survivors in their hands? What I said to young Miss May just now was just to comfort her. No way, the bandits of Shichui Mountain are still alive?" Li Jinfeng was a little indignant again. "Xiaohua, you promised young Miss May that you must kill all the bandits of Shichui Mountain when you go back." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, of course, I killed all the bandits and only left these two people. But young Miss May. I didn't see her at all. There were no survivors in the dungeon of Shitsui Mountain, and there were hundreds of corpses in front of the gate of the mountain stronghold. Some were old and some were young. Young Miss May should be among them. Oh, by the way, it seems that young Miss May died before she reached Shitsui Mountain. Her body was abandoned in the wild. Alas. I see. Young Miss May was a well-known good person in Nanzhao town. She actually fell into such a state. Then, as you said, bury young Miss May here. Well, okay, wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and went out again. After a while, she came back with a huge coffin. Where did you get this? Li Jinfeng was dumbfounded. He wanted to bury young Miss May properly, but the mountain was very high. It was very difficult for them to climb up the mountain. It was very difficult to take the body down or the coffin up, so he didn't tell Zhang Xiaohua. Don't ask. See where the feng shui is good. I'll do it, okay. Li Jinfeng looked at Mei Qinglian's body, who was smiling, and sighed. He went out of the temple and found a place not long after. It didn't take long for Zhang Xiaohua to find the swords of Zhao Hong and the others. He dug a large pit and buried Mei Qinglian in the coffin. Looking at Mei Qinglian's small grave, Li Jinfeng bowed and said, Young Miss May, you and I met by chance. I wanted to kill the bandits, but I was powerless. You and I have been running for our lives, and we can be considered friends. I am partly responsible for you being buried here. If there is a chance in the future, I will send your coffin back to Nanzhao town. Young Miss May, you have taken your revenge, so you can leave easily. I hope you can live a happy life in the underworld and don't have to worry about the bandits anymore. Zhang Xiaohua whispered, Young Master Li, young Miss May was born sick in the heart and lungs. Even if she didn't run for her life, I guess, she won't live for more than 3 years. You don't have any burden. Alas, I know this. Young Miss May also told me, but I always felt very powerless all the way. Li Jinfeng said sadly. Strange, young Master Li, young Miss May was chased by the bandits of Shitsui Mountain because of the May family's treasure. Why did you get involved for no reason? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Let's go back to Lu Town. I'll tell you slowly along the way. Oh, I still have something to do in Poyang Town. Let's go together. When it's done, we'll go back to Lu Town together. Zhang Xiaohua replied. It's all right. As long as you're with me, what am I afraid of? Li Jinfeng said with a smile. With Zhang Xiaohua following them, it was indeed very convenient. Descending the mountain was also very easy. When they encountered a steep and difficult place, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and lifted Li Jinfeng up. Then, he directly jumped over. At the foot of the mountain, the two of them hailed a carriage and headed towards Poyang Town. In the carriage, Li Jinfeng told her about his encounter with Mei Qinglian. It was also fate. Li Jinfeng was visiting a friend in Nanzhao Town. He met Mei Qinglian, who had just returned from visiting a friend. When she saw the drastic change in her family, she immediately jumped off the carriage and ran away without greeting the maids and servants. Shitsui Mountain had placed the Mei family as their main focus and had arranged many disciples around the Mei family. When they saw a luxurious carriage coming to the Mei family, they immediately stopped it. However, when they found that young Miss May was not in the carriage, they quickly looked around. Young Miss May was like a headless fly. When she saw Li Jinfeng's carriage, she jumped in without thinking. Coincidentally, Li Jinfeng was the only one in the carriage. After leaving the town, young Miss May found a secluded place to get off the carriage. Li Jinfeng naturally reminded young Miss May about her safety. Young Miss May saw Li Jinfeng's refined manner in the carriage and knew that he was a gentleman. She couldn't help but feel dependent on him and quietly told him about her family's situation. The Mei family was also a big family in Nanzhao. Li Jinfeng had heard of Minister Mei's good reputation from her friends. When he heard about the Mei family's misfortune, even though he didn't know who did it, he was furious and felt pity for them. However, Li Jinfeng didn't let his anger get to his head. He knew how serious this matter was and he couldn't bring the disaster to his family. Therefore, he discussed with Mei Qinglian and decided to settle down in a small mountain village first. They would make plans after finding out the details. Therefore, the two of them pretended to be an eloping couple and hid in a mountain village first. Li Jinfeng returned to Nanzhao town to inquire about the news. When Mei Qinglian got the news that her whole family had been kidnapped by Shi Zuishan, she immediately knew Shi Zuishan's intention. She had the idea of using the treasures at home to rescue her family. But, how could she know any Jianghu people? She could only ask Li Jinfeng for help. Li Jinfeng knew Zhang Xiaohu and the entrance to Ethereal Heights. However, at that time, it was unknown whether Zhang Xiaohu was alive or dead and the Misty School had become the Righteous Alliance. Li Jinfeng naturally didn't know what to do. In the end, Mei Qinglian remembered that Minister Mei seemed to have mentioned that the Mei family had some relations with a martial arts family surnamed Tan. She also remembered the name of the Tan family's residence. Therefore, she decided to go to the Tan family to seek help. Chapter 1144. The Tan family's Misty Rain town was close to Poyang town, but it was far from Nanzhao town. Li Jinfeng hesitated when he heard this, but he couldn't bring Mei Qinglian back to her home in Lu town, nor could he avenge her. He could only accompany Mei Qinglian all the way to the south. There was a saying in ancient times, a scholar is useless. Li Jinfeng felt that this was wrong. That day, Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Nie Qinyu from 1,000 miles away. That was because Zhang Xiaohua knew martial arts and had the ability to protect himself and Nie Qinyu. That was already a chivalrous act. But compared to Li Jinfeng, she was far inferior. Li Jinfeng was only a weak scholar with a weak body. Going to Misty Rain town alone was already a test for him, not to mention bringing Mei Qinglian along. The hardships along the way couldn't be described in detail. Li Jinfeng's bravery had already moved Mei Qinglian. But she knew her body's condition and her current situation, so she didn't dare to reveal her feelings. Moreover, the two talked along the way and didn't hide anything. They already knew each other well. Mei Qinglian also knew that Li Jinfeng already had a girl named Xiu Tong in his heart. But because fate made fools of people, this girl went to the south a few years ago. Now, it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. Even Li Jinfeng didn't hesitate to tell Mei Qinglian that she was somewhat similar to Xiu Tong. And it was because of this similarity that he helped her so deeply. Li Jinfeng's frankness didn't make Mei Qinglian angry. Instead, she appreciated Li Jinfeng even more. She felt that Li Jinfeng was a magnanimous gentleman. The two went all the way to the south, carefully covering their tracks, thinking that they had escaped from Shichui Mountain. But what they did not know was that this Shichui Mountain was not the same Shichui Mountain. That day, the horse carriage that they had taken from Nanzhao had been a galloping horse carriage. Some of the Righteous Alliance's disciples had already reported their whereabouts to the disciples sent by Shichui Mountain. As they fled for their lives, they had not been able to shake off the Righteous Alliance's pursuit. It was not until they were near Misty Rain town that Mei Qinglian found out that the Tan family had been exterminated several years ago that she began to panic. Then, Zhao Hong, who was following them, also felt that something was wrong. He knew that these two people were not looking for treasures, so he was about to show up and capture them. However, at this time, the news of their following also attracted the attention of the youngest Mei and shopkeeper Lu. They stopped them and asked for details. Li Jinfeng and Mei Qinglian took this opportunity to escape far away. They wanted to hide in the wilderness to avoid the pursuit of the Righteous Alliance. However, they were only ordinary people. How could they outrun the youngest Mei's Qinggong expert? It wasn't easy for them to run to this mountain temple, but they were still easily caught up. Mei Qinglian's body couldn't take it anymore as she had been drifting all this time. She was on the verge of death even before old Mei interrogated her. Sigh, young Master Li, I really admire you. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't know what to say. Li Jinfeng couldn't even protect himself, yet he still wanted to protect a weak girl he didn't know. If Mei Qinglian didn't resemble Qiu Tong, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't have been able to find a reason for Li Jinfeng to risk his life like this. There are things that a real man should do, and there are things that he shouldn't do. Since I've encountered such an outrageous matter, even if I have to pay with my life, I'll still take care of it. Even if she doesn't look like elder sister Qiu Tong at all? Li Jinfeng nodded without hesitation. That's right. If you don't care, I don't care, and no one else, then how can there be justice and conscience in this world? Sigh, I've learned something, young Master Li. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt that this Li Jinfeng wasn't just his teacher who taught him how to read, he also had a lot to learn from him in terms of how to conduct himself in life. Oh yes, young Master Li, I have something to tell you. What is it? Li Jinfeng asked, but then he realized something. Is Xiao Hu still alive? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled. Of course my second brother is alive, but I want to tell you something else. Something else? Li Jinfeng was stunned, and then his face flushed red. He looked out of the window and said softly, Qiu Tong, is she still alive? Huh, yes. Zhang Xiaohua almost clapped her hands and laughed. My second brother has returned to the ethereal heights in Pingyang City, and elder sister Qiu Tong has also returned to the Huanxi Mountain Villa with O Yen. If you want to see her, you can go to the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Sigh, Li Jinfeng didn't feel happy when he heard this. Instead, he looked melancholy. After a while, seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand, he said, I'm just a weak scholar. I'm hot-blooded, but I don't have the strength to truss a chicken. How can I be worthy of Qiu Tong? I think Qiu Tong has already found a strong martial artist. I can only wish her well. Young Master Li, look at how jealous you are. Didn't I tell you it's something to be happy about? If elder sister Qiu Tong was already married, I wouldn't have told you. She's still waiting to get married. Forget it, forget it. After all, they're two different kinds of people. Why do we have to squeeze them together? Li Jinfeng was still shy. Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry. You obviously like Qiu Tong, and you're willing to risk your life for Mei Qinglian, who looks like her. Then why didn't you tell Qiu Tong? If she doesn't like you, then so be it. But what if she likes you too? Won't you miss out on a marriage for nothing? Will you have to bear a grudge for the rest of your life? Even if you go and see her again, you won't be wronged for liking her. Zhang Xiaohua treated Li Jinfeng as her elder brother. She said everything in her heart. Then, she looked outside and smiled. We've just arrived at Poyang town. It's still very far from Pingyang City. Think about it. Zhang Xiaohua had already entered Poyang town 3 times. She was very familiar with it. She used her divine perception to scan the town. She didn't panic when she couldn't find any trace of Chu Zhigao. Chu Zhigao had been in the martial world for a long time. In addition, he had the experience of being plotted against previously. If he hid in Poyang town, it wouldn't be easy for others to find him. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. When Chu Jing was mentioned at Huanxi Mountain Villa, he felt uneasy. After rescuing Li Jinfeng at the mountain deity temple, he no longer had the same feeling. Perhaps his uneasiness wasn't because of Chu Jing, but because of Li Jinfeng. But since that was the case, Chu Jing was safe and there was no need to worry too much. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua found an inn and stayed there. She released her divine perception every day and searched around Poyang town, hoping to find traces of Chu Zhigao. Although he didn't know why Zhang Xiaohua came to Poyang town, Li Jinfeng didn't ask much. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words these days, he thought deeply and didn't disturb Zhang Xiaohua. Early in the morning, when Zhang Xiaohua released her divine perception, she saw Chu Zhigao quietly walking out of a low house on the east side of Poyang town. He carried a bucket on his shoulder and seemed to be going outside to fetch water. Ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, I knew that you would show up sooner or later. Even if you don't come out to buy things, you can't not fetch water, right? Zhang Xiaohua called Li Jinfeng and went straight out of the inn to Chu Zhigao's small courtyard on the east side. This was an extremely remote place. The walls of the courtyard weren't high and the house inside was low. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and didn't hold back. She shouted loudly, Brother Chu. I'm here to find you. Come out quickly. When Chu Zhigao heard the familiar voice, he quickly opened the door and stuck his head out. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he couldn't help but smile and said, Ren Xiaoxia, why are you here so soon? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When did you think I would come? Hee, I thought you would come in 2 years. Chu Zhigao said with a smile. When Zhang Xiaohua just introduced Li Jinfeng to Chu Zhigao, a cheerful figure ran out from the small courtyard. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he immediately knelt down. It was Chu Jing. He even shouted, Disciple greets master. This time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't refuse. She nodded and said, Get up. Master came here specially to find you. Hearing the change in Zhang Xiaohua's tone, Chu Zhigao was overjoyed. At this time, Chu Zhigao's mother also came out. Chu Zhigao shouted, Mother. Ren Xiaoxia finally accepted Jing as his disciple. Really? This is true? When Chu Zhigao's mother heard this, she almost couldn't believe her ears. That day, Zhang Xiaohua only said to wait for the right time. But when would the time be right? This was a big matter that she had always been brooding about. She never thought that just how long had it been. Zhang Xiaohua actually relented. Ren Xiaoxia. Could it be that he found the place to open the sect? Chu Zhigao's mother probed. No. Not yet. Plans can't keep up with changes. The previous plans were all inappropriate. We still need to plan again. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, however, opening the sect is opening the sect. Accepting disciples is accepting disciples. I have already accepted 6 disciples. Chu Jing is the last one. My sect already has the Big Dipper 7-star lords. Thank you, Ren Xiaoxia. No, thank you, Immortal Master, for your mercy. Quick, Jing, aren't you going to greet your master? Chu Zhigao's mother was so happy that she was about to cry. There's no need. Jing has already paid his respects. When the sect opens in the future, I'll let them do it again. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and smiled. Then, the group entered the courtyard. Chu Zhigao took out the tea and other things and said embarrassedly, in order to avoid being harassed by others, I didn't dare to stay on Dragon Mountain anymore. That's why I brought my mother and Jing to move here. This place is really simple and crude. I hope Immortal Master can understand. It's okay. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, You can pack up and follow me to Pingyang City. Chu Zhigao was overjoyed. He stood up and said, I'll pack up right away. When will Immortal Master be leaving? Oh, take your time. I still have some worldly affairs to attend to. However, I'll be back in a few days. Young Master Li is Ai's best friend. I'm afraid that something might happen to him if he stayed in the inn. So, I brought him here. Please take care of him. Li Jinfeng followed Zhang Xiaohua here. He felt as if he was floating in the clouds and didn't know what they were talking about. Now that he heard himself mentioned, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed. Sorry for the trouble. Chapter 1145. Once he heard that Li Jinfeng was Zhang Xiaohua's best friend, how could Chu Zhigao not be respectful? He immediately stood up and bowed again. After Li Jinfeng returned the greeting, He thought for a moment and said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua. But he suddenly remembered that Chu Zhigao had called Zhang Xiaohua Ren Xiaoxia. Didn't that mean that he immediately shut his mouth? Chu Zhigao and his mother were stunned. Then, they lowered their eyebrows, as if they didn't know what was going on. Zhang Xiaohua was attentive and had already noticed. She smiled and said, Brother Chu, my real name is Zhang Xiaohua. Ren Xiaoyao is just another identity of mine. I didn't mean to hide it, please forgive me. It's nothing, nothing. Immortal Master is my savior and my son's teacher. I don't dare to think too much. Chu Zhigao replied hurriedly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. Li Jinfeng continued, Xiaohua, I wonder, where are you going? If it's on the way, why don't we go together? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled. Didn't I tell young Master Li a few days ago? Because I sent a letter home in Macho City, I got into a lot of trouble. Didn't I ask the youngest Mei in the Mountain Deity Temple? I have a rough understanding of the situation of the Righteous Alliance's carriage companies. Although old Mei only gave me a verbal account and I don't know who he is, but I must make a trip to the carriage company in Sorrow City and eliminate all the disciples of the Righteous Alliance in one fell swoop. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. Is that so? Normally, Li Jinfeng would have persuaded Zhang Xiaohua not to complain for fear of hurting the innocent. But after more than a month of running for his life, Li Jinfeng also knew that violence had to be met with violence. He nodded slightly and said, Then, go quickly and come back quickly. Chu Zhigao was stunned. He looked at his mother and asked softly, Immortal Master, are you talking about Macho City, where Rejuvenation Valley is located? Yes. You know it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said. That, but based on that, you must buy a good horse, hee, it's fine. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Go ahead and pack up. I'll be back soon. It won't take me a few days. Immortal Master. Chu Zhigao's mother also wanted to say something. It's a long journey. Why don't we let Zhigao accompany Immortal Master? We can take care of each other on the way. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and stood up. She said, Since Chu Jing is already under my tutelage and the immortal Dao is going to flourish soon, I won't hide anything from you. I'll let you see Ai's supernatural powers. After she finished speaking, she made a hand seal and floated away. When she was 3 feet above the ground, she gradually disappeared. Then, a sentence came from midair. Wait carefully in the courtyard. I will be back in a few days. Immortal Master. Chu Zhigao's mother saw this and fell to her knees. She almost thought that Zhang Xiaohua was an immortal. Li Jinfeng's mouth was wide open and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Although he knew that Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were excellent and that she could easily get a coffin from somewhere, he never thought that he, a country boy who was enlightened by the Shua Wen Jie, would now have supernatural powers that he could only read about in the legends of immortals. After Zhang Xiaohua left Poyang town, she concealed herself and went straight to Mao Chou City. After a few days, she saw a familiar city. At this time, Mao Chou City was different from a few days ago when Zhang Xiaohua came here. The first time was when Nie Qinyu was fighting for a spouse and the second time was when Longting Mountain Villa was besieging Rejuvenation Valley. Every time, Mao Chou City was filled with Jianghu people with shiny swords and sabers. This time, because of the immortal abode on Yao Mountain, everyone who had some ideas went north. There was almost no Jianghu person in Mao Chou City in the south. A servant of the carriage company? Why is there a new servant? Zhang Xiaohua scanned with her divine sense and found it strange. Sure enough, the servant of the carriage company was replaced by an honest middle-aged man. The previous servant was nowhere to be seen. That's strange. Could it be that guy has foresight like me? Zhang Xiaohua landed in the middle of the carriage and found some time to use his bewitching finger to get to the bottom of things. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. That servant is no longer a servant of the carriage company. I'm afraid he exposed himself. But since he is in Mao Chou City, it will be easy to find him. Zhang Xiaohua came out of the carriage company and released her divine sense. She wanted to find the servant in Mao Chou City. However, Mao Chou City was filled with people. How could it be easy to find him? Zhang Xiaohua searched for a long time, but she didn't find anything. Forget it. Since I am in Mao Chou City, I should check on Little Orange's injuries. Zhang Xiaohua then went in the direction of Rejuvenation Valley. In Rejuvenation Valley, it was still spring all year round. In an embroidery room, Little Orange was leaning against the bed. There was an embroidery frame on her body. Her right hand was on the bed while her left hand was holding an embroidery needle. She was embroidering something thread by thread. In a moment of carelessness, her left hand touched the reel of thread. Little Orange naturally raised her right hand to support it. However, the moment she moved, a trace of pain appeared on her face. She gritted her teeth and slowly moved her right hand to the reel of thread. She straightened the reel of thread before placing her right hand back on the bed. Little Orange, is your right hand still okay? A familiar voice, one that even appeared in Little Orange's dreams, rang in his ears. Big Brother Ren? Little Orange was shocked and turned her head in disbelief. Wasn't there a familiar face and a familiar person standing next to the window? Ah. Is it really you? Big Brother Ren? Little Orange was pleasantly surprised. She no longer cared about the reel of thread. Just as she was about to get up, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Don't move, don't move. I heard from Fishy Nia that you haven't fully recovered. You've seen Miss? You. Little Orange's surprised face was filled with respect, and then a trace of melancholy. He said, You are really that immortal? Zhang Xiaohua walked up to him with a smile. Little Fish Nia is indeed like a sister to you. She even told you about this. Immortal. Elder Ren, please don't blame her. Elder Sister Ping rode on your David's deer and held the token you gave her. Although she heard from Elder Sister Ping, or that you picked it up on the road, but Miss didn't think so. She knew that you had always been thrifty, and also had deep feelings. Huan, you couldn't have thrown it away. You must have something urgent and had no choice but to let Elder Sister Ping ride on your David's deer, and, when we found out that the sect leader of the Misty School is Zhang Xiaohu, and that the Misty School is in Pingyang City, didn't you go to Pingyang City before? Your name is so similar to Zhang Xiaohu's. Miss wondered if you were that immortal. I forgot about Little Fish Nia's intelligence. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, When I accepted Little Fish Nia as my disciple, I didn't have time to ask her. I didn't expect that I gave myself away so much. When Little Orange heard this, he was overjoyed and said, Congratulations, Elder Immortal. Miss has finally been accepted into the Beta School, and Elder Immortal has finally accepted an extremely intelligent disciple. Then, he felt a little sad. After thinking for a while, he probed, Miss must be very happy now. Little Orange, when I accepted Little Fish Nia into my Beta School, she is also my junior sister. You don't have to call me Master Immortal. Just call me Big Brother Ren. Big Brother Ren. Why don't you call me Young Master Ren like before? Little Orange said shyly, I should call you Young Master Zhang, but Young Master Ren is too comfortable. It's okay, Little Orange. Recuperate well. When your body recovers, we will. We still don't know where to find us. If we don't find you, you can go to the Misty School in Pingyang City and look for the leader of the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu. He will definitely know where we are. Young Master Ren, I can go now. You, bring me to Miss. Little Orange begged. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I have already checked. You are still not in a good condition to move around. Let's leave it at that. It won't be too late to look for us next year. Little Orange looked disappointed and laid down again helplessly. Oh yes, where is Valley Master Nye? Why isn't he in the valley? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. I don't know. It seems, there is something important. Old Master C and the rest of the people from the weapon forging sect came. Then, Valley Master brought some disciples and went out with them. Miss, didn't she tell you? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, no. Little Orange was stunned. Suddenly, she thought of something and said in shock, young Master Ren, Miss and Sister Ping, went to Pingyang City to look for you right after Valley Master left. How long has it been? Why did you come back to Spring Valley? Before Zhang Xiaohua could explain, Little Orange realized something and said apologetically, I forgot that young Master Ren can fly. Hee hee. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, all right, Little Orange, do you have any words for Little Fish Nye? Young Master Ren, are you leaving now? Little Orange asked. Yes, I came to Macho City to settle some matters. But when I thought of your injuries, I came over to take a look. After I am done, I still have to rush back to Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua said. Thank you, young Master Ren, for still thinking of me. Little Orange was a little happy and said, I don't have anything to say to Mississippi. I only hope that, in the future, I can still serve. Miss. Hee hee, no problem. There are only a few dogs and kittens in Beidou School. It will be lively if you go there, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Ah. Really? Thank you, Master Immortal, thank you, young Master Ren. Little Orange was overjoyed. All right, you should recuperate first. I'll agree to your request. I will take my leave first. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, conjured a spell and flew out of the window. When Zhang Xiaohua was far away and out of sight, Little Orange heaved a long sigh of relief. She released the embroidery in her left hand. The embroidery was a pair of ducks playing in the water. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1146. By the time they left Rejuvenation Valley, night had already fallen and the lights in Macho City were gradually becoming brighter. Zhang Xiaohua stood in mid-air with her hands behind her back. She did not release her divine sense and only used her naked eyes to look down. She saw that in Macho City, every household was lit up with lights. The surface of Macho Lake reflected the surrounding lights and the night sky that had yet to be revealed. It was even more starry than the real night sky. This place, why is it so deserted? Could it be that something is wrong? Zhang Xiaohua was admiring the view when she suddenly noticed that on the west side of Macho Lake, there was a large area. It was completely dark and there were no lights. It was completely different from the surrounding lights. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua might not have noticed it. However, at between the clouds and the water, Bai Yanxiu's palace was dark at night. Zhang Xiaohua was able to recognize it easily and gain a lot of benefits from it. How could he not remember? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and scanned the area. Then, he frowned. This area was a huge manor. It was close to the Sorrowless Lake. Although most of the area was dark and there were no traces of people, there were still many people living around the manor. Moreover, there were many men in martial attire around the manor. They held lanterns in their hands and were constantly on duty. I'm afraid this is the manor of an official. Zhang Xiaohua had just thought of this when another thought popped up. That day when I came to Macho City with my dream, it seems that the dream appeared near this manor. Could it be the incense cult in Macho City? At this moment, a black shadow escaped from the manor in a panic from the southern side of the manor. Not far behind him were two men in martial arts attire. One of them held a torch, while the other held a steel saber. They were hot on his heels. Zhang Xiaohua saw the black shadow in front of her and couldn't help but laugh. People often wear out iron shoes but still can't find you. I cast a wide net in Macho City but still couldn't find you. I actually met you here today. Wasn't the black shadow in front the worker of the storm carriage company? Judging from the way he fled, he seemed to be quite familiar with the surrounding terrain. However, the two people who were chasing after him were obviously much more skilled than the shop assistant. After they left the manor, they threw away their torches and focused on chasing after him. By the time Zhang Xiaohua had flown behind them, the shop assistant had already been sandwiched between the two of them. "You little thief, why aren't you surrendering?" A Chinese character shouted with a sinister smile. "Heroes, please spare my life. I was just short of some money and wanted to steal some things from your residence. But I didn't get anything. Please spare me." The shop assistant was still arguing, but his eyes were looking around and his feet didn't stop. "Hee, with such qing gong, how could you be an ordinary thief? Don't bully me because I can't see," a man said angrily. The other man continued, "Xiang Manor is famous in Mo Cho City. There isn't a single ruffian in the vicinity who would believe your words." Seeing that the shop assistant was getting closer, one of the men raised his steel knife and laughed sinisterly. "Since brother isn't willing to stop, then I'll let you bleed first." However, just as the steel knife was about to fall, a black shadow descended from the sky and grabbed the shop assistant's neck. With a light lift, the man's steel knife fell into the air. The black shadow didn't stop and hovered about 10 feet above the ground. With the shop assistant's body in his hand, he flew far away in the blink of an eye like a nighthawk. When the two men saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. They stopped in their tracks and looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. "Big brother. I didn't see wrongly, right? Is that someone from the immortal Dao?" "Brother, no, you didn't see wrongly, that's right." The other stuttered and shrunk his neck. "Brother, let's hurry back and report this matter to the steward. This thief is not from anywhere. Not only did he sneak into our Xiang Manor at night, he even had an expert from the immortal Dao to receive him. This matter is serious." The two men turned around and left even faster than when they were chasing after the shop assistant. As for the shop assistant, he had escaped from death and was overjoyed. His body was in mid-air and the night wind blew gently. He almost suspected that he was in a dream. That shop assistant was also clever and knew that it was not the right time to speak. He waited for the expert from the immortal Dao to descend from the sky and stop at a secluded place before turning around. Without looking carefully, he bowed and said, "Immortal Elder, thank you for saving my life." After a few kowtows, he offered his gratitude. That person laughed coldly and didn't reply. When the shop assistant heard this, he unconsciously raised his head and probed. "This disciple is a subordinate disciple of Qing Yanling Mo Cho City. I don't know which elder of the immortal Dao is." This last surprised, was when he saw the face of the person who came. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He saw that the face was very young, only about 16 years old. However, the figure was thin and tall, taller than the shop assistant by a head. Wasn't that the person he had seen before at the storm carriage company? In an instant, the shop assistant's back was covered in sweat. "What, you recognized I?" The person who came was indeed Zhang Xiaohua. Her eyes were full of sarcasm as she said coldly, "Immortal Elder. I have eyes but failed to see. I don't know." The shop assistant was incoherent and didn't know what to say. Was there a need to say this? He had reported the situation of this immortal elder's family having excess wealth and he himself knew the methods of the Qing Yanling Mo. Was there a need to ask the reason why this immortal elder came to find him now? "Immortal Elder, please spare my life, please spare my life. These are the orders of the owner. I am only following orders." The shop assistant fell to the ground and begged. Your so-called owner has already died in Ai's hands. You don't have to accuse me. You have to know the consequences of what you have done. Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste time with him. She pointed her finger and used bewitching finger to hit the acupoint at the back of the shop assistant's head. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with anger. She thought to herself, this Qing Yanling Mo is really despicable. Who knows how many innocent lives it has taken. It's a pity that I don't have the means to get rid of it one by one. Oh, right, the place you went to just now, is it the manor of the fragrant cult? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought. Yes, this Yixiang Mountain Manor is the manor of the famous martial arts family, the Gu family. Secretly, it is the base of the fragrant cult in Mo Cho City. It has been many years. This is what I know from the Banner Lord. Why did you go to the Yixiang Mountain Manor? The Banner Lord seems to be doing something to the Yixiang Mountain Manor. I was just a scout to find out the actual situation. Alright, tell me the location of your Banner Lord. The shop assistant told Zhang Xiaohua what she wanted to know very clearly. After he finished, Zhang Xiaohua said, although you didn't personally kill anyone, according to your information, who knows how many innocent people have died in the hands of others. You can be considered to have deserved more than death. Letting you leave unknowingly is also a reward for your cooperation just now. As she said this, she looked at the shop assistant's blank expression. Zhang Xiaohua sighed slightly in her heart. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the shop assistant's neck. With a slight force, a "kacha" sound was heard. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of the shop assistant's mouth. His body went limp and fell to the ground, dead. It's not that there won't be retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come. Once the time is up, retribution will come knocking. Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice. She soared up again. Tonight, a secret branch of the Righteous Tao Alliance in Mo Cho City was unlucky. Before the shop assistant could reply, the god of pestilence came knocking on their door. A group of evil men whose hands were secretly stained with blood didn't even get to see the other party's face before their lives were reaped by a swift and fierce sword light. In just the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohua soared up from a small courtyard and was about to fly out of Mo Cho City. But just as she was about to leave the city, she changed her mind and her body flew diagonally towards Lingering Fragrance Manor. Lingering Fragrance Manor was the same as before. Most of the place was pitch black, but there were more disciples patrolling around the manor. It was as if they were guarding against the Righteous Tao Alliance. Zhang Xiaohua concealed her body and landed in a pavilion. Beside the pavilion was a small pond. The lotus flowers in the pond had already withered and the lotus leaves were also somewhat withered. Looking at the water in the pond, it was flowing slightly. It was actually connected to the water of Mo Cho Lake. Is there anything strange about this place? When Peacock came to Mo Cho City, she had to make a trip here. When Meng came to Mo Cho City, she also had to make a trip here. Whatever they do, they can't talk about it outside. Today, I want to see if there's anything strange about this place. However, with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, the entire manor was very normal. It was no different from an ordinary manor. For a moment, there was no way for her to investigate. I forgot. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead and scolded herself. Didn't I just use the bewitching finger? Won't I know if I ask someone? Sure enough, in a moment, Zhang Xiaohua's body appeared in a garden. Looking at the embroidered building in Xiaohua's garden, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. So this ordinary embroidered building is the place where the inner disciples of Chanting Fragrance cult have to pay their respects after arriving at Mo Cho City? Moreover, other than the inner disciples, all the disciples of Chanting Fragrance cult are not allowed to come close to this garden. Even the old consecrator of Chanting Fragrance cult can't come close. Isn't it just a portrait? Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and understood. Then, she walked slowly to the front of the embroidered building. Strangely, there was no fluctuation of primordial qi from inside to outside. It was very inconsistent with the status of chanting fragrance cult as a big immortal sect. Something is strange, something is strange. Zhang Xiaohua, who was used to dealing with all kinds of restrictions of chanting fragrance cult, suspected that there was something strange about this embroidered building that she didn't know about. However, when she activated the Crimson Spirit Protection and walked safely into the first floor of the embroidered building without triggering any restrictions, she couldn't help but feel extremely strange. Taking out a luminous pearl from her arms, Zhang Xiaohua observed the first floor of the embroidered building again with the help of the luminous pearl's brilliance. The first floor of the embroidered building was similar to the first floor of the Misty School's Inheritance Pavilion. It was very clean and tidy. There was only a portrait hanging on the south wall. Under the portrait, there was a quaint table. On the table, there were 3 different styles of incense burners, each with several incense sticks. Chapter 1147. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua's attention was drawn to the portrait. As Zhang Xiaohua expected, the portrait was of a lady dressed in palace attire. Her face was covered with a white veil and she held a whip in her hand. The only difference was that the background of the lady had changed from a small bridge to a small pavilion. Beside the pavilion was a small lake that was as round as a crescent moon. Looking at the lake, it was similar to Mao Chou Lake. However, the lake was rippling with waves and there was no embankment that divided the lake into 2. There was also no frown pagoda. This lady is always dressed in palace attire and a veil. Who knows if she is the lady I saw in the Jade Stone Hall? However, her attire and the whip in her hand have not changed. I think, she must be the founder of the incense cult that Wan Wuxi mentioned, Senior Yu Ming Xian. If not for Senior Yu, all the female disciples of the incense cult who come to Mao Chou's city would not need to pay their respects. But Senior Yu, why is her portrait not on Lingering Fragrance Peak but in Mao Chou's city? Perhaps Mao Chou's city was built by Senior Yu? And the legendary lady of Mao Chou is Senior Yu? Could it be that the stories about Lady of Mao Chou are all true? But who is the legendary Yifeng? Who is that monk called Xian Kong? Is he a monk from the Dalan Temple? Even if he is a monk from the Dalan Temple, he must be the founder of the Dalan Temple, to have such a cultivation level, right? But then again, even the founder of the Dalan Temple could not have such a high cultivation level as Senior Yu. How could she suppress someone under Mao Chou Lake? Oh right, under Mao Chou Lake. When Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, he released his divine sense and scanned the bottom of the Mao Chou Lake. He saw that the Frown Pagoda was buried deep into the lake and he couldn't see the bottom. At the bottom of the pagoda, there was a restriction that emitted a weak Buddhist light. Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback when he saw the familiar restriction light. Could it be? Xian Kong is really a monk from the Dalan Temple? But, what is this? Within the Buddhist light, the faintly discernible 7-colored Buddhist lotus was surrounded by pitch-black threads. It was abnormally dazzling. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness swept past the restriction, the black thread seemed to have a life of its own as it swayed slightly. As the black thread swayed, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness seemed to be attracted and slowly shifted towards the Buddhist lotus. This is bad. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and didn't dare to look again. She immediately withdrew her divine sense and said to herself, why is this Buddhist restriction so strange? However, the restriction went deep into the earth's core. With Zhang Xiaohua's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to escape so deep into the earth. Therefore, it was impossible for him to escape underground to observe carefully, let alone break the restriction. That restriction has the effect of isolating divine sense, and can even devour divine sense. It is impossible to know who is sealed within the restriction. Therefore, I can't determine whether the legendary Carefree girl is Senior Yu. According to legend, as long as I can flood the Frown Tower, I can release the Carefree girl from the tower. But, ordinary means obviously can't do it. If I want to do it, I can only use the magical power of the immortal Tao. Not to mention that I don't have such means now. Even if I did, the so-called Xian Kong monk must have other means of defense on the Frown Tower. Forget it, whether the carefree girl is Yu Mingxin or not is just a cuz from tens of thousands of years ago. Who knows where the effect is? The carefree girl is a legend in Jing City, and she is very popular. Yu Mingxin is indeed the founder of the immortal Tao. Speaking of which, there is no connection between them. This effect will be left to the fated person of the incense cult. I have no interest in it. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua bowed deeply to the portrait, just like she did in the Misty School's Hall of Inheritance. Senior Yu, I have gained a lot from your incense cult. Let me bow to you as a token of my gratitude. Then, Zhang Xiaohua straightened up, looked at the ladder in the corner, and slowly walked up to the second floor of the embroidery tower. The second floor looked more like a woman's boudoir than the ground floor. However, it had been a long time, and there were no silk objects. There was a futon in the corner, a table in front of the window, a wooden box and a bronze mirror on the table, and a wooden cabinet against the wall. Zhang Xiaohua scanned the room with her divine sense and found that they were all ordinary objects. She didn't sense any fluctuation of vital energy. She even walked to the bronze mirror and looked at it again and again. She didn't sense any abnormalities like the clear sky mirror. This must be where Senior Yu lived in the early years. This table should be a dressing table. It is so simple and crude that there isn't even a stool. What's inside the box? Zhang Xiaohua thought and opened the wooden box. It was similar to the dressing box that Zhang Xiaohua saw in Lady Aya's room in the small village. It was also empty except for a wooden hairpin at the bottom of the box. Strange? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised when he saw the wooden hairpin. Of course, he wasn't surprised that the hairpin was similar to Lady Aya's hairpin. He was surprised that the hairpin was exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin. Misty School has a jade slip that is exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin. Senior Yu's embroidery room has a wooden hairpin that is exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin. What? What does this mean? Zhang Xiaohua immediately let his imagination run wild. Could it be that, the founder of Misty School, Yang Haoya, and the founder of Fragrance Sect, Yu Mingxin, have something that can't be explained clearly? But, this kind of thing. Why doesn't the founder of Shindao Sect, Wan Wuxin, know about it? Could it be that Senior Huan was deceived by the two of them? Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and thought for a while. He then took out the two purple phoenix hairpins and another jade slip that looked like a purple phoenix hairpin. He compared them with the wooden hairpin. Needless to say, it was obvious. The four of them were exactly the same except for the texture. This karma has already been buried in the river of karma. No one else will know about it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and was about to put away the purple phoenix hairpin. But at this moment, the wooden hairpin that looked like firewood suddenly emitted a weak wave of yuan qi. Although the wave was weak, it was extremely strong. It swept past the purple phoenix hairpin and covered Zhang Xiaohua's body. Then, a suction force rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua's Ni-Wan palace. Zhang Xiaohua was caught off guard and her divine sense was sucked towards the wooden hairpin. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She hurriedly activated Shintraction. Her Dan heart spun rapidly and the innate divine seal on it emitted a faint golden light to counteract the suction force. The suction force did not suck in her divine sense. Instead, it went downwards. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt the true qi in her meridians rushing towards the suction force. It was as if the true qi was going to burst out of her body. Are you kidding me? Senior Yu. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly activated the Carefree Heart Sutra and tried to channel her true qi into her meridians. But, the Carefree Heart Sutra still had some effect at first. But as the suction force increased, the Carefree Heart Sutra gradually lost its effect. A portion of her true qi was sucked away by the suction force and channeled into the wooden hairpin. With the influx of true qi, the wooden hairpin gradually glowed. What an unreasonable bandit. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a little annoyed at the sympathetic Yu Mingxin. Could it be that everyone from the immortal Tao is this tyrannical? At this time, the Carefree Heart Sutra had already lost its effect. Zhang Xiaohua's Shen Qi became sluggish and was about to completely leave his body. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua heard the faint roar of a dragon. He felt as if all the meridians in his body had gained sentience. His entire meridians moved slightly, immediately canceling out that unparalleled suction force. That suction force was no longer able to suck away even half a strand of Shen Qi. My meridians. When did they move? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed but also shocked. Following the disappearance of the wooden hairpin's suction force, the brilliance of the wooden hairpin also stabilized. The brilliance overflowed a few times and a foot-sized ball of light jumped out of the wooden hairpin. Within the ball of light was the appearance of a woman wearing palace robes and a veil. Nascent divinity projection? Zhang Xiaohua snorted, almost moaning. The ball of light flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua and stopped. It quietly floated there. After a moment, the woman in the ball of light spoke. Who are you? Why do you hold the purple phoenix hairpin of my incense cult but not my incense cult's legacy heart sutra? Zhang Xiaohua secretly despised her. Please, senior you, this isn't the first time I've seen a primordial spirit projection. Even if I told you, would you be able to hear me? Don't be so arrogant, alright? Sure enough, the woman immediately laughed and said, however, I'm seeing you through a primordial spirit projection. Even if you told me, I wouldn't know. However, I'm still very curious. This purple phoenix hairpin is used by my incense cult's legacy heart sutra. You don't have my incense cult's legacy heart sutra, so how did you get it? Either my incense cult has already been destroyed and the purple phoenix hairpin has been obtained by another sect, or my incense cult has reorganized the cultivation world and the legacy heart sutra on you is another sect's legacy heart sutra. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and laughed. Both of these possibilities seem wrong. Your qi isn't from the incense cult, nor the Misty School, nor the Shindao sect or the Great Forest Division. Presumably, another disciple from another cultivation world has come? Or perhaps it's a legacy heart sutra from the ancient cultivation world? Hearing the woman say so much because of her qi, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but curl her lips. This woman. No matter if she's a village woman or an expert from the immortal Tao, they all have the same nature of gossip. I've asked too much. The woman seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. She covered her mouth and laughed. No matter what, you came to my embroidery room with 2 purple phoenix hairpins. It's fate that brought us together. Why should I ask so much? By the way, I'm the founder of the incense cult, Yu Mingxin. I don't know if your master has told you about me? Although Yu Mingxin was wearing a veil, her tone was very arrogant. She had actually obtained a beloved object from a little girl and was showing it off to others. I know. I heard Senior Yu's name from Senior Huan. However, if you ask 10 people in the Jianghu, I'm afraid that even 10 of them wouldn't know who Yu Mingxin is. Although Zhang Xiaohua knew that Yu Mingxin couldn't hear her, she still didn't forget to give her a blow when she remembered that she wanted to absorb her divine sense and qi. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 1148. Hee, after hearing my identity, are you very surprised? Envious? You want to see my real face? Yu Mingxin was still smiling. Sweat. Zhang Xiaohua touched her forehead. Why does this senior you speak like little Fishinya? Could it be that she's not that old? However, after hearing about Yu Mingxin's real face, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. In the portraits in the Jade Hall of the Fragrance Cult, in Wan Wuxin's Summer World, and in the Jade Hall of the Misty School's Ethereal Palace, Yu Mingxin's face was covered with a veil. I wonder what she looks like. However, just as this thought appeared in her mind, Yu Mingxin's voice sounded again. But, don't be delusional. Only one person can see my face. And he has already seen it. In this world, no one can see it anymore. Are you kidding me? Zhang Xiaohua almost fell down. Since he won't let you see it, why are you still asking? Sigh, Yu Mingxin let out a long sigh. Her tone was full of sadness, different from her relaxed tone just now. But, so what if he sees it? The immortal Tao is ethereal, and the great Tao is endless. Beautiful women age easily, but the human heart is not what it used to be. He said that the immortal Tao is the only thing in his heart, and that he should have cut off his feelings long ago. But I said that the immortal Tao is confusing, and that it's better to use feelings as a lamp and live freely in the mortal world. He said that everything in the world is a void, and only the immortal Tao is eternal. I said, Yu Mingxin smiled bitterly and said, I'm being silly again. It's been so many years, but whenever I talk about him, I feel that I'm talking too much. Oh right, you must have listened for a long time, and want to know who he is. Zhang Xiaohua was about to nod, but immediately shook her head and said with a smile, say whatever you want, I don't care if I listen or not. As expected, Yu Mingxin also said, however, right now, I can't tell you. Then, Yu Mingxin looked up at the window and said sadly, I used the primordial spirit projection technique to forcefully split a strand of my primordial spirit and put it into this wooden hairpin. I wanted to leave a little bit of my primordial spirit as a memento. If, one day, he really sees the essence of love, or if he really regrets what he has done, he will be able to hear my voice when he comes to the embroidery building where we used to live together. But I don't know why, but the yuan qi of heaven and earth is becoming increasingly scarce. This yuan spirit projection of mine has been unable to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth for a long time. It won't be long before this yuan spirit projection of mine disappears. Furthermore, if it weren't for your little bit of true energy, it would be troublesome even if I wanted to project my primordial spirit. So, you don't have to blame me for absorbing that little bit of your true energy. In a while, I will use my story to make up for your loss. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she could only be silent. You've sucked away all the true qi. Can I still get it back? Yu Mingxin lowered her head as if she was thinking. After a while, she raised her head and said, my story is very long, you have to listen carefully. It said that a long, long time ago. Yu Mingxin chuckled and said, don't laugh. It's indeed something that happened a long time ago. This is also the reason why the fragrant religion, Misty School, and Shindao sect were established. I just don't know if the teachers of the fragrant religion can still tell you about it. Then, Yu Mingxin repeated the story that Wan Wuxin told to Zhang Xiaohua. There wasn't much difference. However, when she talked about the three of them traveling around before the establishment of the sect, she said, before the three of us came to this world, there was still the way of immortals. This was what we learned in the secret plane. However, when we were traveling, under a cliff, we found an array that was different from the one we learned. After 3 days and 3 nights of relentless attacks, we broke the array and 3 rays of black light flew out from the array. The 3 of us chased after one of them and used our divine abilities to subdue the black light. Only then did we realize that they were actually 3 ancient magical treasures. These 3 magical treasures were different from the ones we used before and had incredible power. Among the 3 magical treasures, 2 of them were the purple phoenix hairpin and the other was the devil refining gourd. These 3 magical treasures were the first magical treasures that we obtained here and also proved the existence of the way of immortals. The 2 purple phoenix hairpins were obtained by Yang Haoya and I. The devil refining gourd was obtained by Wan Wuxin. Because there were 3 magical treasures, 1 for each of us. Moreover, it was up to fate to obtain the magical treasures. Therefore, the 3 of us didn't feel that there was anything wrong and left happily. Of course, there was indeed nothing wrong with these 3 magical treasures. However, later on. Then, Yu Mingxin talked about encountering the Earth's core. However, Yu Mingxin wasn't as frank as Wan Wuxin. She only said that it was something from the forbidden area of the incense cult, Huan Su, but didn't specify what it was. Then, she talked about Wan Wuxin. When Yang Haoya and I were seriously injured, Wan Wuxin of the Shindao sect self-detonated one of Sakura's magical treasures in order to deal a blow to him. Although the effect was achieved, Sakura was also seriously injured at that time and fled in panic. However, Wan Wuxin himself couldn't treat his injuries and died on the spot. That Huan Su was a name that Yang Haoya and I specially named in memory of Wan Wuxin. How could I not have him? Therefore, I followed him to the Dalan temple and challenged him outside the Dalan temple. I wanted to ask him to come back. Who knew, he actually avoided me and only sent a little monk to tell me that our fate had come to an end. He wanted to cultivate diligently in Buddhism in order to improve his cultivation. I was furious at that time and charged into the Dalan temple without caring about anything else. Sigh, in my rage, I couldn't help but show no mercy. I actually killed many monks in the Dalan temple. At that time, Master Xian Kong of the Dalan temple was actually not there. In the end, Yang Haoya saw that I had killed too many people and could only hold the purple phoenix hairpin in his hand. He knelt in front of me and asked me to stop. He would rather return the purple phoenix hairpin to me and let me cut off his head than come back with me. But, how could I do it? How could I destroy his Dao heart? Sigh, I had no choice but to take the purple phoenix hairpin. But, when I wanted to throw the purple phoenix hairpin back to him, I couldn't bear to do it. It seemed that if I threw it, I would cut off all ties with him and never see him again. Therefore, I could only laugh coldly and turn to leave the Dalan temple and return to Lingering Fragrance Peak. After that, I named the palace on Lingering Fragrance Peak as Mo Xian Palace. The name of Lingering Fragrance Peak was given by Yang Haoya and I couldn't bear to change it. Yu Mingxin's voice became weaker and weaker until it was almost inaudible. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but perk up her ears. Following that, my cultivation remained stagnant and my Dao heart couldn't be rebuilt. Therefore, I left the 2 purple phoenix hairpins in Mo Xian Palace and returned to Wuri City. Chapter 1149. It seems that only in this Lingering Fragrance Mountain Villa, the Lingering Fragrance Mountain Villa that once had his aura, the Lingering Fragrance Mountain Villa that shared memories with him, can let my half-cold heart have some real comfort. Perhaps, you might not know the origin of this lingering fragrance. Yu Ming Xian's voice lowered a few notches. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if it was because of the lack of yuan qi or because of Yu Ming Xian's shyness, but he could almost see the slight redness on Yu Ming Xian's veiled face. Spring dreams leave no trace, autumn tent leaves no fragrance. Yu Ming Xian's mouth murmured. Her face was facing the sky again, almost losing control of her emotions. She said sorrowfully, Yang Lang, when were you and I incomparably in love? While reciting this poem, you drew my eyebrows. Is there a need for such happiness in the bedroom? Such happiness, don't tell me, you don't miss it at all? Even if you have obtained the immortal Tao, even if you have obtained immortality, but the immortal Tao is bleak. Without my company, can you live happily? 10 miles of calm lake filled with frost, every inch of black hair worried about the glorious years. Looking at each other in the shape of the moon, I only envy mandarin ducks, not immortals. Oh, Yang Lang, even ordinary people can understand the logic behind this. Why are you so stubborn? If we weren't seriously injured, I wouldn't have stopped you like this. But, since the path to immortality is impossible to achieve, and you and I have such an ill-fated relationship, why can't you throw everything aside for me? Perhaps to a woman, no matter if she is a village woman or a fairy, this is a kind of concern. But to a man, it is only a kind of burden, a kind of experience. Yang Lang, Yu Ming Xian's voice was no longer as clear as before. It was already filled with sorrow. Sobbing sounds gradually rose. Hua hua hua. After a series of flashes, Yuming Xian's primordial spirit projection gradually dimmed. At this time, Yuming Xian raised her head and said in a helpless tone, "Immortality is perhaps the lifelong pursuit of cultivators of my generation. Emotions should also be a necessity for cultivators of my generation. Without emotions, what joy is there in becoming an immortal? Fellow Daoist, I've talked for a long time, but I've made a fool of myself. Well, there's not much time left. Yesterday, I received a message from the great master Xian Kong. He wants to settle his grudge with I at the Nameless Lake at noon today. I know that I provoked karma at the Daolan Temple last time. The great master Xian Kong's cultivation is not inferior to ours. Now that I's cultivation has regressed, I'm most likely no match for him. This wooden hairpin was personally made by I, originally. I wanted to keep it for Yang Lang to see when he returned. But now... Fellow Daoist, you're here, but Yang Lang still hasn't come. Furthermore, the projection of I's primordial spirit is about to dissipate. I'm afraid. Fellow Daoist, whether you're a man or a woman, I'll leave this wooden hairpin to you. Tell the story of this wooden hairpin to your lover and make him cherish your fate even more. 10 years to meet, 100 years to cross on the same boat, 1,000 years to sleep on the same bed. How can a person's love be judged only by time? If we're not fated, even if 10,000 years, how can we meet once? Sigh, it's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world than to help each other in times of need. Xiao Hua, Daoist Xiao. I only understood your words today. Yu Mingxin suddenly murmured again. Her eyes looked into the distance with some reluctance. Xiao Hua? Who is this? Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously stared blankly. She had never heard Wan Wuxin mention this name before. But, if it wasn't for you, Daoist Xiao, even if my cultivation was greatly reduced, I wouldn't have fallen into the mortal world, causing such a tragedy. Yu Mingxin murmured a few words in a low voice. She was almost silent. Then, she raised her head and smiled. All right, fellow Daoist, you know why I call you fellow Daoist, right? Your true qi is clearly different from the mental cultivation method of the incense sect. It must have been hard for you to listen to my story for so long, and the Daolan Temple. Xian Kong, there's a problem. I'm hearing Yu Mingxin's tone change, calling herself I and calling her fellow Daoist. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly. Hearing Yu Mingxin's words, she seemed to already know that she wasn't a disciple of the incense sect. But then, Yu Mingxin's primordial spirit projection gradually dimmed. She didn't even finish her last sentence before turning into a ball of light and dissipating between heaven and earth. Sigh, Yu Mingxin, the founder of the incense sect, a person at the peak of the immortal Tao. But, as a woman, she actually had such a sad and graceful love story. Carefree girl, Yu Mingxin, which one is the real Yu Mingxin? Seeing Yu Mingxin's primordial spirit projection turn into light and disappear, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel sad. She thought to herself, when she left behind her primordial spirit projection, Senior Yu didn't know that she would end up being suppressed under the Frown Pagoda. But even so, she didn't forget to leave a trace of remembrance for Senior Yang, hoping that Senior Yang would come and take a look. Unfortunately, it's already been tens of thousands of years. Senior Yang is nowhere to be found. Senior Yu is suppressed under the Carefree Lake. What is Senior Yang doing? Senior Yang didn't come, but I came. This, the cause from tens of thousands of years ago became the effect now. But this effect isn't an ending. Perhaps it's a silent ending. But Senior Yu's last sentence, what does it mean? There's a problem with the Daolan Temple's master Xian Kong? What's the problem? It's all from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if there's a problem, there's no problem. Senior Yu, this little one will remember Senior's story. Actually, you might not know, but your story as the Carefree girl has long been spread around the Carefree Lake. Countless scholars and literati have been reciting the story of the carefree girl, although the story is different from what you said, but the pursuit of perfection and the pursuit of love is no different from seniors from tens of thousands of years ago. If you knew this, perhaps you would be able to rest in peace at the bottom of the carefree lake. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the wooden hairpin carved from ordinary peach wood on the table. In his heart, he felt that it was incomparably precious. It was more important than the real purple phoenix hairpin. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and put the 4 different but identical purple phoenix hairpins into his money pouch. He began to imagine how he would tell Meng the story of the carefree girl in the future, how he would personally insert the wooden hairpin into Meng's hair bun, and how he would bite Meng's earlobe and recite the poem, "A spring dream leaves no trace, an autumn tent leaves no fragrance," to her. But, suddenly, his heart trembled. Meng is the saintess of the demonic Tao, and I am a cultivator of the immortal Tao. She carries the inheritance of the demonic Tao of the Tenryu sect, and I carry the great task of establishing the Beta school. Isn't this, even greater than the difference between Senior Yang and Senior Yu? This is karma. Could it be that you made me travel thousands of miles from Pingyang City to Carefree City just to give me a warning? Could it be that my heart palpitations in Pingyang City were because of this? For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. He felt as if he was being controlled by an invisible hand. He turned and went downstairs. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of Yu Mingxin's portrait again. Although her face was covered by a veil, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be able to see Yu Mingxin's face. He seemed to be able to see her frowning because of love. He also seemed to be able to see a bit of joy and a bit of slyness in her eyes. Sigh. Forget it. Zhang Xiaohua bowed deeply and muttered to himself, "Senior Yu, if Meng is like you, missing me so much that it becomes a disaster, what harm is there in giving up the immortal Tao and the cultivators of the immortal Tao? A person's life is only a few decades. If I have Meng's company, my life will not be wasted. However, if I can help the Tenryu sect find a Sakura so that the Tenryu sect's orthodoxy can be passed down, then, will Meng be able to roam the Jianghu with me? But that won't do. Meng's daughter still has to be the saintess of the Tenryu sect. Sigh, I am puzzled. How can the child of Sakura and the saintess be a daughter?" The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more vexed he felt. It seemed that, unless he went to the Tenryu sect to work as a Sakura, he could only be with Meng. Otherwise, there was no good way at all. God, since you let me meet Meng, why did you let me make such a choice? Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Yu Mingxin's portrait one last time. He leaped up and flew towards Poyang town like an arrow, as if he wanted to escape from Macho City. It seemed that the further he went, the further he would have to choose. Previously, he had the thought of going to the Tenryu sect to see Meng, but at this time, the urgency of making a choice had completely killed it. Zhang Xiaohua even thought about what he should do if he saw Sakura and asked him to go to the Tenryu sect. After a few days, Zhang Xiaohua returned to Poyang town. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's slightly gloomy expression, Li Jinfeng suppressed his astonishment. He didn't ask Zhang Xiaohua how she flew back to Poyang town from the distant Macho City so quickly. He only asked with faint concern, "Xiaohua, have you finished handling the matter? We can go back now?" Zhang Xiaohua silently nodded. Chu Zhigao's family regarded Zhang Xiaohua as Master Immortal, so they naturally panicked and didn't dare to say anything. During the few days when Zhang Xiaohua left, Chu Zhigao had already prepared everything. He even bought 2 carriages and even hired a coachman to help him drive the other carriage. At this time, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua coming back and also leaving, he hurriedly prepared the 2 carriages and invited Zhang Xiaohua to get on. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and said in a low voice, "There's no need for a coachman. It's so far away, let him make a trip. When we arrive, he will have to come back. I can drive the carriage myself." Chu Zhigao was so frightened that he hurriedly stepped forward and smiled apologetically. "Master Immortal, what are you saying? You are my son's teacher, how can I let you drive the carriage?" "Absolutely not, absolutely not. What's wrong with that?" Zhang Xiaohua's face turned cold and said, I used to do this many times, don't worry. I won't be worse than you. However, the coachman at the side who was driving the carriage had an anxious look on his face as he hurriedly said, This. Young master, you, let this humble one do the work. This humble one. My entire family is waiting for this money to live. Shopkeeper Chu gave me 3 cents of deposit and this humble one has already used it to buy rice. If you drive the carriage and this humble one doesn't go. This humble one doesn't have the money to return to shopkeeper Chu and this humble one's 4-year-old child will starve again. This. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she looked at the man's face full of wrinkles, full of traces of wind and frost. He was no different from her father a few years ago. She couldn't help but feel her heart ache and tears almost flowed out. Then, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be enlightened. She laughed and hid the tears in her eyes and said, When I was young, I didn't know the taste of worry and forced myself to say that I was worried. Now that I've tasted the taste of worry, I think it's a cold autumn. The ancients didn't lie. Others are still bending over for 5 buckets of rice. What right do I have to talk about my worries in front of others? This uncle, please drive the carriage. I will double the fare. Yes, thank you, young master. The man was overjoyed and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1150. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's relieved laughter and his shrewd way of handling matters, he did not give the coachman money for no reason just because he pitied him. Instead, he asked the coachman to drive the carriage to Pingyang City before he doubled the fare. Seeing this, he was even more delighted. He felt that, this village lad, was becoming more mature. Before the 2 carriages left, Li Jinfeng thought of something again. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua aside and said in a low voice, Xiaohua, there's still one more thing. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Young Master Li, please speak frankly. I am your teaching disciple. There's nothing that can't be said clearly. Young Master Li blushed slightly and said, It's like this. Miss May's remains are buried in a foreign land. I thought for a long time. Although the feng shui of her grave is excellent, she is still a lonely soul here. The May family is also a prominent family in Nanzhao town. They must have their own grave in Nanzhao town. If we can send Miss May's coffin back to Nanzhao town and let her rest peacefully beside her family, wouldn't that be better? Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned serious. Looking at Li Jinfeng, who was almost the embodiment of justice, she could not help but feel like she was looking at a tall mountain. She said seriously, This is what we should do. We should do this. But. Young Master Li looked embarrassed. But I am embarrassed. Moreover, Miss May's coffin has to be sent so far away. Although it's already autumn, the weather, haha, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Since young Master Li is in such a mood, how can I not fulfill your wish? Disciple? Li Jinfeng waved his hand and said, You'd better call yourself I. That sounds more profound. As your disciple. I don't dare to call myself that. Hee, then I'll call myself I in the future. Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, Isn't the money in I's pocket yours, young Master Li? There's no need to think about it. As for Miss May's corpse, don't worry, I can guarantee that it won't rot for many years. Don't. Li Jinfeng hurriedly waved his hand. That's not necessarily true. Being too ostentatious isn't suitable for Miss May. If there's anything abrupt, Miss May won't be able to rest in peace even in the underworld. And, don't worry. Zhang Xiaohua said. She turned around to find the man who was driving the carriage and told him the situation. The man was even more delighted. He didn't care about anything. First of all, it was a long journey and the cost of the carriage was high. Many people were willing to take it and would not refuse because of the coffin. Second of all, he would have a companion when he came back. Not long after, the man who was driving the carriage found another man who was about the same age as him. He was also driving the carriage. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have to worry about these things. Chu Zhigao could handle it. However, when the three carriages left Poyang town and Zhang Xiaohua brought down the huge coffin from the mountain, the two men were stunned. At the same time, the two men were also relieved. From Poyang town to Pingyang city, they didn't know how many barren hills and unruly rivers there were. They also didn't know how many bandits they would encounter. Looking at the young master's skills, how could they not be safe? After placing Mei Qinglian's coffin, the man drove the carriage and walked at the back. Chu Zhigao drove the carriage and walked at the front with Zhang Xiaohua and Li Jinfeng. When they left Poyang town and saw that Zhang Xiaohua's knot in her heart was gradually untied, Li Jinfeng asked with a smile, "Xiaohua, why did you go out for a few days, and come back with such a face? Could it be that you didn't find the person you were looking for?" Zhang Xiaohua retracted her divine senses and looked at the scholar she met when she came out of the Guozhuang house. Thinking of the many merits of this scholar that could be her role model, she didn't hide anything and smiled. "Of course I have to find the person I was looking for. If they weren't eliminated, more people in the world would be killed by them. If that's the case, you should have a straightforward look on your face. Why do you look so gloomy?" "That's right." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Young Master Li, if it's killing, it's not as straightforward as you think. It's a life. If it wasn't because I had no other choice, I wouldn't be so ruthless." Hee. Li Jinfeng squinted his eyes and smiled. "Different professions are like different mountains. I don't understand you. I just feel that if I had half of your martial arts, I would have been chased by bandits and killed them long ago. Why would I have to run for thousands of miles?" "That's true. With martial arts to rely on, you can do anything with a straight back." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. She thought for a moment and said, "Young Master Li, have you heard the story of the sorrowless woman by the sorrowless lake?" "Of course." Young Master Li smiled. "That's a popular legend since ancient times. How could I not know? Not only that, there are many stories and poems to commemorate the sorrowless woman." Why are you suddenly asking about this? Could it be, you met another sorrowless woman by the sorrowless lake?" Hee. I understand. Xiaohua, you have also grown up and can be troubled by love." Zhang Xiaohua blushed slightly. She waved her hand and said, "Young Master Li, you misunderstand. It's like this." Zhang Xiaohua then told the story of Yu Ming Xian in full detail. Li Jinfeng listened on the side and was stunned. The expression on his face was very interesting. The story of the sorrowless woman. Li Jinfeng had heard a lot. Just as he said, the later generations did not know how many versions of the story of the sorrowless woman. Even the stories of the sorrowless woman's descendants were made up. The plots were continuous and the twists of the story were very exciting. But Li Jinfeng had never thought that the sorrowless woman was actually still alive in this world. Moreover, the story of the sorrowless woman was so simple. It was as simple as the change of feelings between a man and a woman in the marketplace. Today, they loved each other and tomorrow, they would abandon each other. However, whether it was the real sorrowless woman or the story of the sorrowless woman, the one thing that did not change was the sorrowless woman's steadfast heart and persistence in love. In the so-called immortal Tao, there are also unfaithful men? Li Jinfeng came to his senses and the first thing he said was unexpectedly this. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but sweat. This. Young Master Li, Qi practitioners of the immortal Tao are still human after all. Even if they have great magical powers, as a human, they are still human. Besides, Senior Yang can't be considered unfaithful. It's just that, in order to pursue the immortal Tao. Since, you know that Senior Yang also has pursuits, then why do you have a gloomy face? Li Jinfeng looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a faint smile. He seemed to know what was on Zhang Xiaohua's mind. But Senior Yu spent the rest of her life in solitude. Even before she was suppressed under the frowning tower by the great wizard Xiankong, she still wanted to leave behind her feelings. She even damaged her cultivation and left behind a trace of her primordial spirit projection. She only wanted to let Senior Yang know what? Li Jinfeng asked. That's right. What did she know? Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. It seemed like she was telling Senior Yang that she did not regret her feelings for Senior Yang, nor did she regret what she did for Senior Yang. That's right. Senior Yu was able to make such detailed arrangements before the arrival of a great enemy. Naturally, Senior Yu had long forgiven Senior Yang. Even if she was always complaining about Senior Yang in the story with you and did not say a word of forgiveness, but, can you hear the hatred in Senior Yu's tone? There is no hatred. At most, she is blaming him. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. That's right. Although I don't understand why their feelings for each other came so late, feelings are feelings. It doesn't matter if it was sooner or later. Perhaps Senior Yang later regretted his feelings for a higher goal. But Senior Yu seemed to understand Senior Yang's goal in the end. Didn't you see? Senior Yang returned the purple phoenix hairpin to Senior Yu, but Senior Yu did not return it to Senior Yang. To be honest, when Senior Yu went to look for Senior Yang, she probably already knew the outcome. She might even have been prepared to fall in the Daoist temple. Sigh, I understand now. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Senior Yu is truly an infatuated person. Only an outsider like young Master Li can see it clearly. That's right. An outsider can see the person in the game clearly. But where is the person in the game? Li Jinfeng smiled bitterly. He seemed to have thought of his own game. However, Zhang Xiaohua thought again. But, when the great wizard Xiankong suppressed Senior Yu, where was Senior Yang? Where was he? And, after so long, did Senior Yang never think of Senior Yu? You are not him, and I am not you. How do you know what he is thinking? Li Jinfeng said with a smile, maybe Senior Yang has obtained the Tao and become an immortal, and the path he chose has been cleared. Or maybe he regrets it, but Senior Yu is also suppressed under the Frown Pagoda, and he can't save her. Rather than being sad, he might as well not see her. He didn't even go to the Carefree Lake. Naturally, he wouldn't go to the embroidery house. Moreover, it is heart-wrenching pain to look at something and think of someone else. Xiaohua, you might not be able to understand this kind of pain. What can I not understand? Zhang Xiaohua straightened her neck and said. Then tell me, what are you sad about? Li Jinfeng seemed to have succeeded in his evil plan. This. Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words. She had always believed that if one said something happy, it might not be twice as happy. It might even be the envy of others. If one said something sad, it might not be half as sad. It might even be the schadenfreude of others. However, when she looked at Li Jinfeng, she couldn't help but trust him a little more. She said, you haven't even settled your own matters and you still have to rely on me. If I tell you, what can you do? When Li Jinfeng heard this, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, why do I need to rely on you for my matters? That's strange. What's strange about it? Zhang Xiaohua said proudly. Oh, Yan is now a disciple of the Beidou school. She is Ai's junior sister. You tell me, Qiu Tong, is she also a relative of the Beidou school? If she wants to get married, if she doesn't ask Oh Yan and me, her senior brother, do you think she dares to get married? Ah. Li Jinfeng was dumbfounded. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please add me. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.